we live?
Yes.
We're going on. Good morning, everybody. How's all going?
Good.
That's good. It's my wonderful pleasure to be here with you this morning. My name is Byami Williamson. I'm a Ualio man. My people come from northwest New South Wales, up in a little community called Garuga. If you, in your mind, if you look at, if you can picture the Queensland-New South Wales border, we're halfway along there, but just on the New South Wales side, so we're only 30 kilometres from Queensland. So it's lovely to be here with you all, really excited to have this yarn with Uncle Rodney. Just starting by acknowledging country and acknowledging, the traditional owners of this land, and just acknowledging as Uncle Archie always said, the spirits in the land and the spirit of the old people and the ancestors remain here. So that's a bit my introducing myself. Pass Uncle Rodney to introduce himself.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's great to be here today, and thanks for those that could come along. Wawa, thank you. Duma, thank you and hello. It's good to be at country, someone else's country, and pay respect, as you've touched on, to them and their ancestors. And I think to the topic of what we're talking about today is extremely complex, and the breadth of where the conversations can go technically, scientifically, but most importantly from our conversation is, what is the cultural element, discussion and need around, I think for us as people to be now the givers of fire, as opposed to when there's the necessity to be firefighters, the fighters of fire.
Great, thank you. So, unfortunately, Uncle Dave isn't able to be here, so it's just Rodney and I. So we're going to do this as a bit more of an informal yarn between two people who've had a little bit to do with cultural burning over the last few years, but from really different spaces. So maybe we'll just open the conversation by reflecting on how we've come to this space, like the kind of work that we've been involved with, and a bit about our story. So maybe pass to you first, Unc. So yeah, just sort of how have you been involved with cultural burning over the years? How did you come to it, and what is it that you do now? Yeah,
so I think that for many of us, the First Nations people, we have that intersection in our culture and our upbringing, and that nurture. And that is so, I think, different for all of us as people. And we're unique as individuals, and we have curiosity, and we crave things, we have hungers. For me, unusually, science I always found as this interesting thing that brought a bit of the unseen world into reality through numbers and experiments and all of those sorts of things. And I think, again, unusually at an early age, I thought, well, this is not immediately my culture, but it's mysterious sometimes, like my culture. And so I was fortunate. My mother's oldest brother was a practitioner of cultural fire, learnt from older people, and he was able to continue for his life to be a practitioner from being involved in rural, regional areas in the agricultural context where fire has been applied through fine fuels, so the burning of stubbles and grasses, weed management. And then for a large part of his life, he worked for the regulator of railways regionally, and so was quite frequently giving fire to these reserves, these annexes through country that have been heavily modified, and caring for country and healing country. And so to be exposed to those things and be curious as a younger person, you have this really incredible fond sort of memory. And I guess I've gone on pretty chaotically in my life, craving knowledge and doing different things, and then ultimately I landed in government as a specialist around cultural heritage and the impacts of fire. Fortunately did a lot of training with the experts scientifically in fire, and come to know Dr. Kevin Tolhurst, which is probably the most prominent fire scientist in Australia, if not the world, and sadly he's not long passed away. So well, for me, maybe it was a bit of like blending you know, this scientific stuff going on, and the beauty of the cultural element and our people being empowered in fire. So, you know, that's where it unusually landed me to you know, contribute to the discussion in fire.
Great, thank you. And it's really interesting to hear you talk, and particularly kind of the connecting of, I guess, modern Western conceptions of science and scientific methodologies and scientific knowledges with kind of, you know, reflections and how you've grown up as an Aboriginal kid and into adulthood and into manhood. I think there's probably quite a few similarities in the way that I came to it as well. So I, you know, I wasn't one to sort of grow up sort of lighting fires and a pyromaniac as a kid or anything, but through university, I was studying in environment, in geography in particular, and I kind of got interested in Aboriginal ranger programs, and through sort of university education started reading about ranger programs and started reading about kind of cultural burning. And then at university I studied, did a few courses in fire ecology, so got broadly familiar with like the geography of fire as a service, as an ecosystem service, how it provided, how it kind of interacted with the natural environment, different pressures and different pressures on it. And yeah, I became really intrigued by it. Fortunately, after I studied the physical geography of fire, I spent some time with ranger groups. I studied at ANU in Canberra, so I worked with some ranger programs. There was one big ranger program in the ACT who worked through Parks and Conservation Services there, Murrumbung Yarramurra Rangers, or Murrumbung for short. And then I was also fortunate enough to get up to Borroloola in the Gulf of Carpentaria in the Northern Territory. There were two ranger groups up there, the Liantha Sea Rangers, which operate over kind of the Sir Edward Pilu archipelago of islands, and also the Wanyagatua Rangers, which operate over a couple of really big land trusts in the Northern Territory and also over into the border as well, border of Queensland. So across all of those three ranger groups, so one operating in the ACT and up into the alpine areas, the Savannah Rangers being Wanyagatua, and also the Island Rangers, Liantha, they all burned. And I just found it fascinating that across such different geographies, such different land and seascapes, in very different places of the country, all like burning fire was such a central part of everything that they did. It was part of the yearly cycles of work, yearly cycles of the environment. And so I became really, really interested about what it was about this thing, fire, that, you know, our people continue to maintain, and was such a core part of the work we do, that these ranger groups were doing, even now in contemporary times. But there were, through that, whilst all of them, you know, conducted cultural burning, planned for it, had the ability to do it, they all had kind of challenges as well, systemic barriers that prevented them from doing the burning to the fullest extent in a way that they wanted to, completely. So maybe it's a good juncture to come back to you, Unk. What are some of the real kind of barriers or challenges to cultural burning that you've found, and how is it through your mob that have been able to kind of overcome a lot of those barriers, or are there still barriers that really inhibit you? Yeah.
I think one of the things that we have to do first in having a useful presence as people, as First Nations people, as traditional owners, is to work around the regulatory systems, work within the regulatory systems that will be of a benefit to us, healing us as people, and can we be sophisticated enough to understand that our contributions need to be useful and seen positively by the wider community. Now, we're a minority in our own sort of homeland. So then, you know, that's extremely challenging for any section of society, community that is a minority. And so the responsibility for us as a people, even as a burden, is just so great. And we've got to frame our mind now so constructively and positively that we aren't stuck in a state of trauma in our history of disadvantage. And so tomorrow, I think, oh, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do things. So, you know, that's probably for us as Jar Jar Wurrung been a really key thing for us as a people. And then it's understanding this idea of, for us, Jandak We is cultural burning in language. You know, it's the fire of country that we will describe it. And so we need to imagine, what does that look like for us? So it's aromatic, it's the aroma of the low intensity of us burning that allows now vapour, the aroma, the scents to come from country, so the plants. It's now a very useful indicator where fire, the flame, can be harmful to species, so it allows invertebrates, insects, an opportunity to seek refuge in litter. It allows larger mammals to scent, to feel and hear us of giving fire, for them to move within landscape. For us as now the givers of fire to sensibly understand the structure of country and its immediate need, and then how we do it gently so we don't allow fire to in a sense, become uncontrollable. And there is a nature of fire being uncontrollable, but we have a degree, I think, of connection to country if we want to be intimate, to understand, well, you know, where are these light touches we're going to give fire that'll move within landscape. So then we imagine that, and then we have this unhelpful, heavily modified landscape country that has dispersed agriculture, fences, roads. We're getting told by conservationists, environmentalists, that we need to treat natural places as wilderness, and humans were never there and they didn't do anything. So for us then, it's just really trying to work within that system. And what we've done reasonably successfully over the last 10 years is that we've adapted the regulatory system to suit us. So when we burn, it's our cultural values on why we burn, and we hold ourselves to account that we use those cultural values as the measures of our success. And these are the things scientifically and technically the state does. But what they're largely doing, ecological fire management's out here, and I largely believe what's inadvertently happened with ecological burning, they're actually stealing our responsibility as a people, as the carers of country, and framing it around, well, now we're smarter, we're cleverer, we can do this, we don't need you. I think that needs to be dismantled gradually as we go forward. But definitely what we've found is, based on our values, we can plan for fires in specific areas, give fire, and importantly, I think for climate change and all these other conversations you could have, reduce the fuel hazard, which is the way that the state and others describe the hazard, the loading of materials that are combustible, that can burn in an area. And so what we want is, there's the firefighting system, there's us as a people, the fire givers, that have a system, and increasingly I think we need to remodify landscape that is conducive to give fire. And two things that are really important, I think, when newcomers come to our country, you know, consistently, repetitively, they documented multiple plumes of smoke. You know, it's just a smattering in documentation, multiple plumes of smoke, multiple plumes of smoke. So what we want in our vision is to imagine and re-see multiple plumes of smoke in the landscape. That means that we're giving fire, but what we also want, Bohemia, because we've seen terrible catastrophes, is that people aren't traumatised by seeing smoke and seeing fire. Actually, they feel safer. They feel at last, you know, country speaking to people, oh, you know, you're safe, community's safe, everyone's safe, because we're giving fire and we've got some control.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot in that response, and I'm
Sorry, I
trying
talked
to.
too long,
No. It's fantastic, and I'm just trying to. I was listening to you, trying to, take in and absorb the various things you were saying, because the question was around barriers, and so what I heard were things like land use, how you mentioned kind of agriculture, but also just forested areas, protected areas. You've got urbanisation, you've got valleys that have been dammed. So you've got this radical transformation of the land in an image that is not of our ancestors creating. So, land use is a barrier. You touched on the regulatory environment, so laws and policies that are more geared to fire suppression, and obviously it's tied over with land use, but that kind of create barriers exist in trying to overcome that. You mentioned really interestingly like ecologists or environmentalists, and particularly the concept of wilderness, this idea of untouched landscape, whereas if you're going in and modifying and cultivating different landscapes, well, then you're kind of interfering with the natural systems, which is kind of shown to be, quite damaging for Indigenous livelihoods and being connected to the land. And that's kind of a larger philosophical barrier as well they're trying to overcome. You've mentioned previous catastrophes in the landscape and the trauma associated that with kind of communities, regional communities. So the fire history and the fact that people have been removed from land have created these really highly combustible, unsafe landscapes. And so I know there would be a lot of anxiety, particularly the first time you go in and strike a match and try to get some good fire back into the landscape. It's a bit unknown because it's, fuel loads are quite high, and it's been a long time since a good fire has been put into there. So all of these kind of barriers exist. So I find it just so wonderful that Aboriginal people and communities, organisations are at the forefront of really overcoming these in really innovative ways. So maybe just reflecting on some of the successes that you've had for your mob in reinstating cultural burning. What are some of the real things that you've kind of been, I guess, really proud of personally, but also as a group? Like what are 2 or 3 things that come to mind when thinking about the success of your group in bringing cultural burning back into country?
I think the respectful nature that we've seen around the system and how it's oppressed us as a people, and I guess how we've, not immediately adapted ourselves, but we've used the system, we've adapted that to service our needs, and for the regulator to see some comfort in our capability as a people, that instills a lot of pride when you think, okay, maybe your values aren't immediately aligned with my values, but when you see the respect that's been afforded to us as a people by our achievement, and then you start to see alignment of values, or people adopting sort of our values and ways of doing things behind me. I think that's really, I'm so proud of that. It's inspiring now for the younger people to have more younger people that, a lot of us can be against the system and we want to fight the system, and, we're at war with the sort of the system, but, don't give in to it, but, see the importance of having some goals and aspiring in your life in mainstream education system that you can utilise to your advantage. That's important for a lot of our kids and our mob to do that. So to see better outcomes for my mob in that area, statistically and otherwise, and participation now in career and workforce, I see that's amazing. Just in this fire context, because the other things we frame culturally around this is not the simplicity of the term of a hunter-gatherer society, but you have a key responsibility to get up before the sun each day, to go forth and get sustenance and maintain culture and do things that you can keep yourself, but keep your mob, your family and your community. So to see some of my mob now actually saying, oh, this is actually how culture relates to me having a job and having to be there at 8 a.m, knock off and set aside some of the difficulties we have in a family, because this is the way I hunt and gather today. I need to get income and money. So we're seeing these amazing things for our mob, and fire is just one area that's providing the opportunity for us as a people.
It's fantastic. So one of the things that I've, you know, come to learn as an individual, as an Indigenous researcher, as an Indigenous scholar, but perhaps most importantly, as a father, I've got a 5 and a 2-year-old at home, and I've had some wonderful moments of clarity in being and interacting with my kids and sort of talking to them and teaching them. And I remember one time when my son was born and he's starting to walk, and I was having a conversation with my wife, and she's like, "Oh, you know, you need to, you know, bring him up. He's got to, like, he's a boy. He's got to grow up and become a man, and you need to teach him about all of this stuff." And then I was kind of going, you know, I wasn't taught that stuff. I had an absent father. I was, yeah, sort of. So it was an interesting question posed to me at that time of like raising this young boy and to become a proud kind of Aboriginal man. And then I started to think about like larger processes of colonisation, and I kind of learnt in a moment that one of the things colonisation has done to our people is really robbed us of self-confidence. You know, you can't kind of go through what our people have been through without having your confidence in who you are as an individual, as a family, as a community, as, you know, nations of people, severely dented. And one of the things that I love about this space and being in caring for country and cultural burning in particular is when you get out with people, as you were describing, and you talk, you see people operating, you see people being on the land, you can see just sort of the confidence that they carry that's kind of being rekindled, and you know, connection with country, and in particular using fire. There's something in it that builds self-confidence that has been, yeah, severely degraded and eroded over 200 plus years. And it's one of the reasons why I absolutely love this space and love being in it, because you step into these spaces, these caring for country spaces, and you see people who are happy, people who are healthy, people who are vibrant, who are joyful, who are gleeful, and who are really, really strong culturally, and all the while they're looking after, you know, this wonderful place. They're looking after the plants, they're looking after the animals. So as well as kind of being quite, you know, having kind of the macho out there with the rake hose and creating containment lines and fencing and putting it like it's hard. Like, the thing about cultural burning is, whilst it is, I feel like there's a lot of romanticism involved in cultural burning. When you get out and do it, they are long days, they are hard days, they are hot days, they are full on, and they are physically exhausting, but as well as kind of that, you know, quite at times, you know, macho way of working and being out and using your body in those ways. The gentleness and the caring, like the fires don't burn, they kind of caress the landscape and they kind of move through it and gently touch different parts of the environment. And it's a wonderful, beautiful thing to see Aboriginal people, especially young people, out doing this stuff, plying their trade, and you know, holding these really kind of divergent spaces. So it's really amazing to hear you sort of talk about how cultural burning, how caring for country is providing a way to reinstill self-confidence, to rebuild the self-confidence of our groups, and also, importantly, of our young people as well, because that's what they're growing up with, and they've got a real strengths-based relationship with their culture, which is not something, unfortunately, it's not something that many of our elders have had, you know, thinking about the early and mid-1900s and what people have gone through. Yeah, I'm not sure if any of that's kind of resonating.
It's kind of cool what you're saying. Then I think what's unique with fire as a form of activity, you know, I've said before, it's a tool to be applied, so it's about gardening the environment. And for us, we use the word gardening with environment because, you know, it suggests, it confirms, you know, a human interaction and involvement. And then by your design, by your involvement, you're tending to country, you're moving stuff. Some species become more prominent, some species might be less by your design, your active management. That's what we need as people. But with fire, I think there's such a breadth of sensory stimulus. You know, I spoke earlier about the sense, the aroma. In a sense, there's an audio, and with different things burning. If you can connect to Wi Murub, the spirit of fire, now you're stimulated by the crackling of the way that materials are combustionable. There's a visional element. There's almost a caressing element in terms of the way that wind moves with fire. So you look at the way that the smoke moves, you can look at the way that a flame bends, you can walk around it and feel the heat from the fire. There's that much going on. I don't think in all forms, perhaps of human existence, there's been something that we're more curious about than fire. And it's so uniquely us as First Nations people and as in Australia. You know, if I want to suggest things to people, we've been robbed of this. It's healing for us as a people, and we know if there's any country, continent in the world that can sort of lead by example and show others around climate change, we can do something ancient here. We can reintroduce something ancient that the ancestors taught us, and they want us to be practitioners. So I just think it's so stimulating, fire. Above all other things, you can be a chemist and immerse yourself in, you know, the oxidisation reactions of combustible materials. You can be an ecologist and look at the effects on invertebrates. You know, you can look at so many areas around this, but the simplicity, the beauty of this is empower us and our people that we should be able to go out on every day that you should or could or would burn, and you give fire to country. Like, that will secure us, I think, to be safer, to be healthier, and to be uniquely us again.
It's one of the things that I've always found about cultural burning as well is, well, not even cultural burning, just like fire in general. No matter what walks of life people come from or what they do for a living, no matter their age, everyone is just curious about fire. There's something so fundamentally intrinsic about the human condition that fire is something that just intrigues us all. It's a mystery, it's a threat, but it's our friend. It keeps us warm, gives us life. And I think it's so wonderful, and certainly I'm very proud to be part of a people who have these such strong ancient traditions of fire. And I think that you're exactly right, in an increasingly combustible world and in context of global, of climate change, you know, perhaps the solutions and innovation lie in our deep past. So maybe we can harness that and step into the future, drawing from that. So I'm curious to ask, considering that, you know, where, in your opinion, using cultural burning and applying fire more comprehensively in the landscape when it's safe to do so, how does that respond or fit into the challenges we all face with the changing climate, with an increasingly unsafe environment and unsafe climate? Where's cultural burning in the larger response to climate change for your mob and your country?
Yeah, so I think in the longer term, the longest term, and maybe we think centuries out, you know, and hopefully, you know, our children, our descendants of us today are still around and building upon, you know, our strategies and approaches today that are practical and useful. I think for us as a people, it's a bit of like we've got some sort of recipe and we believe it's going to contribute to success. It mightn't be ultimately the only solution, but in our belief, it's going to be a significant contributor to wellness of climate, of people and of country. So I think now we're persistent, consistent. We stay the course, Bhumi. We just keep working, having greater friends and allies around us as people that instill more pride in us, and we celebrate our collaboration and just stay the course. I think there's, as you touched on earlier when we were having a chat before today, there's so many nations around the country, that are trying to empower themselves and reconnect and give fire that will be a benefit. The alternative is, and I think we were saying this earlier, okay, as citizens, as society, taxpayers, whatever, we just keep putting our hands in our pockets and, more aircraft, bigger aircraft, more retardants, more chemicals, more fuel reduction burns, in quoting Dr. Kevin Tolhurst earlier. In the last 6 years of his life, the defining moment, the light bulb went on. Oh, Indigenous fire is the solution. He's one of the greatest minds nationally, if not internationally, and he realised that all their data around hazard reduction, fuel reduction, burning, within 3 years, the same quantity degree of hazard is present in the landscape. So, for my mind, I think for that all that great effort, there's a flaw in that method. If now you're a slave to that method and you're having to go back every 3 years, or excuse yourself that you can't go back in 3 years to again try and reduce that hazard, when you've got towns and cities and societies living in landscape that need another solution. And I just think we're at no loss to give us an opportunity in this and let our grandchildren and great-grandchildren judge us, on what we're doing today. And I'm pretty damn sure that they'll be impressed by all of us societally taking these leaps of faith to do something outside of the box when we know the box has got a few things wrong with it.
Absolutely. It's certainly. I think there's been a few obviously massive disasters, massive kind of bushfires that have really challenged previous thinking around the nature of bushfires, the nature of fire in the Australian landscape. I'm thinking in particular about the 2003 bushfires in Canberra that smashed into the ACT. They were really significant because the old metric for measuring bushfire risk, where the arrow goes and you've kind of got the different fire threat and level, when for those who don't know, when they do that, they don't just kind of go out and have a look and go, oh, today looks like it's a high fire danger or medium. No, it's all calculated based on soil moisture, time since previous rain, temperature, wind, all this kind of thing. So they put it all together into this algorithm, and then it produces a number, and then that's what does it. So basically, and they've got a maximum threat level that they had. So that was where conventional bushfire thinking in Australia and the world was at, and then Canberra happened. And Canberra was really significant because it was the first time ever that metric failed, that algorithm failed, because the threat level went past what they thought was the worst possible case scenario. So Canberra 2003 really changed the game. But then they were like, oh, maybe that was just a freak event, something so cataclysmic, so out of this world that'll never happen again. And then 2009 Black Saturday bushfires did the same thing. And then the Blue Mountains bushfires a few years later did the same thing. And then we had 2019-20, and it did the same thing everywhere. And then all of a sudden, it's like climate change wasn't knocking on the door. Climate change kicked the door down and was in the room, and it's been in the room with us ever since. And that's where we are now. We're in this post-1920 landscape. where climate change is no longer out there, it's real, it's here, and people are really, trying to understand what the circumstances under which we find ourselves now, and our way out of it. And that's, I feel like, created the opportunity for Aboriginal people, because it appears that Western science, it's not that they don't have solutions, but they don't have all the solutions, and there's broad recognition for that, and there is broad understanding and recognition now that fire is an indelible part of the Australian landscape. You cannot remove fire from the landscape. Fire will always be in the landscape. It's a question of what kind of fire is in there and what's it doing. And I feel like that's something our old people always learnt from fire, observing it, watching it, growing with it, and sort of becoming quite symbiotic with fire in these lands as well. So, as well as people manipulating fire and using it, whether it's using it for cooking, using it for warmth, using it for ceremony, using it for hunting, using it to reduce risk in the landscape, fire is also a teacher. I've certainly learnt a lot from working with it, being around it for a while now. So a final question for you, Unc, before we open to some questions, if anyone's got any questions they'd like to ask. What has fire taught you?
Don't know how to answer that, actually. Probably a range of things. I touched on probably the immersive nature of the sensory stimulation around fire. But if I pull a cultural thread from that, I think for me, a family member, and I mentioned my mother's eldest brother, my uncle, earlier, he didn't realise at the time, I think, of his generation that he was really still being a practitioner. I think he was appreciative of the knowledge that was shared to him about being a giver of fire. Probably rarely had a sick day in his life, and he was out in regional Victoria on train lines, when things were a bit laborious and robust and what people needed to be doing. And look back on that experience for me as a younger person and those memories, I think it inspires you to do something yourself that's useful. And then as I got older, I feel then a degree of gratitude. I'm grateful for the experience, and then I can be mature enough now to think, well, we need to instill those types of experiences in younger people so that they inspire to do, I say sometimes, Lucy, great things, but I think it's okay to say to younger people, go out and do some great things, Do something. I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, but don't let, us be slaves as much as I've got smart devices there, but, slaves to the smart devices. I think we need a balance in our lives to, do great things, be inspired. So, I think that's what fire has done for me that I probably didn't appreciate, understand, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. When I was thinking about sort of fire and this larger cultural complex that Aboriginal people are embedded within and operate within, I was thinking about where does fire kind of fit in? It fits across multiple spectrums, and it fits, it's both within and outside of, and all of this kind of thing. But then, like I was describing the moment earlier, when it came to a realisation when sort of interacting with my family, with my boy and my wife. But in another one of those kind of moments, I realised that fire isn't a part of our culture. Fire is our culture, and you can think about it quite practically as well. I mean, the question of what is culture can sometimes be an unhelpful question because it's kind of ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's through everything. It's like it's within us, outside of us, all around us. But you can understand this question of culture through fire. I mean, if you think about a campfire that people are sitting around, that I'm sure all of us at one point in our lives have sat around, what feeds the fire? What feeds the fire are the various kind of, logs and sticks and branches and stuff that you put on, so that's your kind of fuel. And you can think about it that socially and culturally as well. The languages we speak is perhaps quite a large log that you can put on fire. The dances we dance are another log. The food that we eat from our country is another log. Our families are another log. Our stories passed down from our old people is another log. So you kind of get all of these different parts of culture and you think about them as these logs on a fire. You put them all together, what have you got? You've got a raging kind of campfire that's so bright, that's so not just warm but hot. And you think about the project of colonisation through that process as well. What did they try and do? They tried to take languages, to remove that log from the fire. They tried to take our food from us when they gave us rations and, and introduce beef and lamb. And it's another log that you get taken off. You remove people from their country, it's another log you get taken off. So, you take enough logs from the fire and the fire goes out. Whereas what we're talking about, I guess, is in various ways, whether it's through teaching language, whether it's through educating our kids, whether it's, dancing, whether it's telling our kids stories of our homeland and the creation of the land, like we're tending to the fire, we're putting logs back on it, and then over time, it's like this, what we're doing is transmitting this fire from ourselves to our kids and then from them to their kids, and over time we teach them a little bit more language, connect them a little bit more with the country than perhaps we were, making sure that they know their family and where they come from, teaching them all their stories, like we're tending to the fire in our kids, and then the fire burns inside them and then gets passed on. So it's kind of this, fire's taught me, it's this kind of great analogy for understanding our own culture and what we're doing with it, how it operates and how we can pass it on to our kids, but also, how we can, make the fire burn brighter in our own lives as well. So fire's a great teacher and it's a mentor, and we'd be wise to listen to it. Might open with a question.
It must be good if chefs and cooks actually have liquid smoke and they put it on food.
Yeah, you know what tastes better than liquid smoke? Actual smoke.
Actual smoke.
Any questions? Any comments? From down here, gentlemen.
Make sure you hold it close to your mouth.
Okay. Thanks. That was super interesting hearing you unpack the cultural dimension of fire. Really insightful, and such a beautiful metaphor at the end of the meaning of fire. Just you painted a beautiful metaphor. In southeast Australia, it's heavily altered and heavily regulated. And Uncle Rodney, I thought your remark about having to work within the heavily regulated environment in which we live was really insightful. You've got to work within it if you're going to change the world. Are there examples of where you're getting traction on cultural burning in this corner of the country?
Yeah, so if I just jump to outcomes, we've got over 30, potentially 38 burns planned that as practitioners we will implement at the end of summer. So once the season cools a little bit, we get a bit more moisture, country is wanting fire, we'll do that. Now, 5 years ago we couldn't have done that. I think we were doing around 2 or 3 fires a year. We've got all the regulatory requirements, so safety and the risk and liability, all that stuff, is still a critical mandatory box that we've got to tick. So fortunately, we've got our own tanker, so a fire truck, multiple fire vehicles suitable to industry, fire and forestry standard. And so, you know, we do that in a regulatory framework, as I said earlier, based on our values, so our cultural values, and then increasing private landowners wanting to commercially engage us as a people, and even through our risk framework, this is where we do family fires. We do more cultural stuff, so you'll get greater gender diversity and children participating, because they're tenures that allow a degree of discretion to do that. It's really hard to do that, you know, on our country in public estates or Crown land at the moment. But we aspire to be able to do that ultimately. So, you know, we'll hopefully, in a projection of effort, maybe doing an additional 10 fires each calendar year in the planning, and to make sure that we have the capacity to meet our capability now to do that sort of stuff. So for us, that's actually as much as we can do ourselves, but also, you know, we sensibly need to partner and collaborate with others, and you know, that's pretty inspiring.
Any others? You've got a few hands, which is wonderful to see.
Thank you for sharing. I've got a few questions, but I might just ask one to save space for other people. But my parents are farmers on Dadaroa land in northeast Victoria, and fires becoming more regular and catastrophic every year and very scary. And now just having, you know, a bushfire escape plan isn't enough, obviously. Do you have any recommendations or, insights about how to encourage farmers to be more sort of culturally aware about cultural burning, or how to be more collaborative, or what to do?
Yeah, from northeast Victoria, from Doodaroa country. Yeah, I'll link you up with my friend Minda Murray. She'll be interested to talk to you.
Thank you.
But no, but in all seriousness, I think it's, look, thinking about Australia, like even now, spatially across Australia, there's a lot of, you know, talk and effort put into engaging governments and thinking about government's role in supporting, you know, cultural burning or hazard reduction kind of more generally. But if you look at, like, spatially across Australia and look at the land tenure of Australia, the two big land managers in this country are agriculturalists and Aboriginal people. I mean, they're the two, more than, you know, it's like 80-something% of Australia, the Australian land mass, is managed by those two groups. So any positive outcomes in managing the land better is going to need to be done by bringing those two groups together. And I hold hope that one day, you know, hopefully not too distant from in the future from now, because increasingly through the work I come across you know, pastoralists, farmers, you know, non-Indigenous landowners that are just so hungry to engage with Aboriginal people, to find better ways of looking after the environment. And so, like, I guess it's such a big thing, but I think we kind of need to think about, like, on the scale of you know, the Hawke government kind of accord that existed between, you know, farmers and greenies and the birth of land care and all that kind of thing. I think we're on the cusp of doing something like that, but I think all that stuff really can happen at the local level and the regional level now. If that's something that you want to do, I'd say just sort of, find the right groups in that area, reach out, and if there's no one to contact your local member. Talk to your local member, seriously. They listen to well, good ones anyway, listen to their constituents. And if that's something that your family or other kind of landowners in the region are really interested in, get in contact with the local member and say you want to explore those opportunities, and put it on them, because that's their job.
I just wanted to add to that. I think this idea around we've got to normalise this. So, you know, how can we use simplistic or just simpler phrasing around, you know, I might emotionally, culturally want to give fire, but country needs fire. So then it's rethinking or reframing what needs to happen. And if now fire is absent from the landscape and I look at it and I see materials that are combustible because they're dry, culture, that's dirty country. And then other people, they just can't connect. So how do we help each other better understand what we visually see and that country's dirty, it's combustible, it's no sensible, easy use for biodiversity, health and ecosystem function. So now do you give fire? Yes, of course you give fire. And you very subtly modify that vegetation's presence and usefulness for habitat for country. So, you know, we can similarly try and describe how we can connect in the mind to that and start giving fire to country, to what I framed earlier. If we can have multiple plumes of smoke, you know, that's going to be absolutely beautiful. And for future generations, when they see that, you know, oh goodness, I feel safe. You know, this whole notion of how catastrophic fires work. And you know, we haven't got enough time left to get into it, but fire moves in two manners that there's connectivity of fuels. You know, so we take that away. Okay, there's a connection of the fuels. And what we see with catastrophic events is there's the projection of lit fuels called spotting. And the wind, and they're projected, you know, sometimes multiple kilometres in front of fires. That's the catastrophic stuff. But if we're careful and created lower hazard country, these burnt patches, you know, you think of it like a quilt, burnt patches all over country. When the catastrophic events come and they project that ember, statistically, probability, and we would want this, they land in an area that we've been tending country, less connection of fuels, less risk and volatility that fire will continue. And that's cultural fire, where you need these multiple patches of burnt landscape, and that's what mosaic is. You need multiple. And every year, every month, we're burning to break up the connectivity of landscape and its fuels will potentially be safer as people.
I think we're at time, but yeah, maybe just finishing with you, Anka, a final thought, a final reflection from this discussion. Looking to the future or where we're at now, what's a final thought to give our guests to, you know, walk away with?
I really liked your suggestion before. Like, you know, hopefully we're good at leading our mobs and, you know, we get to this place of being able to describe what that is and be able to present our mind in documentation and then it's more consistently being able to read and understood. But I think talk to other forms of leaders, regulators, authority, your local members, things like that. Show an interest or, you know, heart on your sleeve that you support what your local mob is doing. And then I think we just have a greater effort of contribution to trying to get actions and outcomes.
I travelled down here yesterday from Western New South Wales, flew Dubbo to Sydney and then Sydney down here. And on the Sydney to Melbourne flow, you fly over the alpine areas and about halfway along the flight, so it would have been probably quite close to, you know, over Doodaroa country, around sort of that Tumut down to Albury region. There's a lot of big lakes and stuff, that big dams that are all through there. And as I was flying over, there was this one kind of mountain range and it had been lit up. And it was just this, you know, not just one line of fire, but multiple lines of fire coming down sort of on the ridges and whatnot. And you could see all this beautiful white smoke coming up from it. And I was looking out the window and I looked at it and I was like, that is absolutely beautiful. You know, and that's the kind of place that we need to get to as a country and as a society of people, to know good fire, to see good fire, and to, you know, welcome it and love it and really, really adore it. So we'll leave it there. Thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful discussion. Please join me in thanking Uncle Rodney as well.
But you're bound to find nothing left but a silhouette fading in the light. Wheels are turning. Then I never said a thing, for I swear the last sign said keep on running. Oh, I know I need to keep on running. Keep on driving till the sun goes down. Keep on drinking in the cheap hotels. I'll be hiding in them old ghost towns. To be where you are ain't the right thing right now. And I wonder how has this become my problem? To pay for what you did, and it makes me cry. Oh, I came to you with nothing, and I'm leaving you with less. Keep on driving till the sun goes down. Keep on drinking in the cheap hotels. I'll be hiding in them old ghost towns. To be where you are ain't the right thing right now. To be where you are ain't the right thing right now. I wake up in the middle of the night. I had a strange voice calling my name out in the moonlight. Then I woke by myself along the beachside. Then I saw the island. It's burning my eyes so far away. Oh yeah, my island. That's my mother's land. She's calling me across the ocean to every island. When I see the moon and the star shining down on me, it reminds me about my mother's land. We call Mary Island. Oh yeah, Mary Island. That's my mother's land. She's calling me across the ocean to every island.
Hi everyone, my name's Leigh Maloney. I'm the yarn bomber for this session. This is a piece called Tugumbengir. There's a long beach walled by sand dunes with death adder burrows. Frothing tides reach for the dancing she-oaks over the wall. Seagulls ride the whistling wind from one end to the other. There's a calm river born from the tall mountains. Freshwater carves through the pastoral valleys to the sea where it is inhaled by hungry riptides. There's a dark rainforest filled with ferns, fungi, and lyrical lyrebirds. Memories of an ancient time not so long ago hides under the moss. Water falls into a pool so clear it looks like tears. There's a stagnant swamp housing thousands of chattering fruit bats. When the sun touches the grey mountains, the thousands flee into the last rays of light. For hours, the pastel sky is speckled by dark wings fading west. There's a round headland poking into the endless blue. Humpback whales wave as they migrate by. Tide pools overflow with pieces of the ocean, blue-ringed octopuses, and empty seashells filled with voices. There's a tall hill covered in brick houses in a tarmac street. Stand in the gutter to watch the sun fall asleep, tucked into the mountains. Gilladara paints the heaven-reaching clouds with hues of dusk. There's the island, whose history is obscured by greens. Some of them elders grew up there with the rustling she oaks and swelling river. They remember the bodies buried beneath the golf course. There's a haunted estuary dyed brown by tea trees hanging off the banks. Nan never let us stay there when nighttime called out. A wounded goanna swims through the medicine water. There's a massive midden tracking millennia of movement. Old people walk, eat, and record their presence. They've been there since the beginning. Here now they hold me dear and whisper in my ear. Here I stand with granite bones, saltwater tears, and ochre red blood. The deep ocean within me begs to be reunited with homeland. Ancestors swim in my depths, illuminating the darkness like stars. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Yuridu, Yundi, Janine, Warajurigina, Gandagadi, Barambijidi. Hello, my name's Janine. I'm from the Wiradjuri people of the Murrumbidgee River, southwestern New South Wales. I'd like to acknowledge today that we are meeting here today on the lands of the Wurundjeri peoples of the East Kulin Nations, and pay my respects to elders here, past and present, and those to come, for their continued care of the land. I'd also acknowledge that I'm a visitor here on this lands and have had the privilege of living here for the last 8 years, and to also acknowledge that I'm living on stolen lands as well, even as a First Nations person. Would like to acknowledge other First Nations peoples in the audience joining us today, and to thank our audience for coming, thank our yarn bomber, and also to say that I am here today in solidarity with other occupied and stolen lands, and my heart is with Gaza today. Thank you for coming. It gives me great pleasure to be on this panel, but I do have to confess to be moderating this panel, but I do have to confess that I'm also a ring-in for this panel. I was just asked to come and moderate this panel this morning, so, but that's okay. I'm happy to be here and happy to be talking about this collaboration called Woven between Aotearoa and First Nations Australian poets, which was edited, I think, by Annie. No, I don't think. I know, sorry. I just don't like the word edited. I prefer to use, when you're talking about anthologies, I prefer to use the word gathered or curated by the wonderful Anne Marie or Annie Tafiwa. Through the Red Room, through Red Room Poetry. And we have joining us today 4 poets who have contributed to that anthology, along with many others who have also contributed, but we're going to be lucky enough to hear from 4 of them today. So I might just briefly introduce my panel. So here with me on stage is Evelyn Araluan, who is a Bundjalung poet and writer and scholar, currently living here also in Naarm, Melbourne. And joining us on Zoom, we have Anahira Gildia. Anahira is a writer and an activist, and she's worked extensively as a visual and performing artist and writer and teacher, and her work has appeared in numerous journals and anthologies, and she's been awarded as a finalist in both poetry and short stories, and she won the Hiwa Best Novel Extract in English and the Takai Short Story Competition. In 2016, she published a book of poetry called, I'm sorry if I pronounce this wrongly, Pora Porakai, or To the Lord My God, Weaving via the Dolorosa. And in 22, her long-awaited first full-length collection, Sedition, was published by the collective Takihai. We also have Esame Ranapiri. Esame is a poet, person, and thing. This is from the bio who lives on Nekapati, Waiahare. I apologise for my poor pronunciation as well. They are the winner of the Janet Frame Poetry Prize for 2023 and the inaugural Kerry Holm Award. They are the author of the books Ransack and Echidna, and co-editor of the journal Kipu Toi Takapui. Sorry about that. Sorry about the language.
You're doing great.
And they have a great love for language and land back and hot chips, and they have very little love for, I have to read this bit, they have very little love for cops, landlords, seafood, and they will write until they're dead. Okay, good to hear. Okay, and then Rayleigh Lancaster, who's also joining us on Zoom this morning, from Meanjin, I believe. And Rayleigh's an award-winning writer and library professional, and her writing crosses over poetry, non-fiction, criticism and playwriting. And Rayleigh hopes to combine their work with a career in the galleries, libraries, archives and museum sector to promote empathy and listening and laughter. And Rayleigh was raised on Awabagal land, and she's descended from the Wiradjuri and Burpai peoples. So that's our panel joining us today, and they are a sample of the many writers that we have in this book. Also, I didn't deliberately sort of introduced Evelyn a bit short there because I thought she can do it for herself. So I might just hand over to Evelyn to give a bit more of an introduction and to speak as our first contributor. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think that kind of covers it. That's, you know, I write, born and raised in Darug country, Burraburrungal Darug country, but I'm a Bundjalung woman and very honoured to be living down here and to be a guest here in Kulin Lands, and just continuing as well to extend that respect and acknowledgement for Boomerang, Wurundjeri peoples and all the custodianship and care for country that goes into this place. And also, you know, as people gather outside of this building for the Palestine rally today, extending that solidarity and respect for Palestinians, whether they be in Gaza, Rafah, the West Bank, or here in the diaspora. You know, my heart's with Palestine right now, and I think thinking about those connections between Indigenous peoples, between colonised peoples, and you know, and the various diasporas of dispersed, oppressed, marginalised communities, you know, it's fitting to be talking about woven today as we think about the bonds of solidarity that connect us to different people living under colonisation. So, yeah, so that's where my heart and mind is, even if my body's here.
Thanks. I think I'd like to kick off by just reading a little bit of the introduction for the anthology, which is, once again, as I said, is called Woven, and that's a very symbolic name. And having worked on an earlier anthology called Guayu, which was also produced by Red Room and which brought together a collection of over 34 First Nations poets and over 14 different languages. There's a tremendous skill and importance in bringing these kind of gatherings together. And for how you name them as well. So Guayu was a Wiradjuri word which means for all times, or still, or yet, or later. And it's also because Wiradjuri people don't say goodbye, it's just going to be see you later. So Guayu is sort of like a way of saying later and always, which was a really important name to give that collection. And in addition to the poetry in the collection, the process of the gathering and the curating was probably also equally as important. So I wanted to acknowledge Annie's role in that and just read a little bit from the foreword to this anthology, which was written by Auntie Jackie Huggins and Linda Tahua Smith. It says this anthology of intricate and exquisite collaborative pieces has indeed been woven together into a work of art to produce this book. And in their finely structured and crafted words, the authors have defined their own space, while also leaving space for readers to engage and explore in their ideas. So I might start by asking each of our contributors to just speak about their role and their experience in this collaboration. And if that's okay, I might start with our visitors. If it's all right, could I start with Anna Hera?
Kia ora, I te tuatahi ka tuku tēnei mihi ki a koutou katoa kua huhu mai nei. A tinana, ki ngā tangata e whakarongo ana ki tēnei zui. He uri ahau no ngā te tukorehe, ko Anahera Gilday tōku ingoa. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us. And I just want to acknowledge and tautoko the mihi that has gone, that has been said already, to those whose lands this event is taking place on, and also to our solidarity with our Indigenous cousins across the world. Kia ora. So to the question, how was, like for me, collaboration in the process of this collaborative program of weaving these things together was unexpected and incredibly, I think it was incredibly different for every pairing that worked together. But I also think some of the key things that came out of it were that there is an indelible relationship that we have with our Indigenous cousins that is born of all sorts of connections to do with te tai ao, but also connections to do with colonisation, the difficult connections to do with the historical grievances that have come about as a result of colonisation. Certainly, in Aotearoa, that's very prevalent at the moment with our current government. I'm allowed to say that, right? Yeah, kia ora. I think that this process and these kinds of works that have been happening are actually the beginning of an incredibly important movement of Indigenous solidarity across the world, and I think that's really in line with how we are all standing alongside our Palestinian tangata takitaki at this time.
Can I just jump in before we go to someone else? Because you said something there that I'd like to take up. You said it was a great, words to this effect, you said it was a wonderful collaboration, but it was also unexpected. Why unexpected?
Actually, that's a really good question. And for me, a lot of the collaborations that I've been asked to do are housed within a very Western paradigm, and how we approach it and what we do is based on a whole bunch of custom and, we would say tikanga in Māori, but like ways of doing things that are actually really institutionalized and governed by the gatekeepers in the world of poetry and the world of writing and the world of literature. And so one of the things that struck me really intensely when we began, Evelyn and I began to correspond, was the difficulty of, we share a whole bunch of things that people expect us to share, but we wanted to communicate and find the vulnerabilities that are between us that are not determined by that colonization picture.
Yes, okay, yeah, that's good, because that's what I was kind of hoping you might talk about, was that kind of comparison, yeah, dangerous colonial comparisons between First Nations people in settler colonies, yeah, and dangerous superficial ones, but not enough really meaningful ones, like this one. Yeah. Thank you. And I think also sticking with the visitors, SMA, would you like to speak to your experience of being part of this anthology?
Kia ora. I'm currently on the lands of Ngāti Wairere, and so I want to acknowledge them, and also I want to acknowledge the people of the land who are where the event is actually taking place. Yeah, that's a sentence. I was really under the impression that Annie wanted me and Rayleigh to be friends. So that was I think that was a big part of it. I don't think I'm giving a secret away, but I think it was a really big part of it was like, the book is like a really important taonga treasure object in the world, but I think it was, the main thing was to make these connections between Indigenous people. And well, Rayleigh and I, you know, talk a lot outside of this context, and I don't know, I think someone made this comparison. I'm going to say someone did, so that it's not me. But like, writing poetry of someone else is kind of like having sex with them. So it's like really like personal and embarrassing and exposing, but also like really pleasurable. And so I don't know, it was really nice to get to work with Rayleigh, because it was like all those things at once, but it felt safe because we had so much in common, you know. Yeah.
Are you sure you can't remember who made that comparison? Really want to...
Well, I feel like people have... Maybe it was singing together that gets compared. It releases like a similar chemical as yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have made that comparison.
Yeah.
Just me.
I think it's quite poignant. It's probably just a lot of people haven't said it before. So yeah, good on you. Rayleigh, thank you.
Yeah. Why do I feel like Emily, your partner, was the one that said it? I feel like it came from somebody that was like very close to like one of the two of us or something. But yeah, yeah, it's been, yeah, just like I think that that Essa and I, we've got so much in common outside of poetry, outside of being Indigenous, even though that informs everything about us. We just really gelled on so many things. And I think that was really helpful for the process. And I think too, because we had met, because we had started a friendship before the collaboration, that we had built some of that trust already, and so it did feel really seamless to just dive straight into it, which is quite punny because there's lots of water in our poem, and so yeah, that was just a really, really beautiful experience for me. Yeah.
Thanks. I'll come back to the lots of water thing as well, because I think like there's, I've got a few things to talk about. One of those is water, but first I think we'll go to Evelyn.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to put it out there that I did not have the association of writing poetry with Anahita as a sexy thing. Apart from anything else, I'm sure it is for other people. It just for us that was like I was just like, you know, like I was baby duckling with Anahita, right? Like I imprinted on her and I was just like, yes, okay, you're smarter than I am and you have your shit together. Okay, good. I'm a parasite now. So maybe there's varied forms of collaboration, but that contemplation feels immediately incestuous to me. So there's a real doesn't work, but I respect it for you, Mob. Glad that's a productive, quote unquote productive analogy for use. But I mean, listen, I've got a broader theory about different structures of production and literary production or artistic and creative production in colonial frameworks that are so much about extraction and so much about commodification, and they're not process driven, they're product driven. And that's, I think, the conventional model that that Indigenous practitioners everywhere have been struggling in various colonies, because it's a function of capitalism and it's elite capture and it's all of these mechanisms that seek to constrain all of our capacities into something that can be taken and sold. And I think knowing, knowing from a point of critique about why those structures are and those extractions are bad for mob and why they will never really work with any of our ways and systems. I can know that intellectually and I can know that culturally, but when it comes to writing, I still have a lot of things to learn and insecurities about my practice. I'm still constantly convinced that somebody's going to work out that I don't know any rules about poetry at all. But what was nice is just speaking with Anahita at the start about like, well, what poems do you like that come from, it was a nice way of just being involved in a process that couldn't, I loved the idea of something being completely democratic and thinking that we were going to be, completely even practitioners and collaborators in that sense. But I think it's actually natural that Anahita really kind of like did take the lead with that, with that work really in a significant way, because it was recognising, we're on different parts of such a similar story, and we've had different points of, there's, if you read the Water Sweep, like there's different points of pain and grief and, not healing as a neat analogy, but healing as that blunt way of just trying to like get through living. And that was something that it felt like Anahita had learnt things that I needed to learn, and I could get a glimpse of those in that process, which was so valuable for me.
Yeah, thank you. Also, I think it was also SMA mentioned friendship, which I think like is greatly underrated outcome of all of this. Like, not just this anthology, but a great underrated outcome of all collaborations that people want from First Nations people, like extractive, is what Evelyn said, and I think that's pretty apt. When I was writing the foreword to Guwayu, I said the anthology was different in a number of ways, and I think this one might be likewise. I said there was 3 differences between this anthology and between Guwayu as a First Nations anthology and this anthology now as a First Nations collaborative anthology. And first is that it speaks from the many countries or nations or places that are underneath a geopolitically federated nation that is imposed on top of them. Second, the collection brings together many voices that may not have been heard before, and many new poems across the length and breadth of, with Guwayu it was 1 continent, with this book it is 2 countries, alongside those of more established, which is what Evelyn talked about, emerging and established poets. And the third, I think, is probably the most important one, is the editing and consultation process that underpins these groundbreaking collections is benchmarked in First Nations and Maori or Indigenous editing around consultation practices with the poets. And so I think that was also these books, and the final one was these books do more than just showcase poetry as an art form. They do showcase poetry as an art form, but they do so much more than just showcasing poetry as an art form. They do a lot of the work that history is meant to do and doesn't do. They do a lot of the work that social commentary is meant to do that doesn't do for us. And it does a lot of the work that publishers otherwise don't do either, unless they're called upon to do these kind of special editions. Because there's a lot of people across both these editions that would not otherwise be there. So they do a lot of extra work, these collections, besides just showcasing poetry as an art form. What I thought I might do now is ask you to read, because I think everyone would like to hear you all read. And so I know that these collaborative pieces, some of them were quite long, so I might ask you all if you'd like to just read a passage or an excerpt from your piece. Choose the piece you like the best.
I'm going to suggest, Anahita, for the sake of the Zoom situation, I'm going to suggest you read an extract. No, you're not happy. Do you want to?
She's happy.
Yeah, okay. But shall we read it together?
Yeah.
I'm happy to. Do you reckon there's a delay, or are we good?
I have no idea. Shall we find out?
I think we'll be all right. Should we read?
Shall we make it so the delay's deliberate?
Yeah, intentional. I love that. Do you want to? Should we read from the first one? Or
Yeah, bye. Okay, let's read the first one.
yeah, if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd love to. I'd be honoured. Okay. So, a water sweet. Ocean, salt water, white sea.
Mulitani.
Where I'm from, the sand is cold. At night, the shell's empty, grey. Clouds scudding like the Iriwaru, the spirit voices on the shore.
Tender salt, gentle rush of foam. No explorer can hold enough breath for where I'm from, fathoms and fathoms deep.
I have heard, I have danced, narrative after narrative.
Have heard it sung, have done the singing. Our shadows are nuclear, our gods can swim.
Never turn your back on the ocean. I hear this every time I have salt water up my nose, down the back of my throat, making me cough. Every time I have sand in my togs, my socks. Every time I place the smallest of cat eyes in my pocket and whisper a karakia, I hear my mother
Hear fear, not as tremor, but as the roar of a wave. Never turn your back to things that swallow, sea, midden, archive, men, or the women they hollow.
Matariki is an internal time, when the bounty for the year is told by the brightness and sureness of the sky siblings. When those who have passed in the year are gone, in the year gone are swept up by the great waka, who are wheturangitia made stars. It is cold, time for gatherings by fires and sharing stories. The time that the sun shacks up with his winter wife, Hini Takurua. Hini Raumati is the summer one. This is an arrangement the women had. Half a year off is genius and sustainable.
Now is the time for Garawa to remind the sea of the song that made it. It's time for us to sing shore to shore.
In the summer of my always childhood, the beach's hot sand on fire during the day. We went to collect shellfish with our toes or check nets. We didn't go to lie down on towels, nor cover ourselves in coconut. I sent messages across the ocean stuffed into Coke bottles. I wrote, I'm being held captive in a concrete tower in Foxton. Send help immediately. Aotearoa, 1989. Because I believed in story. I believed someone might get them.
I did, and I wept for you.
Those at Tangi speak often of the tides. To the waves that come when my son died, we wrote, go. The evening tide is for you. The morning tide is for me. The tungai-ngai a precipice.
There's only so much we can carry, only so much before we sink. The sea has been taken from us before, and it remembers the pain of spilling across dry earth, the wake of the waters that bleed on the stone, the song scraping ashen heels across dust and salt, the story it had to carry for our own end. It remembers and will not forget.
2 friends tried to die by sea. Neither succeeded. One because of the luck of a passerby. One because her body refused to stay down no matter the intoxicant.
Only so much, and never enough.
When I was alone and contemplating death, its expanse, a constant scream, I used to go to the shoreline, take stance, and bait the ocean.
Come for me.
Come for me, I say. And so.
I heard you. Did you hear me sing back?
This is the sadness our mothers must have felt. Sadness that likes to dress as resentment. Grief. The waters of the earth speaking to us by the moon.
That was special. Thank you. SMA and Rayleigh, would you like to read something, however you'd like to organise it between you or separately? What would you like to do?
We're gonna read together, but
Yep.
we have like a stanza each kind of thing.
Yep.
And I'll just give the title of the poem, and then Rayleigh will start.
Monday Guru, thanks.
A poem in which 2 indigiqueer hotties definitely do not overshare about anything, featuring big fish, big birds, and revolutionary violence.
My forever mood is horny sad. Chasing any hit of dopamine, I am deadly in every sense of the word, especially to myself. Venus married to forge and fire, wanting to burn hotter still, burn until her magma oceans boil, until she becomes uninhabitable. Unlike Frank O'Hara, I prefer art over real life men. Give me a Botticelli and I will get myself to orgasm just so I can cry after. Give me some of that oxytocin, maybe then I'll parse love like a familiar tongue. I cannot understand joy without a little pain. or a lot, maybe a sprinkle on my cornflakes as a treat.
Just coming into the toilet bowl, writing hormones that fluctuate in amount but not enough to disappear whatever it is that comes out. Is everyone else coming out to their families at the same time in the same way? It's always so fucking repetitious. My uncle staring at me all Christmas Day and not saying a word because the boy he thought he knew I had taken out the back and shot in the head, or maybe he couldn't control his thoughts seeing me in a dress, always commenting on the ways I would learn to appreciate my cousins' bodies, but the joke's on him. My first sexual experience was with my brother, and it fucking sucked. But I'm still way into people touching my ass. I want my love across the sea to fly back to me and finger my prostate. All nails can be lesbian nails if you try hard enough. And once I'm done, she can leave me with a fuckadoki I don't understand, or whole beautiful sentences in a language my ancestors had beaten out of them, and I have not regained.
I emphasize the first syllable, twist my tongue around a pointed vowel my grandmother would have spoken centuries ago. The words taste as foreign as her touch, as empty as my father's gaze, our eyes echoing the sunlight that filters through the tree line, hints of gold in earthy brown. I wonder how I'll communicate with my ancestors when I follow them into the dreaming. I wonder if my dictionaries will survive the trip. I stutter in my native languages just as much as I stutter in English. I hear my speech therapist tell me to speak slower, speak in a wispy voice that makes me sound sweet and demure. But I haven't been either since before I could talk. If I had a coin for every time a boomer asked if I'd seen the King's Speech, I'd have enough money to buy my land back. As if a movie is enough to make me fluent, as if every millennial with daddy issues doesn't have Colin Firth's entire fucking filmography memorized.
I want to scream at my father for making shit difficult, but the gaps he left in my life are maybe holes made for me to fill something worth fighting for. Like when I put the popcorn in our too small microwave and I managed to avoid burning even one kernel. Hell fucking yeah. I repeat until I fall asleep. Hell fucking yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Hell.
It's all fun and games until the group chat goes quiet and you're left alone in the dark expanse of your living room, having forgotten what living actually looks like. One hand hovering over the blue light hellscape, anticipating another notification you're never going to receive. The other down your top, cupping your left hip, pretending it's the warm embrace of the lover you forgot to call back for the third time this week. It'll be funny in the morning when dawn bathes regret in a pink, yellow glow, and you're made to exist as other adults do in the liminal space between two breaths. It'll be funny in the morning when you remember what laughter tastes like, pop rocks against the roof of your mouth, an ice cube melting on her scarlet tongue. It'll be funny in the morning when you roll into the cold expanse beside yourself, half awake, one hand still fondling a breast.
An absent finger checking to see how much they've grown, these itty bitties. Estrogen is stored in the balls and in the patch at my side. My partner laughs at me going through puberty 2.0 at the age of fucking 30. I am later than most and far earlier than others. Think of one of my closest friends, Koro or Kui, could only start wearing dresses when their wife died. I used to be so scared that everyone I loved would leave me as I grew into my sweet Baphomet transition goals, broad shoulders and tits of the devil. Where do I get the horns, the wings, the hooves from? Black Philip asking in his most satanic voice, wouldst thou like to live deliciously? How delicious do I think my life deserves to be? How delicious can we make it in this space in between boiling sky and bleeding earth? Two bodies that miss fucking each other so much. they are responsible for everything.
You.
Thanks to all those the poets who shared then. A few things came up when I was listening to people talk. Water, I mean, water comes up a lot in these poems, and I think water's an interesting space because it's a soft space and a hard space, and it is actually what separates all the settler colonies that were colonised by, invaded by England, I guess. So water separates Australia and Aotearoa and Australia and Turtle Island, and I'm always just interested in that space as both like a hard and a soft space, because water can be soft or deadly, or you know, it's life-giving, but it's also detrimental. And I was interested in the water themes that came out a lot in these books, and I don't think it gets talked about enough. But the other thing that I was also of interest to me is a lot, you know, First Nations people, colonised people are the most researched people and have the most said about them. And there's many colonial comparisons between Aotearoa and Australia, but mostly by colonists. But I want to ask all of you, as poets who've collaborated across these, what do you think? What do you think are the issues that are really in common? Forget about what the colonialists say and what the theorists say. What do you think are the real uniting points and the real things that, as peoples in these settler colonies, should concern us and drive us? And what are the concerns about your writings? Start with Evelyn, maybe.
One of the things that we discussed as we were, Anahita and I discussed as we were in the process of working out, you know, what this would be, what it might be, is we did discuss water a lot, and I'm not sure if that was an intentional kind of like thematic logic. It was something that we both, you know, it's an obvious place that the mind goes to when we think about what's between us, not necessarily what separates us, but what's between us, you know, and it's salt water, and then the rivers that come into the land as well, and we, you know, there's a sort of a sectioning logic that I can't speak to all of it, because there is, you know, the way that Anahita was describing deep water especially was something really, you know, I resonated so much with what she was describing there. And it's not, you know, that's you know, I'm not even sure that's specifically like a Māori tradition or your people, you know, your nation specifically, but it was something I was thinking about a lot in terms of how water, my concern about water, as a writer now, and as a person now. You know, a couple of years ago, I was in Walgett, and looking at these beautiful, you know, these gorgeous, huge trees with these ancient root structures that would, you know, that were reaching down into the soil, being completely bared and exposed to this, you know, and you don't get a harsher sun than in Walgett. That sun will strip everything from the land. But you know, the crimes, the crimes against humanity and country and land that have been committed by major corporations, by governments, by, you know, stripping all this water from the aquifers, the Murray-Darling Basin, pollution, fracking, you know, the strongest people I've ever met were out there, you know, knitting themselves onto bulldozers to try and save their river systems. You know, Bayami's Nunu in the Brewarrina is one of the most ancient man-built. And, you know, we don't believe it was built by man. We believe it was built you know, by the spirits of that place. But seeing that, you know, seeing the waste that these ancient, deeply, you know, these are places that have lived through ice ages, you know, and continue to nourish their people through ice ages, and yet, you know, global corporations are allowed to strip and drain and poison these, you know, these ancient water systems that nourish everyone. You know, and I think it's important, you know, we must begin with talking about land back as Indigenous people, because it's that sustainability and that knowledge of sustainability that has, you know, kept those places healthy through apocalypse. You know, this isn't the first apocalypse that we're going through now. But land back must also be power back and agency and control over that land. And we have political struggles, we definitely do. But all of our political struggles come back to, they took us off our land, they took our land away from us, and they didn't let us look after it, and they didn't know how to do it, and they weren't interested in looking after it. They wanted to extract, and they wanted commodification. And we have to be constantly opposed to capitalism, because it will never, ever put the water back.
Yeah, I'm a freshwater person, and yeah, the rivers are our archives. Yeah, the world of water in Australia is post-truth, possibly in the world as well, but as the driest continent, the world of water here is post-truth. And I've written a lot about it in my last collection as well, you know, treat every river like it might be your last river, because it might be. But the water, yeah, I was really trying to get to that water connection, because water does actually unite. Water divides, but also unites, you know. It's really that interesting space. But yeah, perhaps we will go to SMA and then Anahira to hear a bit. What do you think are the big concerns across the water for all of us? Or what do you think unites us?
I think, yeah, like this kind of collaboration or thing that creates connection is like an incredibly important one. There's something that the scholar Alistair Somerville talks about, is the ways in which we often are forced to talk to government, have conversations with government constantly, rather than talking to other communities or connections that we can make. And I think that this book is like a really good example.
That's why this book is so
talking
good.
across our communities, rather than, you know, having to put all our time into dealing with the governments that oppress us. But I also agree that, yeah, land back is like central to everything. You know, everything comes from the land, and we will go back to the land. So that's just really important. One thing that was, I think Rayleigh and I both kind of explored, was like relationship to water and our palm. Not so much in the bit we read. There were definitely liquids in the bit we read, but not necessarily water. My last name, Ranapuri, or Ransfield, as it is often written, comes from the last name of a whaler who arrived in Otaki. And there aren't really whales there anymore, because they were all killed, and then those men had to find other ways to, you know, sustain themselves, which is also through extraction. You know, marrying Māori women and getting land that way as well. So there's this kind of, I think, this constant struggle with, you know, the lineages we carry, I think, because, you know, there's like we've been colonized. And so there's a whole lot of places that we come from which might be uncomfortable to deal with, that are still a part of us as well. But yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Land back always.
No, thanks. And you also touched on entanglement too, because that runs really deep, because we were invaded, but we're also tangled up with invaders. Thanks. Anahira.
Kia Kia ora. Thank you for those whakaaro, those thoughts. They're awesome. And actually, the provocation's really interesting because Evelyn and I talked a lot about the water, and also, similarly to bring the incredible Alistair Pongasamabo into the kōrero again. One of the things that she has said, she's an incredible Māori poet and scholar, and she said that, one of the things we need to remember is that the water between us, that is the mainland, the islands in the middle. In a way, they are not the main sort of land in which we operate as Pacific peoples. We operate in the water is the connection between us all. The water is the land in that sense, if you can flip those things. And so I was thinking about that a lot when Evelyn and I were writing and talking about our relationship to the land. I was thinking about it definitely as the thing we have that unites us, and that we will always have that as joined, rather than something that in any way has any kind of separation. In fact, the opposite. And I just wanted to, while I've got the floor, just mention that working with Evelyn was incredible. And in Te Ao Māori, we don't really talk about. Definitely there's an intergenerational relationship between Evelyn and I, because even though I look so young, I'm definitely very old. And so it was a really great conversation, and a really personal conversation. But when we talk about, people will talk about emerging and established writers and things like that, and I really want to encourage people to get rid of those terms.
Exactly. Yeah, totally.
But there's no such thing.
Totally.
And in Te Ao Māori, tuakana taina is really the relationship we're talking about, and that's not to do with age, even though that often plays a role, but it is a reciprocal relationship between generations. And I learned so much incredible information, ways of thinking and processing from my work with Evelyn. And so I just wanted to add that in, it's a really important factor. There's not a hierarchy of knowledge in Te Ao Māori in that same way. And I feel like those kind of constructs of emerging and established come from a really deeply colonial place. And so I just wanted to, just pull that out of there. But, the big concerns that we have, that we share, these are the things that I was surprised by. Obviously, we have concerns about the environment, te taiao, the climate. We have concerns about Indigenous relationships. We have concerns about all of those things. But the thing that I think blew me away was the deeply personal similarities in just our life, in our daily life, and in what we have to cope with on a daily level, and in the kinds of exchanges we have to constantly be navigating, and all of those things. And so it was those, for me, that we put into the water to sort of, swim back and forth between us.
Yeah, that's because the research, you hit on so many things there. Whenever we are researched, they're not interested in the micro stories of what is really, and that is what colonisation is, and that's what activism is too. It's good to see public activism, but most effective activism happens on a micro level and behind closed doors, which is, what is. And also the other thing you hit on that was so good there was around the hierarchies that publishers create, emerging, established, and they are so ageist as well. And in expectation too. Rayleigh.
Yeah, I'm just going off of Anna Hira's point. I got to spend some time in Aotearoa last month with these two gorgeous people on the screen with me. And some of the conversations that a lot of people were having was about water as water as a highway and how we need to activate those highways. And so that's something that I realized that I've been trying to do, but it wasn't until I spent time in Aotearoa that I actually got to put some words to that stuff. And I think too that speaks to the bigger the bigger conversation in that we are currently living in a digital age, in a age of information, but also misinformation. And so I feel like projects like this, where we are like speaking together, speaking to a global conversation, speaking genuinely from the heart, from the soul, from country. I think all of that is just incredibly important, and just that is what I love about this this collection, because there are Sami poets, there are First Nations and Canadian poets. There are poets from everywhere, and that is just a beautiful thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and I think only poetry would do that. Like, you would not get that kind of thing in a more conventional research publication or project or anything. Yeah, we just got the 5-minute warning, and that was probably about 2 minutes ago. So I'm just going to ask, would anyone like to have the last word?
The book.
On anything.
Kia ora. Well, I would like to just tuku this mihi to you all. I wouldn't like to have the last word. I was thinking I would like to ask Evelyn to potentially have the last word, since she is there on country.
Okay. There's lots of thoughts. There's lots of thoughts swimming around. A lot of it is still fixating on the poetry as sex analogy. That's not getting out of my head. But I do, something I really want to emphasise, and Alistair Punga Somerville's name was brought up, and she has done really incredible research on anthologies, and particularly in the Pacific. A lot of Alice's research is on, the formal technical term, these trans-Indigenous connections and collaborations between different nations. And she's got a really beautiful book called Once Were Pacific, which was about, historicising and understanding these... I started calling them Waka dreamings. I don't know why. I don't think she used that term, but to me that was the combination of these seafaring journeys of, different nations and peoples and communities in the Pacific, and how, and Aotearoa being a home, but there being other homes. And I remember learning so much from all of her writing about that, that I found really inspiring, especially given that those are shared waters that come to our coasts, and those are shared songlines and movements and migration movements of living things. And I think one of the most important things really that comes out of the process of an anthology is a collaborative work. And her research has shown that there's a very rich history of anthologies in the Pacific. Often, actually, some of the first publications of many writers will be in an anthology, and I think the work of that, especially in culturally and linguistically diverse communities, especially in Indigenous communities, usually is a result of community labour before it's the result of a publisher or, you know, even an editor, and those connections reveal such rich traditions of solidarity and care. And I guess, yes, of course, buy the book and read the book, and also the other book in this series, Gawayu, and look at the different dialogues and correspondences between different Indigenous peoples and languages, understanding that diversity, because understanding that diversity allows us to understand that individuality is very much a Western myth, and the emphasis on the individual is designed to alienate us from each other, because we're stronger when we are with each other. And that's something I think an anthology does in a really powerful and beautiful way. A book is a foreign object. Stories aren't, of course, but a book is, you know, a book is a product of a system that arrived here. But making that book, you know, so lateral and dialogic and community-driven is, I think, the closest way we can get a book to be for us, by us, about us.
Yeah, and I think, anthologies really work in terms of First Nations cultural protocol and, across all the waters. And Australia could get better at anthologies. But can we say thank you, please, to our visitors and our poets at home. Thanks.
And thank you to Annie Janine.
Wow, we could be on some big giant screen speaker now. Now I'm talking to everyone. Kia ora. Should we go?
Yeah.
Twisting my burner, lights up the fire, ran from the city once loved, bathed in desire, outcast in no embrace, feeling denial, you see the rush on my face, when I've got love fear, I'm falling down, I'm riding along to this storm, and I feel it.
Gently on the breeze, journeyed long to find me, from cool rivers and tall trees, to where the ocean and sky meet. Scent of summer's gone, stop me and I stand, calling me back, a message from the land. Realize what I've done, I've forgotten him. Is it too late to start again? They're waiting for me to remember them. Just a phone call away to come up and stay. Going home. Cedric's waiting at the station. See him smile. Oh, how I've missed him. Bessie's in the kitchen, cooking tea, potato salad and trifle just for me. Long talks, a long drive, into the bush and the riverside. Ghost stories left and right. They keep me up all night, sleeping in my room with the bright green walls. It's so quiet here, no sound at all. I'm home, going home. I'm to this beautiful woman who inspired me to sing, to this kind gentleman who taught me to cherish the little things, to my dear Nan and Pa, to whom I dedicate this song. You know I'll never forget where I come from, my home. Scent of summer's gone, stop me and I stand. Home, going home.
I knew it from the moment I opened my eyes. I thought, okay, it's gonna be one of those days. Took myself to the other side.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this awesome panel. We're going to be discussing young adult writing, and we do have time for questions at the end. So just jot them down, and we'll have about 15 minutes. I'd like to kick it off by acknowledging the Wurundjeri, and the Boonwurrung of the Kulin Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands that we are on today. My name's Mariah Sweetman. I'm a Goodapul writer from Queensland, and I'm with these incredible authors that need no introduction. We've got Melanie Sayward. She's the author of Burn. She's a proud Big and Bull and Waka Waka woman, writer, editor, and university lecturer. Graham Ackhurst, author of Borderland. He's a Kukumini writer from Meanjin, lecturer of Indigenous Studies and Creative Writing at UTS, and Gary Lonesborough, author of Boy from the Mish and We Didn't Think It Through, a Yuin writer who grew up in New South Wales as part of a large and proud Aboriginal family. So make them welcome. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. So to start us off, tell us about yourselves and your mob and maybe a secret talent that you have. Gary, kick us off.
So I'm Ewan. I'm from Bega on the far south coast of New South Wales. We've got family all up and down the coast, like from Eden right up to Kiama. Secret talent. When I was on the trampoline when I was younger, I was going down and my sister was going up and I banged my jaw on the top of her head. And ever since then I've been able to click my jaw. Oh. That's kind of my secret talent. I don't know if I should do one.
It's a fun talent, yeah.
Yeah.
Show us. Oh, wow.
There we go. You're welcome.
I am a Big and Bull and Waka Waka woman. Big and Bull mob is around Gundawindi way, and Waka Waka is up around Cherbourg. You might have heard of the Baramba mission. It was a big mission up there, and that's where my grandparents met. And I live in Tulma, which is Ipswich, just outside of Queensland. And I don't really have, I'm on social media, so I don't think I have any secret talents. I share them all. I can dance on point, in point shoes. Yeah.
Do we have a demonstration?
No, I don't have my point shoes here, so.
Next time.
Soz.
All right.
Yeah.
My mob's the Kukumini of northern Queensland, and I grew up on Yagara country, Yagara and Turrbal country in Meanjin and Brisbane. And as far as a secret talent, I don't know. I feel like I'm a master procrastinator. All writers, I think. So is that a secret talent? I don't know. I think everyone's got that.
Ask your colleagues. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm also an incredibly slow writer, which took me, so that's why it took me so long to get this first book out, and it'll probably be a while before the second one comes out as well. Yeah.
All right. Well, just a movie trailer version of your novels. Can we start with you again, Graham?
Oh, okay. It's a way to put me on the spot there.
Sorry.
Borderlands tracks the journey of a young Indigenous man by the name of Jono. And he begins having these visions of a malevolent figure from the dreaming, a dingo spirit, a almost pale, translucent dingo spirit, which is literally chasing him back into his ancestral heritage, but is also a cry out from country around the fracking enterprise that's happening on the land there. Yeah.
I thought you were going to start with In a World Where...
Yeah.
So Burn is about a young Aboriginal boy who sets a lot of fires. He sets bushfires, and it looks at why good kids, in particular good blackfella kids, do bad things.
Yeah, I'm very excited to read Burn. Just before we didn't think it through. We didn't think it through is about a 16-year-old Aboriginal boy named Jamie who is living with an auntie and uncle in a rural country town. And the story is about him and his friends who steal a car one night and he ends up in juvie. And it's about him kind of reconnecting with his family and learning to understand his emotions.
Yeah, all of these books are just incredible, and I know they've really touched so many people. I would love to discuss your experiences with first publishing a young adult novel. Like, who was the first person to read it? What were your feelings like and emotions like as you engaged with that process? Let's start with you, Melanie.
It was I laugh when people ask that question because people think it's fast. Graham and I both know, I don't know about you, Gary, but it was 10 years really with Burn, the process with it. I started it as a short story in my final year of undergrad creative writing. It was formed part of a project that I did, and everyone who read it said, oh, I think this might be a novel. So I spent that first year out of uni turning it into the first draft, and there's been probably 10,000 drafts since then, which I feel like is only a slight exaggeration. The first person who read it, well, as a novel form, would have been a publisher. It actually was a publisher at Pan Macmillan about 8 or 9 years ago. It was a really long time ago. I sent it. I was working in publishing at the time, and I was not working for Pan Macmillan. I was working for a different house, and I didn't want them to think that I'd got my job in publishing because I also wanted to be a writer. So Pan Macmillan used to do open slush piles. I used to call it Manuscript Monday, and I thought, I just want to know whether I've got something here. So I sent a submission, so it was about the first 6,000 words to that. And then they wrote probably straight back, it was like 2 days, straight back and asked to see the full thing. But that was about 9 years ago and it still hadn't been published. So yeah, it was a long process.
What about you, Gary?
Yeah, mine wasn't quite as long. I've written a different version of my first book, The Boy from the Mish. And for those of you who don't know the story, it's about this Aboriginal boy named Jackson who falls in love with this boy named Thomas, and it's about him coming to accept his sexuality and fall in love. And I originally wrote the story from Thomas's point of view. So those first drafts were from Thomas's perspective. I had a couple friends read it. Particularly like through high school, I kind of had become known as the writer. So I had these friends who were really interested in like reading whatever I wrote. So I sent it to those early drafts, I think 2 or 3 of them. And yeah, it was probably, from start to finish, it was probably 4 years from when I first started writing it to it being published. So it wasn't quite as long, but I had been writing for a long time, and well, pretty much since I was 12, thinking I wanted to be an author. So I'd written a lot of stuff before The Boy from the Mish. But yeah, my publisher's actually in the audience, so I'm trying to, I'll have to give the watered down version of our thing. But no, I did the slush pile thing as well. So I just submitted it to the Ullen and Unwin Friday pitch slush pile. And yeah, it was about 6 months later that I heard back, and so it wasn't quite 2 days.
Well, they rejected me, so that, you know,
yeah,
probably wasn't good that that one came to me.
Yeah, my initial response was a rejection, and then I decided to rewrite the manuscript from Jackson's point of view, then reached out to that same editor, maybe like 5 months later, and yeah, she got back to me in another 4 or 5 months, and yeah, that's kind of how it happened. Yeah, there's a lot of waiting.
And what inspired that change of perspective? Was that feedback or just...
Yeah, it was kind of a combination of, the feedback I was getting from people who were reading it, and I did get a couple of rejections from that first version of the manuscript from different publishers. And it was very similar kind of feedback around Thomas as the, as the protagonist. And that was the story that I wanted to tell at the time, and I started kind of exploring Jackson more in this kind of wait period time, and started to realise that there was a much larger story there, and it was actually more personal to my own story, and yeah, a lot richer in its themes and content. So yeah, it was a combination of feedback and that kind of slow discovery of yeah, sitting with the character and waiting to hear back from multiple people. Yeah.
I started quite late in my writing journey. I got crook with cancer back in 2011 when I was in my late 20s. And it was through the chemotherapy treatment that at that time I was doing all these odd jobs, like I was a musician, I wanted to be a musician. And I'd trained as a musician at the Aboriginal Centre for the Performing Arts. And I was doing all these odd jobs. Like, I think at the time I was a mattress salesman. But I'd worked for the post office, I'd worked for CrimSafe making like security doors, I'd offloaded shipping containers at the wharf, just bitty work to sort of see that dream. But having that 10 months in hospital sort of changed my life in many ways. I realised that music's a very hard industry to make it into. Not that writing isn't, but I wanted to change tack, like the late nights, all that sort of stuff, the whole, zeitgeist around the musician life. So I began reading in hospital, and I began journaling about my experiences with the books I was reading. And I was reading stuff like Kim Scott's Benang and Carpentaria by Alexis Wright, and many non-Indigenous authors as well. And through that experience, I began journaling how I was feeling. And so I enrolled in a degree at the University of Queensland from the hospital. And that was when I began my creative writing journey. And the first words for Borderland were written in my honours year, which was in 2015. And in 2016, I had about 25,000 word manuscript, and I submitted it to the David Uniapan Award, and it didn't get up, but my mentors thought that it was a worthy manuscript. So I approached an agent who's still my agent, Daniela Binks at Jacinta Damas, and quickly after that I got a contract with a large Australian house, one of the big 4 or 5, and I was with that contract for quite a long time, but because it was a short manuscript I had to double the length of it. And being so new to writing, I was about 4 or 5 years in, I didn't quite have the skills to pull that off. And when I did, the manuscript that's been published was probably sitting with them for about 2 years, and they just kept stalling on it. And I decided to pull the book from that house and move to a smaller publisher because there was a lot of energy around it at UWAP comparatively. And I loved, I'm really happy that I was able to publish with them in a really culturally safe way, and we hired as many Indigenous people as we could in the production of the text, so yeah.
Yeah, I think each of your novels really is so respectful and enlightening to Indigenous people. I wanted to know, and this is something that's a bit of a hard question to answer, but what are you most proud of in this process? I know it's like a struggle to big note sometimes, but I want you to big note. What are you most proud of? Let's start with you, Gary.
Like from the book in general, or?
From the book or from anything at all.
Sure. What I'm most proud of, I guess I wrote my first book, The Boy from the Mish, for the 17-year-old me who was a closeted, terrified, depressed Aboriginal kid, and I really wrote that story for the story I would have loved to have read when I was a kid. So the thing I'm proudest of is this 17-year-old Aboriginal kid reached out to me on Instagram one night and told me that they loved the book and that it helped them to come to terms with their sexuality, and it really helped them. And yeah, I was kind of overwhelmed and sat with the message for like 2 or 3 days before I had replied. And yeah, it kind of really made me understand the responsibility or the you know, the impact that your work can have. And so, you know, that's the thing I'm proudest of, is that it reached a young person who was just like I was and who needed to read a story like that I was able to put into the world after, you know, going through my own journey. But yeah, that's the thing I'm the proudest of.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say, like, it's a heavy responsibility as well to be writing and to be putting things out there, but what an incredible achievement to impact young people's lives. What about you, Melanie?
Yeah, I think that's a really hard question. You're right. I thought immediately, I went, oh, that I believed in the story for long enough that it actually came out. I think we're so often told as writers that if it doesn't work, put it in the drawer and forget about it for a little while. And I have done that. I've got, you know, people laugh at me because they say, well, I've got this other manuscript, and it's because it's been 13 years and I'm a writer. I don't just sit on the one manuscript. I had other manuscripts in development at the same time, and I didn't give up on this story. I believed in Andrew and the message, and that it would find a publishing house that also believed in the story, and it just was a matter of who it found, which was a firm press, which I'm very lucky and happy that it went there. But yeah, I think it is that it actually has become a book because I didn't give up on it.
Yeah, mine's a combination of both, which is, I love that I'm sitting here with Mob up on stage, that we're writing into the YA space, because when I was growing up, there were no books, very few, and this is like 95 to 99, I went to a private boys' school in Brisbane called Nudgee College. There was just no books on the curriculum like the books that the three of us have produced, particularly about young Indigenous men and the experiences of young Indigenous men. And I really, like Gary, wanted the 15, 16-year-old version of myself to have had access to a book like Borderland, or to a book like Gary's, or Mel's Burn. So that was the driving force behind it. And so, you know, if we look at sort of the research data, our young men aren't reading enough. And that's something that I wanted to write, an exciting, gripping yarn for our young fellas to read and be really excited about reading. And the other thing is just the pure grit to get the thing over the line, particularly after like a really bad experience with a big publisher, where I felt like I wasn't good enough, I think, for the book to come out. And so that the change of publisher was really great, because I literally, it was circumstantial. I'd put it in the drawer. I was going to pull the book from this big house and just leave it. And I thought, okay, it's not ready. It's not good enough. But it was just purely circumstantial that someone from UWAP had reached out through a friend and who knew the situation and read the book and said, we'll publish this in a heartbeat. If, you know, it's ready to go. You've done everything, including cultural sensitivity. You've worked with community on it. So I was really glad that it came out, particularly for Uncle Ray Stanley, who spent 7 years helping me, who's a Gungri elder who consulted with me for that long to sort of make sure that the Gungri community would be happy with how I'd portrayed the community. Yeah.
And I think each of your books really highlights contemporary issues that are really important to our communities. We've got, like, you know, the youth justice system. We've got, you know, the fracking on cultural lands. I would love, there's like two parts to this question. One, what message do you have for our young people that just keeps on coming up for you that you just want our young people to know? And two, why did you choose to write specifically for our young people? They're both big, but yeah, let's start with you, Gary.
Well, yeah, well, that's a big question. I guess, the biggest thing that I would like the readers to know is just to be proud of who you are. I think, like Graham said, like there's so many, Aboriginal authors with Aboriginal books getting published these days that Aboriginal teens have access to that they didn't, 10, 15 years ago. And I'm incredibly proud to be a part of the group of authors that are putting those books on the shelf. But the key messages of my books are to be proud of who you are and where you come from. So yeah, that would be my biggest message. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
So why did you choose to have that message specifically for young people and write in that young adult category?
Yeah, I guess I love reading YA. I just always have, even when I was like 10. I also think YA kind of really suits my writing style at the moment anyway. Yeah, I love those kind of coming of age stories, those stories about figuring out who you are, first experiences, first time falling in love, first time visiting a city. I just love that kind of the depth of stories that comes in the teen life. I feel like there's so many stories there to tell, and I think they're also really great times to talk about important things, through young adult fiction. I love writing YA because I can talk about the big things in a way that isn't so direct and so harsh, but at the same time it tells the truth in a way that teens can kind of first experience. But yeah, I love writing YA and I love reading it.
Oh, me? Okay. Yeah, I think it touches on the previous question. I wrote it for young, Indigenous men in particular. If there was something that I wanted to get out of it, I think it's to show their experiences or to show parts of their experiences, because so much of the book is my own experience of growing up young and Indigenous in Brisbane, and also that sort of high school, the marginalisation I felt as a young person in a predominantly non-Indigenous elite high school. But also that there's no one way to be a blackfella was something that I really wanted to portray in this. And we see that in Jonathan's character, who's lacking an understanding of his cultural heritage. But we see it in Jenny, who's his best friend, who claims Aboriginal Australian heritage, but it turns out there's an inversion between the two characters where Jonathan begins to understand his place in the world far more. Jenny becomes really uncertain of hers. So I wanted to show that dynamic, but also particularly in his going to an Indigenous performing arts school, the kinds of spaces that Indigenous young people need to operate within and the kinds of hats that they have to put on, and how even within community you can still feel like an outsider if you don't know enough about your cultural heritage. So we see that with Jonathan at the Aboriginal Performing Arts Centre, but also when he goes out onto Gungari country, we begin to understand. I tried to articulate that there's varying views around mining enterprises in Indigenous communities. Some mob want the mines there because it's going to build infrastructure and it's going to provide work for mob, and it's going to provide resources and social justice packages and all these kinds of things, whereas others, they don't want it because it's destroying the land. So to articulate really complex ideas to a YA audience was
my goal for the book. Yeah.
You did a good job.
Oh, thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
So I feel like a fraud sitting up here because I didn't write for young people. I wrote this book for... Oh, sorry. Shame. I just wrote the story that I wanted to write. And in a lot of ways that was really freeing. It was hard. It was one of the reasons why I had trouble getting it published, right? Because there's a lot of swearing and there's a sex scene and, you know, the kids speak the way kids actually speak. I wrote thinking it would go to an adult audience, actually, but I wanted adults to read a realistic portrayal of a young person, to learn about what our young people were going through. And I think it makes sense to me that it has now been categorised as YA. Actually, they call it a crossover novel because it has that realistic portrayal of what it is to be a young person. And I think for me that came from pulling straight from my teenage diaries. So Andrew moves from Tasmania to Brisbane and he doesn't want to move. His mum forces him to move. And that is where I started this story because I was forced to move from Tasmania to Brisbane and absolutely hated it and railed against my parents and my family, moving into a big blackfella household out of one that had just been the four of us, my immediate family in Tasmania, learning how to operate in more cultural sort of systems, negotiate being a small fish in a big pond where I'd been kind of a big fish in a small pond back in Tassie, and pouring all of that emotion into the start of the book, I think captured what it was to be a young person. That said, I think now that it's out and I see how it looks to people and what I've done with the ending, which I'm not going to spoil for you, but for young people, I hope that they see that we, the older generation, I suppose that's what we are now, old people.
Well, not Gary, he's 10 years younger than us.
Yeah, we're the old ones then, aunties and uncles in training, is that we have so much hope for our young people and their future. And I hope that if young fellas are picking up all of our books, actually, I think they will see different ways of being a young Aboriginal person. They will see that there's hope and love for them. And yeah, it's kind of a love letter to our kids, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And the next question, one of the themes that I picked up on each of your novels was the stories that were written with compassion, even if they were just subplots about young people who don't know their mob. And I wanted to know, do you have any experience with that, whether it's, you know, with people that you know, to drive you to write about like a tough concept like that?
Yeah, it was my experience. Not that I didn't know who my mob was, but I grew up in Tasmania and my mobs, I told you at the start, Gundawindi, Cherbourg, that's mainland area. And it was in the 80s and early 80s and early 90s, where there's a lot of, all blackfellas are quite political, all of our mobs are quite political, but there was a lot of politics happening in the Lutruwita community. And I'd always identified, I'd always been part of things. I went to camp, I had lots of friends who were mob, I was well known for being mob. I spent a lot of time doing after school programs with mob. And then when I was in grade 8, someone from a corporation asked my mum for our COA. And for those of you who don't know what that is, that's a certificate of Aboriginality. and it's one of the 3 things that you need to identify as a black fella in this country. And it's pretty fraught, right? Because it's like having a piece of paper that connects you to something. And I had always been a black fella, and then all of a sudden my mum said, well, we all were born here. My mum was born in Tassie, my dad was born in Tassie, all us kids were. We're from Tassie, but our mobs are up in the mainland, and they said, yeah, your mainland mob, we can't help you with the COA, and your kids can't do any of the programs. So we got booted from our programs, which wouldn't happen these days. I don't think it was just something that was going on. So we spent a fair bit of time after that, like feeling really disconnected, particularly when I moved to Queensland, because my mum was frightened. She didn't really understand what a COA was and all of that sort of thing. So I wanted to put some of that feeling into the book, because more and more our young people grow up knowing who they are but not having that connection back, and that's just a result of stolen generation, it's a result of colonisation, it's a result of intergenerational trauma, it's keeping mob fighting to keep us, you know, more concerned with our own business than, you know, taking things on. Yeah, it can be really, really fraught. So yeah, it was something that I wanted to put in for Andrew. And there's also another character, his girlfriend Sarah in the novel, who's adopted and doesn't know, she does know where she comes from, but it's she has white parents, so it's a little bit more fraught for her as well in a different way. So yeah, I pulled from some of my own experience there.
Yeah, so do I, in the sense that my mother is Indigenous and she grew up in Cloncurry. So for many, many years, we thought our mob was Kalkadoon from Mount Isa Way, Cloncurry Way. But as we began to go through a journey of looking through the archives and documentation, we realised that my grandmother was taken from Cookamini lands and placed on a mission on Lardle country, which is Mornington Island, the Mornington Island mission. And that she, when she was released, she met my grandfather, who's also Indigenous, and he's a Minjan man from Northern Territory. They met at in a cattle station, and she was working in the house and he was a cook for the stockman, and both, you know, at that period of time received no wage for their work. And my grandmother grew up in the Cloncurry township in a little green house, and I hear, now that all my mum's brothers and sisters are sort of passing, I'm hearing more and more stories at their funerals than I ever did in real life. Like my Uncle Ted, who raised them once my grandmother and grandfather died as the eldest. He died last year, and I heard these amazing stories about how he was a champion rodeo rider. And all of a sudden, Bob Catter was on the stage talking about my grandfather, my Uncle Ted. And I was like, why is Bob Catter like on the stage at this funeral? And it turns out that my Uncle Ted had taught him how to ride a horse, you know, out in the country. And I'd hear stories about how, you know, it gets very hot in Cloncurry, and how the kids used to sleep out in the backyard, and there was 5 of them. And Indigenous, non-Indigenous, there was a row of houses, and every night they'd have a party out the back when it was hot, because they'd throw tennis balls over to each other and whisper through the gates, because they were all out sleeping in the backyard because of the heat. So I think every Indigenous person in this country, there's information that isn't quite there because of colonisation. And particularly for our young mob now, if they're not growing up with a really strong cultural connection, there's always that desire at some point in their lives to go on a journey of discovery. And I think to be able to relay that journey of discovery through fiction means that they don't feel so alone when they're doing it themselves in the future, or that there's a possibility, the possibility to know more is something that I wanted to, portray.
Well, in my first book, I have Thomas, who he's fresh out of juvie. There's a scene where he is taken to a men's group and sort of witnesses a smoking ceremony, and an elder asks him some questions, and he doesn't know who his mob is, where he's from. He doesn't know, what his totem is. That all came from, I guess, work experience. So I'm a youth worker as well, part-time. And I went on this camp with a bunch of kids a few years ago, and we had this elder come out to do like some storytelling and song and dance. And as we were kind of going around the circle and they were introducing themselves to his Uncle Brian, none of them knew anything about their culture. None of them could say what tribe they're from. And then it kind of really dawned on me that there is this major disconnect with a lot of teens, particularly this area in Western Sydney that I've worked with more. The teens kind of have this disconnect to culture, and particularly the kids that are in juvie as well. I've had so many sessions where we've tried to talk about culture, and they've been really either not interested or just didn't know anything, and just hadn't. They hadn't, I guess, seen the positive of learning about culture yet. Because for a lot of kids, particularly kids with trauma backgrounds, and having those that are removed from their parents, and culture and Aboriginal families can be a point of trauma that for some of those kids. I guess I've kind of worked with this disconnect and this reluctance and avoidance of learning about culture, and I really wanted to kind of explore that a little bit in Thomas's character in my first book, but also with Jamie in the second book. I guess it was kind of similar to my own journey in a way that I grew up with very culturally strong parents as a young fellow. It was like through my teen years, I kind of got really over it. I was always the kid at school doing the acknowledgements, getting asked to do the acknowledgements of country at assemblies and whatnot. And, in history class, any time we were learning anything about Aboriginal history or, learning about First Fleet, for some reason, the kids would always direct questions to me, or the teacher would kind of ask me to provide insight, and I'd just be like, well, I don't know.
We were just saying we all got that. I got that too.
So through that, I kind of, I got really interested in, underage drinking and partying as a teenager. But all those things combined, I kind of just lost interest. I wasn't really interested in learning more about being Aboriginal or, Aboriginal history, Aboriginal culture. Or something, it felt like a burden or a hassle to me at the time. And it wasn't until, I guess, in year 12, I was doing a school-based traineeship in Aboriginal health in year 11 and 12. And part of that was I got to go on this camp with this men's group. And I was being mentored by an older cousin. And, I think we went on 2 camps over a period of about a year. And I learnt so much about what it means to be an Aboriginal man from those camps, and it really reignited that love of who I am, at 18 years old. But I can definitely understand the wanting to run away from it if you're constantly being looked to as a spokesperson. Even having been a published author, I've done a few interviews where I've been asked very broad questions around racism, and I think whenever an Aboriginal person succeeds, they're kind of set on this pedestal, and they're expected to know everything about Aboriginal issues. And it was something I was very scared of as a teenager, which I really wanted to explore in my characters.
So I've got a few quotes from each of your books. I'd love to hear the drive about writing about those really important issues. So Graham, you were kind of touching on it before, but this is from Borderlands. Yet my heritage was strange to me, a broken story half strung together from the snippets of knowledge Mum could give me. I felt like a fraud. Could you speak to your drive to writing that?
Yeah, you're right. I think I touched on it earlier, but Mum being my link to my ancestral heritage, and she sort of raised us by herself. So the father figure in this book is not present because that wasn't my experience. And I think for many young Indigenous men, it's also not their experience because of many factors, but incarceration rates for our young men being, a major factor. So I wanted to render or explore the relationship between a young man and his mother, and the kinds of information that she would know because of stolen generations and the history of colonisation in this country, and to then begin to articulate with him a desire to know more when he's never had that in his life. So there's another section where, and I'm sure this might be familiar to my peers on stage here, is I learnt the most about our mob, through making Mum a cup of tea and like sitting out on the veranda with her in Nunda, and just talking about her experiences growing up. And I learnt so much from that, and I wanted to put that into the book as well. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and just showing that compassionate lens to people who've gone through that same experience. Melanie, I've just, taken out some of the spoilers, but yes. This is something that happens to black fellas. It's called intergenerational trauma. We carry heavy stuff in our bones, bub.
Well, that's Annie Opie. That's towards the end, and I was thinking about hope, but also why the central question of the book, I think, why good kids or why good people do things that we consider bad or naughty or wrong. And for a lot of our mob, it is because we carry this legacy of trauma absolutely in our bones. They've shown that trauma comes in the blood, that it's passed down in the blood. And I've been thinking about that idea for a really long time, about what my great-grandparents went through, what my Nana and her sisters went through, particularly these days. My Nan comes from a family where there was 8 kids, and there's 3 of them left now. My Nan and the eldest, my Nan and her oldest sister, the 2 oldest, both have dementia. And so I was thinking about the things that they've lost and the things that are coming up for the 2 of them now, that they're in their long-term memories, because the short-term memories go, and the long-term memories that come up for them. Same thing too, like I learnt a lot about and started to understand why my Nan was the way she is, which has often been frustrating for me, dementia aside, by making her a cup of tea and going and sitting with her and getting her talking about the old days and talking about her mum and dad. And obviously I've got to decipher some of it from the dementia because it's not all quite there, but if you get her going on the days when they were kids, we see like the joy and the sadness, and I think that's what I wanted to give Andrew, because he doesn't have that in the start. I wanted to give him someone who could say, I understand why you have done this thing, and actually it's a reason why many of our kids do these things, and you feel this way because you are missing this thing that was taken away from us. Yeah, I don't know if that answers it without spoilers as well.
Yeah, it's really important. And the last one, before we open it up to questions. Now, this one is a bit difficult. Like, when I read it, I actually, like, felt it in me. And I won't use the word. Just like that, I'm no longer a person but a thing. I'm a hollow shell emptied of blood and organs. I sink into the earth and the whole world folds over and I'm covered in it all. I'm lower than dirt. I'm not human. I'm nothing but a... And then a word that I don't really want to say. Can you speak to your drive to write about that?
Yeah. It came from... how to say this? There was a white person who was claiming, that I knew, who was claiming that this Aboriginal person had called them this racist word. And I was just thinking, like, you have no idea what racism feels like. And it was also around the time I was writing this scene, and I knew it was I really wanted it to have an impact in the story. That I wanted the reader to really feel it and to kind of feel like a smack in the face. And experience the feeling with Jackson when it happens. But yeah, I just really wanted to articulate how it feels to actually receive racism. So I think a lot of people think that they understand it, but they don't. So yeah, I really just wanted to dive into the internal feelings that you feel when that happens. The voice in your head that compounds on top of that and starts bringing you down further. Yeah, and really just saying it as it is. I think a lot of stories I read that were, you know, children away that tackled racism were always very kind of tiptoed around the edges. And I really wanted it to have the impact and to really have a truth to that scene, and for the reader to really experience what Jackson's feeling in that moment. Yeah, it is a bit confronting to read, and it was a little bit confronting to write. You know, really trying to get it down how it feels. The scene was a little darker when I first wrote it, and I kind of had to remember the audience I was writing for. But you know, I think it's there. I think the impact is there, and the truth of the feelings are there. But yeah, I don't ever want to you know, water things down or tell the truth in the wrong way. But yeah, I really just wanted a reader, particularly a non-Indigenous reader, to read that scene and understand, you know, as a young Aboriginal man, how being called a racist slur actually feels when it is actual racism. Yeah, and not some Sam Kerr bullshit.
Yeah, and I think that any reader that reads that, particularly Indigenous people, will be able to come at it with their own lens and own stories. I know for me, I was thinking about, like, hearing my family members, my dad called that word, and it's just like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I remember being called that word as a kid and not even realizing it was a racial slur until I told my dad, just kind of fleetingly, oh yeah, this kid was calling me this. And he's like, what? And sat me down and told me, you know, what that means and why it's wrong. Yeah, it's something I think every Aboriginal person is experiencing some form of racism. It's such a part of our lives that it's not something that we can just... I find it near impossible to write without tackling racism in some way. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like it's so present that it's hard to avoid.
All right, well, we might open it up to questions. We've got a mic coming around.
Hold it close to your mouth. Hello.
Thank you so much for this talk. It was so enlightening. Could you speak a little bit to your editorial experiences, what it was like getting feedback, particularly from publishing houses who may not always have someone who is Aboriginal, and just what that kind of relationship is like and how maybe the publishing house can improve upon it?
I'm very passionate about this because my training's in editing, and so I'm one of a few Aboriginal editors around the traps, and I don't really do it anymore because I'm writing. I had a really surprisingly good experience, actually. I had a non-Indigenous editor. We did use an Indigenous copy editor, freelancer, and that was really good to have someone come in and look over it and have that cultural knowledge. My experience was really good, and I was actually quite surprised because my publishing house didn't have a lot of Aboriginal people on their list, which was a concern at the start when I was sort of deciding where to go. But I think that we entered into a really respectful dialogue, which was very helpful. What I think needs to happen in publishing houses, and this is where I get really passionate about things, is that we need to make space for more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in all parts of publishing. Oftentimes you will find us as entry-level editorial assistants not working in-house as editors, maybe working freelance externally, and that, young entry-level positions where you're really passionate and want to make change, but if you can't see higher ranks, people that are like you, that understand you up higher in the ranks, I don't think we're going to make any change, because it happened to me. I burnt out before I got any further. It was too much for me to handle. I think it happens with a lot of people, and it's not very culturally safe internally. So I'd like to see moves to support people to stay in, to move up through the ranks, but also to be in sales and marketing and management and editorial and commissioning editors. I don't think things change until we have a bit more parity inside the publishing houses. Hopefully that sort of answered your question.
I think I was just going to add, I also had a non-Indigenous publisher and editor, and I had major concerns going into it that, I wasn't going to really be culturally safe. But I had a really great editor and really great relationship with my publisher, who's also here. And there was such a, respectful kind of nurturing relationship through that first editing experience that I felt so okay about everything. I was always in charge of the cultural aspects of the edit. So, I was always the one being asked the questions and giving the advice on certain things, and being able to have a kind of bigger say in the editing process. And I think it's really important as well for the editor and the publisher to acknowledge that they weren't Indigenous, and that they will have to, they will be asking me things, and that they know their limits, and so I was always very respectful, and all those worries kind of went away really quickly.
Yeah, my experience was vastly different to these guys. I had a terrible experience, the first publishing house, where there's so much of my own Indigenous experiences within this text that, I'm the authority on my own experiences, but that's not how they saw it. So there was no Indigenous people within the staff at the house. The kinds of it made me feel very culturally unsafe and uncomfortable within that first house, to the point where I felt like their idea of an authentic Indigenous story wasn't aligned with my own experiences as growing up black in Australia. And there's probably reasons for that, but I think, you know, considering what sort of stories have sold into the market previously. But when I moved, it was wonderful because the UWAP were like, you know, once we had a conversation, they knew that a lot of the book was my own experiences. They were really happy with the cultural consultation I'd done with the Gungri mob around the creation of the text. And yeah, it was really a breath of fresh air and gave the novel a life when I thought that it wasn't going to see the light of day. And I think Melanie's absolutely right, and you know, Anita Heiss would say this as well. We need more representation within mainstream publishing houses at all levels of structurally, and you know, as a starter, I think for publishing houses to have a reconciliation action plan in the least, so that there is some kind of policy within house that is saying, okay, we're trying to change here so that there's something formal happening within the structures of these like neoliberal publishing houses that makes them actually want to change, and that people can say to, well, you've got this RAP plan, like what are you doing about it? Is there any Indigenous employment strategies? Is there anything that you're doing to, you know, build capacity to entice Indigenous employees in?
Yeah, and they forget that accessibility to education, which is often, there's minimum standards to education in publishing, is, you know, prohibitive to getting more mob in.
Yep, and those that have that education, considering how pathetic publishers get paid, why would an Indigenous person want to enter that industry when it's far more lucrative to enter other industries?
Might just have time for one more.
Given that you're writing for young adults, I'm just interested to know how you feel about going into schools that have got a majority of non-Indigenous students, and if you're not very happy about it, what would make you feel happier about going into those schools to talk to kids, run writing workshops, that sort of thing?
I like running writing workshops. I obviously would prefer to give them to mob, but we just did Education Day here through the festival last week, and it was wonderful. There weren't many, if any, Aboriginal kids in the sessions that I took, but what we're doing in those sessions is teaching them about Indigenous writing and ways of being, and I think it's just as important that young people who are non-Indigenous are learning and engaging with, because they're our allies for the future. So I am happy about it, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I've done plenty of school talks in different places. One in Scotch College here. I did a few different sessions of writing workshops. And I was at a high school in North Sydney, Northern Beaches. And if you know the Northern Beaches of Sydney, you know, it's a very white place. But I find, like in my talks, I really go into the experience of what it was like for me growing up, and I talk about these different times I was racially profiled, and I find that non-Indigenous kids actually want to hear what that's like, and you know, a lot of them ask really insightful and you know, interesting questions, which I'm always happy to answer if it comes from the right place. But yeah, from what I've found, most of the school talks and workshops I've done have been mostly non-Indigenous kids, and yeah, there's a lot of curiosity there, and I think I definitely love kind of being able to provide a bit of an insight into that experience.
Yeah, mine's been a very similar experience to Gary's. I did the Melbourne Indigenous Transition School on Friday here, which was lovely to speak with young Indigenous people from the Northern Territory about the book, and they were really excited to have an Indigenous author talking to them. But predominantly the schools I've been to are majority non-Indigenous students, and they've been very respectful and they've really got a kick out of it. And I think it's the way that we facilitate as well. It's being inclusive of differing opinions and working through any sort of difficult scenarios as educators ourselves. Yeah.
All right, I think that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much for your questions, and would you thank our amazing panellists?
It's just one of those days. We're always being told to go out on our own and stand up nice and tall and never miss a call. But what if I don't wanna go? I'm great at making plans and know I meet demands, but some days I don't wanna go. And it's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. I haven't slept well in months, no, it's not just this once. It's followed me for years. This is not a call for help, I'll be right. Please don't fret, I just need to go slow. Just need to go slow for a little while. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. One of those days, it's just one of those days, baby. One of those So be gentle with me. Please be gentle with me. 'Cause it's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days. It's one of those days, baby, one of those days. It's just one of those days.
Don't use your eyes, just make love to Great Southern Land. Great Southern Land. Great Southern Land. Great Southern Land. Been here longer than time, and our blood soaked into the earth below. I can still see the line, kept separated from each other. That's the way it was. 67, my name is recognized, but do you recognize the pain? You released from your shame while our kids are locked up like a dog inside a cage. I'm not blinded by the sins of the past. We're burning, but we never struck a match. We're gonna make a fire from this spark. Gonna light it up, you can't see black in the dark. Another 3 years gone. Still you rape the land that you've been stealing from. Digging into her soul. Like a mother's nothing to you but a handful of coal, yeah. All we own is time. All I hear is talk about the bottom line. Have a look at the crimes. Left our sons and daughters dying before their time. I'm not blinded by the sins of the past. We're burning, but we never struck a match. We're gonna make a fire from this spark. Gonna light it up, you can't see black in the dark. I'm not blinded by the sins of the past. We're burning, but we never struck a match. We're gonna make a fire from this spark. Gonna light it up, you can't see black in the Now I sleep with one eye open. Can I let go of the past? Shining bright and I won't stop. Faster than the speed of light into the blaze. You can't see black in the dark. You can't see black in the dark. You can't see black in the dark. Gonna light it up, you can't see black in the dark. You can't blinded by the sins of the past. You can't never struck a match. You can't make a fire from this spark. Gonna light it up, you can't see black in the dark.
It's on, okay. Well, thank you everybody and welcome. My name's Lynette Russell and I am delighted to be here with Amy Tunick and Deborah Dank. And we're looking at life, it's called A Big Life. But before, as ever, we will start by an acknowledgement that we are meeting on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri and the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation, here in what used to be called Naarm, now known as Melbourne. And we acknowledge elders past and present, and I also like to give thanks to those many elders that have supported the work, both of my own work, but also, of course, Amy and Deb's work as well. So we're here to talk about these two extraordinary books. I do have some notes, I can take them out. And I'm going to start by introducing my two colleagues here. So I'm going to start with Amy Tunig, who holds a Bachelor of Arts, a Masters of Teaching and a PhD, is a Gomeroi Kamilaroi academic who is a parent and a partner on the beautiful Awabakal country. She's a research fellow at Jumbana Institute for Indigenous Education Research at UTS in Sydney. She's passionate about translating the work of higher education institutions into plain language and accessible spaces. Their first book, Tell Me Again, a memoir, was released by UQP, University of Queensland Press, and has since been shortlisted for various awards, including the 2023 Victorian Premier's Literary Award and the 2023 Australian Book Industry Award. Dr. Deborah Dank is a Gurungi Wakia, I hope I got it right, woman from the Barkly Tablelands in Northern Territory. And for almost 40 years, she's worked in primary, secondary and tertiary education roles. She's a lifelong educator. She's worked as a classroom teacher, special ed educator, senior teacher, regional consultant, regional manager, and then senior lecturer, and now head of school. She's currently based at the University of South Australia. Her book, We Come With This Place, won a record 4 prizes at the New South Wales Premier's Literary Awards. This is unprecedented. I don't think anything like that's ever happened before. She won Book of the Year, the Indigenous Writers Prize, the Prize for Non-Fiction, as well as the Prize for New Writing. Quite simply extraordinary. Congratulations. Now, I've got a few prompts for my colleagues here. The first is, I'm going to call this Words, Words and More Words. Deb, you in particular note that you love words, and Amy, you've mentioned the same in your book, a love of language, a love of words, a love of narrative and telling stories. Amy also tells the story of a grandfather who keeps telling you to stop talking. She's a good talker as well as a good writer. But it seems that words and language have played pivotal roles in your lives and obviously in your books. Can you tell us a bit about your use of language and in particular maybe the role of your own Indigenous language in your narrative storytelling process? I'll start with you, Deb.
Thanks, Lynette. I'd also like to offer my acknowledgement, the amazing place that we're at, and also my beautiful colleagues here coming this afternoon. I am amazingly privileged to have grown up on my country. My country is the Barkly Tablelands in the Northern Territory, and so I grew up on Wakaya country, and Wakaya country is my mother's people's country. But my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, escaped a massacre, and so my dad was born on Wakaya country, went through Wakaya ceremonies. So, and that's where I grew up. So I had this really amazing kind of relationship with my own language, but also with this other language that has also become my own, because my dad didn't read or write English. We thought that he spoke English really quite well, but apparently he didn't. And my mum spoke the Queen's English. So this continuum of language was normal in my family, and I was a correspondence kid, precursor to distance education. My mum taught me, so, you know, there was no such thing as wagging. But the great thing about being a Coro kid was that all of the classes, all of the lessons were contained within one booklet. So for the entire week, there was one book, and I'd do that on Monday morning, and that meant that the rest of the week, I was gone with Dad. So this really, really normal kind of transitioning back and forth, and within the book that kind of wrote itself, because I certainly didn't sit down and plan to write it, I think it was the juxtaposition of a Stannard Strain English vocabulary with the cognitive functioning, or the semiotic framing within and from my own community. So,
thank you. Amy, you mention a number of times in the book how much you loved school. You loved language, you loved learning, you particularly loved reading. And I like very much the point at which you said nobody would have been surprised that you went on to do a PhD in literary studies, because you're really you've always been passionate about that. How does that then frame the writing of a memoir, which I think it's important to note is it's not an autobiography, it's different to that. It is a memoir, and of course it's your truth. So would you like to tell me what role language played?
Yeah, I did love school. I love being told I'm good at things, and I was good at school. Those systems were ones I like: clear rules, boundaries, late diagnosed autistic, so also hyperlexic, so could read really well at a young age. So those things weren't hard for me, and it made sense. And if you've read my book, it was such a chaotic home life in so many ways that the predictability of school, which is detrimental for a lot of people, like it's not something that actually suits many people, was really good for me in that I could achieve within it. But in saying that, like as an education scholar, I'm reflecting on everything that Ani just shared about that contrast of getting the work that needed to be done to be fulfilling those Western framework requirements within a day, and then spending the rest of that week on country with family. Like really that's the ideal. Like when I talk about praise for my experiences at school, I'm not praising the experience of school, it's simply pointing out that for me and with what I was living within, the consistency of going to a rigid space with mostly kind teachers and following, the bell would ring at the exact same time every day, was very soothing to me. And a lot of that is autism in action, the more I understand autism. But it meant that I ended up with tools that other people in my family didn't have. And one of the things that really frustrates me about the academy, being a scholar myself and working in higher education as an adult, is I grew up being told that I overthink and that I talk too much. That's a scholar. But no one in my life knew anything about research, or like if in a different environment that those skills would have been framed up differently. And I do sometimes mourn that loss of opportunity for people in my family. My mum loved shows like Letters and Numbers and The Chase, and those shows that were constantly challenging her knowledge base, and she loved studying at places like TAFE because, it's quite accessible and affordable, and she could do well in that. I think had my family had the opportunity, there would have been many scholars within it in that framework, but instead it went really unrecognised because they didn't know. They didn't know that you put those things together, and that's a career.
And can I? Sorry. My mum was 15. She turned 15 just before I was born, and until the day that my mum passed away, I could ring her and say, "Mum, axiology, what does it mean?" And she'd say, "Oh, that comes from, and in this, in this form, it's an adjective. In a sentence, it looks like this." She sat for scholarship in Queensland. My mum is Aboriginal, and she scored 100% for mathematics, 100% for English, and in her words, failed abysmally at geography, the third subject, because she only got 85%. So, these people with this amazing ability that continues, I think, in so many places to go. Unrecognised and is invisibilised. It's pretty phenomenal stuff.
It reminds me a little of a number of years ago I was doing some work with Fraser Island butler, now called Gari, and this particular elder had told me something very important, and I had recorded it dutifully, and I sent back the manuscript to her, and she said, "Well, a split infinitive is entirely appropriate in spoken language, but it's not appropriate in written language," and chastised me. And I was quite taken aback by that because I wasn't even sure what a split infinitive was at the time. Anyone who gets me to mark their essays knows I know all about split infinitives now. I'd like to ask a little question around, well, it's not such a little question, around protocol and ethics. I know when I did my own memoir a number of years ago now, I really struggled with who to ask permission from and who to consult. And I certainly consulted up, so I consulted my father and my grandmother, who was very much at the end of her life. But I didn't think to consult down, as I was telling Amy the other day. I never thought to talk to my kids about it. Didn't occur to me that they might have a stake in it as well. And I'm just wondering in terms of protocol and the ethics of telling the stories, because as I said, these are both books about truth-telling, but I think it's also important to say it's your truth, and it may not necessarily be the truth for others, and maybe that's something we could have a conversation about. So how about you start with your protocols?
Sure. Although my book, and I think this is what it comes down to a bit like when you were saying about autobiography or memoir, autobiography feels a bit more like an individualistic wrapping up of a life timeline, and that might not be correct at all. That's just how it feels in my brain when I think of the word. Whereas memoir feels like a weaving of storying together. And although my memoir is my memoir, I think my identity sits in a tricky spot because I'm not the one who's been to jail, and I'm not the one who has battled for a lifetime with heroin addiction. But I was the one born addicted to heroin, and I was the one who grew up within a criminalised and incarcerated family. So those experiences aren't mine alone, and it puts you in a tricky spot. So when I started doing media, which links to me then writing the book, I would find myself on panels like The Drum, where although I was on the panel because of my formal qualifications, topics like foster care would come up, and I have had run-ins with the, what do they call it, the not family justice system, but you know, like with that system. But I've also been a foster carer for several years, and I'd find myself going like, oh, like I don't know how to speak on this because I have the stories, but do I have the right to share them? And things would come up about incarceration or homelessness, and I'd be sitting there going, well, like I've been homeless, but that's something that you work really hard to hide because it's a myth that most people are kind and will help you when you're vulnerable. Actually, most people are really put off by it. There are kind people out there, but if people know you're vulnerable, you're more likely to be targeted. So if I spent my whole life training myself to not share, but I've now got this platform, this position of power and in a way privilege, how do I speak to personal experience? And there were a couple of instances where I talked about being somewhat of an abolitionist and being kind of mentioning without kind of being specific, because I didn't want to be like, my dad's been in jail, because my dad's still in the workforce, and that's the kind of thing where you lose jobs, and he is a contractor. And, you know, with things like mental health and addiction, again, I didn't want my dad to lose his job. I didn't want him to then face that, you know, and the same man who's like, my daughter's on television, well, then they watch it and, you know, I've dropped him in it. But at the same time, one of the things I was facing from a very, very, very small number, what kind of bug is that? Oh, it's right, it's a fly. A very, very, very small number of people who didn't know me and were mob started saying that I was talking outside of my lane, that I had no right to talk about these things. I had one person accuse me publicly, without naming me, but everyone knew it was about me, of plagiarism. And I went to that person directly and I said, why have you accused me of plagiarism? And they said, because you're talking about being an abolitionist and you don't cite the scholars. And then it clicked. I was like, well, because you have this as theory. I have this as dining table conversation. So excuse me that my mother made me speak the King's English, and you've mistaken my code switching for being raised privileged, But also, there's no kids in the room, go fuck yourself, because you were raised in a way where you were aware of, but you didn't personally experience this. You went and you learned about it at university. I haven't read those abolitionist theories, so I can't cite them. And it's getting really difficult to walk this line when my dad's giving me over coffee, you know, encouragement. Yes, speak out about this, but I don't want to drop him into it. And so I had started doing some public essays and things, but not about my, you know, the intensity of what I'd kind of lived through, when Aviva reached out and was like, hey, have you ever thought about writing a book? But it wasn't a book about a memoir. We were going to write something else. And I was at this point where I was like, no one can see that these have been my experiences, and I don't know how to share them without risking myself, risking my mum, my dad, my siblings. You know, what if my siblings don't want people to know this? What if it ruins their standing in different places, or people start thinking we're shady? Because that happened to us so much as a kid. We were, you know, tarred with the same brush. And so I pitched to Aviva, I want to write a book about what it means to sit in this space where I try and make the right decisions, and I want to share, and I want to build up community, and I want to do good work. But I'm full of trauma, and I've had such intense experiences, and I want to formally sit down and do this. And so I didn't write anything without getting consent from my family members. I sat down with my dad. I said, Dad, every time I go on the drum, I'm getting attacked by this tiny group of people who are lying. They've never asked me. They're saying, oh, Amy was a silver spoon, or Amy went to a private school, or, you know, they're trying to dox me and they're getting information wrong. But also I'm having to deal with white people in the academy or in the media space, or when I'm at things looking a bit flash, that make awful comments to me about people who have these experiences because they don't recognise me of one of them. And I want you to have the credit as well for some of the good things that I've had, and I want to challenge that. And it was really hard. I'd never talked to my parents about the fact that they'd kicked me out. I'd never talked to my parents about the times that they'd let me down, like as an adult, because you don't talk about those things. You do your best to pretend none of it happened so that you can keep knowing each other. But I asked them, and I was really scared, and Dad said, I think you need to write it. I think you should. And Mum I was more scared to ask Mum because I really wanted to mention my brother who had passed away. And she had for years denied that I had a baby brother who had died. She told me I dreamt it. So going to her and being like, can we stop pretending? Like, I know it's so hard for you, but can we talk about this properly? And they were fully supportive, and I then had to talk to my siblings about it, and we had to come up with agreements. So my siblings all have pseudonyms in the book, but my dad was the opposite. He wanted his full name because he's not on my birth certificate, if you've read the book, and it really bothers him that 6 or 7 generations down the line, I've done all these shiny things and no one will know it's attached to him. But we did that. But then, you know, I write about sexual assault. I write about experiencing domestic violence in my 2 first serious relationships as an adult. And I did not ask their permission. I was like, you're lucky I'm giving you pseudonyms. So it was very mixed, but I think it comes down to purpose. Like, for me, I recognise that my experience isn't being incarcerated. It's being the child that would travel to go into the jail. It's being the child that was scared. It was being, you know, it's different. And that's a slightly more privileged stance. So I wanted their consent.
Seeking this consent is obviously the right thing to do. How anyone could imagine the experiences you went through as any sort of privilege, even though you might think it's a slight privilege above being incarcerated, it's a pretty, it's quite a traumatic read in lots of ways.
And yet there were people on Twitter saying that, and it was very stressful.
What about you, Deb? Did you seek advice or permission for some of the stories?
You know, the most difficult part around an ethical process, because this is one half of my PhD, it was the jolly process of the university. You know, going through that process to complete ethics applications is just so onerous, and it's ridiculous. It got to the stage where The only way I could respond, I wrote a letter back to the Ethics Committee in language, because they kept on asking me these stupid questions. How will you take care of people who will contribute? And there was no sense of understanding the complexity of living within my kind of community. It wasn't my family who were going to be, suffering. Hello, Rudy. It wasn't going to be my family who were going to be suffering. It was going to be me, because my responsibility, because I am the privileged person in my family, because not a lot of people in my family have even gone to school, let alone have any level of competency in standard Australian English. So there's always been this expectation, and there's always been this directive: write the stories, you tell the stories. My grandma, you got to tell them, Mom, my girl, you tell them. So yes, it was the university processes. I, of course, went back to everybody, my dad and my mum, very much like yours, Amy. Just write the blasted thing, just write it. My kids, Mum, you're the boss, you write it. Because there's a special expectation of ethical behaviour within my family. And I know that if I don't behave ethically, if I don't do the right thing through the cultural framing, I'm hurting myself the most. It's not just my family and my community that I need to worry about. So that part was not a problem. Everybody was like, yep, why are you wasting time talking to us about it? Just sit down and write it. It was the rest. It was the rest, because there's this sense of having to protect these poor, fragile, defenceless communities within particular spaces in, the non-Aboriginal world that is Australia now. And they had no sense of, there was no cognizance of how much hurt would be with me if I didn't do the right thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I've asked both Amy and Deb to prepare, to read a little bit. And so we might start with Deb. And Deb's going to read us something from her beautiful book, We Come With This Place.
I still really struggle with this being a book. So I'm a semiotician, love words. The only things that come before words are, as far as my love goes, are my children. I should say my hubby, he may be watching. Horses and country and my family, and then words. And as part of that PhD, as exploring semiotic functions from the Western perspective and then developing a framework from an Aboriginal perspective, it was suggested that I write down some stories. And so that's what this has grown from. There was no sense of me writing to a genre, writing to, imagining a particular audience or any of that sort of thing. So it was a genuine privilege. This is the very last story in this little collection. It's called Returning Song. Marumbarna story time, the kids were all thinking. We all sat around a fire that cast only enough light to yellow a few of the trees that stood closest to where we sat. The faintest ribbons of smoke rose from the single gidgee log, slowly letting itself burn into white powdery ash. I breathed the smells and caught the wet traces of damp coming from the river. Children leaned against grannies and the adults sat with their mugs of tea dangling from fingers, arms resting on bent knees. The moon was slipping away to the west as the bones and charred remains of turtle, the remains of our dinner, were intermittently fed into the fire. Back in that dreaming, before we came here, 3 women came in from that salt water, that ocean. They travelled over country, going long way for long time. And they sat down there at some places. You know them places. We call them names for them in that ceremony. You listen. When you dance for this story, you feel this story. Arm waving to the northeast of us, gesturing with up and down strokes, poking at the log with an extended leg. The disturbed ash flew away with the rising heat to settle where it would, taking with it the remnants of Gidgee stories and sonorous voices. As the whispered sounds in the undergrowth mingled with the low-voiced words of our story, we imagined ourselves travelling through those faraway places, imagined the first journey before we came to be Good Angie. And with the motioning of arms, the stories continued. And with us, as Good Angie, sitting at the fire, traversing time and space through memory, with and of our forebears and our country. They travelled down over that dry country, all the way down past Elliot, through that desert country, and then over that way near Tennant Creek. They were looking for this thing, like this feeling, so they only sit down there for a little while, resting, you know. Then they travel again, long time, long way, looking this way, looking that way, in that dry country, that big Gidgee place. They turned around, then near that big hill there in the middle, they turned around, they started to come back up this way, travelling, sometimes sitting down, sometimes dancing, sometimes making fire. They was thinking about something, they was thinking about a feeling, they was thinking about that big water they come from. They were starting to get sorry feelings for that water where they come from. They was looking for that salt water, Mankuchba way. Smooth, sweeping, outstretched arms, hands making short circular patterns, and we imagined ourselves moving through the boulders of the South Country. Fingers flicking and brushing against a smooth fabric-covered leg, and we saw the Plains Country. Fingers flicking and brushing in the dust, making small eddies rise and settle into skin. Feelings and knowledge settled within us, and like a splinter under fingernails, we remembered the sorrow and the pain of that journey. We remembered.
Thank you so much, Deb. Now, Amy, you're going to read.
I am, but can I just flag with the tech person that's playing on their computer right now, your screen and our screen is the same, and I'm enjoying seeing what you're shopping for, but it's stressing me out a little bit, so can we turn this screen off? Or something? Base plates? So I finished writing this 2 years ago, I think was when it was done and left with UQP. And I was just thinking, when I was like talking before about, you know, some of the big feelings and circumstances that led me to being like, you know what, I am going to do it, even though it's going to feel like a risk and it'll expose me and stuff. And I don't feel angry anymore. Like, I feel like that's a memory now. And a lot of the trauma in this book, they say writing things down is cathartic. But I've always been very sceptical of that because, in my experience, if you write things down and people read them, they'll use them against you. You know, like, it's like journaling, bleh, like, no, thank you. But it has been so cathartic. And whenever I've been asked to do a reading, I had a reading that I would do, and myself and my publisher was here. We went from back to front. We can't find it. It's in here, but we can't find it, which I'm going to take as I need to find a new reading. I think I'm in the new season or something. I don't know. I have to sit on that. But it's very odd. We both went through the book multiple times. So I'm just thinking what one to share, because a lot of this trauma, reading it is re-traumatizing, because I have built such a beautiful life, and I don't live in this pain. I shared it for a purpose, but...
If you prefer not to, that's...
Yeah, there's some nice ones in here.
Oh, good.
There's some nice ones, but I was just thinking, oh, like the... Yeah, I think I'll read this one. Okay, so this is from section 3, and this is towards the end, and it's told from an adult perspective. The ocean air, salty and cleansing, surrounds me. Waves of dragonflies cross my path as I walk with intention up and down the sloping pathway that leads from the ocean baths to the beaches. I find myself wondering if their fluttering wings are ancestors and country reaching out to surround me, or if it is simply dragonfly season and these pathways were built clumsily in their flight paths. Perhaps it is both of those things simultaneously. Today was too much before it even began, so I cancelled work, put on my runners and headphones and came here. Here where we played and walked and explored as children. Here where the surf festival happens every year, an annual tradition our father marks by adding another festival branded t-shirt to his collection and telling us all of his glory days riding waves. It's also here where the police officer rode past us as children and turned around to accost us, 3 sisters, aged 15, 10 and 4, because 4-year-old Taylor had stuck her tongue out at him as our paths had crossed. Apparently, the tongue of a small child was far too offensive to his sensitive ego to let go, and so he had aggressively turned around on his push bike and sprayed us with his rage and rebuking before turning again and riding away, his words lingering like the salt and heat that day. And I think of his anger every time I walk across this particular intersection of beach and road. I'd felt so intimidated by this grown man, weapon on hip, height well above my own. I'd watched my older sister, Lisa, be composed, quiet and submissive to his rage. I wanted to argue with him, tell him to ride on and get over it, but knew to instead follow her lead. She was calm, just nodded, and assured the officer she would chastise the preschooler. He rode on and she told Taylor, "We don't stick our tongues out at officers." I watched and listened and would go on to unpack those lessons and dynamics for years to come. Even today, Lisa's the only one of us 4 kids who adamantly refuses to get an ACAB tattoo, though we younger girls have tried to convince her. And then it goes on to share a cop assaulting my older sister Lisa quite violently. But that little tongue sticker outer is now engaged to marry into Deb's family, to Auntie Deb's family. So it's quite beautiful the way our lives all intertwine.
Wonderful. It's such a privilege to hear an author read their own words. And I, in preparation for this, not merely read the books, but I also listened to them, because both of them have been converted into audiobooks, and remarkably, both of them are narrated by the authors, which is quite unusual, and it's fantastic. There is something absolutely, palpably more emotional when I heard the words than when I read them. And a couple of, one might call them scenes, are actually so difficult to hear you say that I almost, really kind of had to listen away or turn my head away. But there's also some great, there's some beautiful uplifting stuff in there as well. I'd love to know a little bit about, I have never done an audio book. I'd love to know a little bit about, Deb, yours in particular. I can hear the emotion in your voice. It cracks.
'Cause I was bawling my eyes out.
It cracks at times. But, I'll tell you, again, the scene where you describe walking through the swamp with the crocodile.
That's my daughter.
It doesn't matter who it is. I was about to have my heart leap through my chest. It was terrifying.
Oh, my heart leapt right out of my chest when she came home and said, "Guess what, Mum? You know that paper you signed?"
Yeah.
Had a great day. I went and collected eggs.
Collected crocodile eggs. It's an absolutely... I can barely listen to it. But I'd love to know a little bit about your experience of recording the audio books. I might start with you, Deb, and then Amy.
It was actually it was really, really interesting. It was the first time that I'd read this from cover to cover. So, and the kids kept on saying to me, "Mum, do you think you should read before you go?" "Nah, it's fine. I wrote this stuff down, it's fine." And Rick would say, "Are you sure you're going to be right?" And I said, yeah. Went into this studio, and the amazing woman, the sound technician, I'd read along, and I was watching her, and I could see her back, and she'd be sort of like from behind, and I'm thinking, what's going on with her? She cried more than I did. But yeah, because it's called a memoir. I don't know what I call it because I didn't think about it, and I still don't think about it all that much. But going back to the ethics, it was important that I contain or I attempt to show the fullness of those of us in there as real people, and not just, you know, the glorious, fun, upbeat sort of stuff. And there are some incredibly ugly things in there, like Amy's book, you know. It's really confronting. So reading that, it was really interesting, and I'd be waiting for the sound technician to say, oh, yeah, we might just do that again, Deb. But no, it was like, oh, that's great, there's so much emotion in there. I'm thinking, yeah, of course there is, because I'm bawling my eyes out. So, but an interesting experience, very interesting.
Fantastic. Amy, not dissimilar.
Yeah, my mum had just died. So I was I feel like, so now I'm a crier. I cry. My husband and I were having a chat the other day because he said something about worrying I'm getting depressed because he keeps seeing me crying, and I had to show him that no, I'm crying really. I'm on proposal TikTok because I just helped my sister's now fiance plan his proposal to her, and so all of my algorithm knew that, and proposals make me cry. I'm now a happy crier. But when I did the Audible, I was still, for most of my life, I had really trained myself to retain emotion, push it down, don't show it. I remember one time when Kumanjai Walker was killed by the police, and there was the big protests, and I went on to the ABC on the panel, and we talked about it, and I'd gotten choked up. And my siblings got really mad and almost fought people in the comments on Facebook and that, because people were like, look at the crocodile tears. But they knew it was so rare, and that I was so mad at myself for crying publicly, because I was like, emotions weaken your message, they'll use them against you. I used to be so, like that. And so when I did the Audible, it was kind of the start of that breaking down for me. It's so toxic to think like that. But when you've been in survival mode and never had a safety net, every decision feels life-threatening. You really are, there's nothing. If you get it wrong, there's nothing. You're fucked. I'm disabled, I've got a pain specialist, and she was saying to me once, we need to know what your motivations are. You're always on time, you've got these big work schedules, how do you get through it? You obviously really care about your work. And I was like, I do, but I'm going to stop you right there. I'm scared of being homeless again. I'm scared of being that hungry again. It's horrifying. See, I'm getting choked up. 2 years ago, Amy would never. But it was the beginning of that cracking. That shell had served me. It's how I got through the degrees, in intense circumstances. I was getting through DV, leaving a bad relationship. I had my babies while I was studying. No one picked up that I was going through a divorce at the start of my PhD, and I was so proud of that. I was like, look at me not missing a single thing. And then I wondered why I was so chronically ill. But I had started to kind of crack and let go of that shell. And so I did cry a little bit. But I think if I was to try and be in that circumstances again, because I think it was 3 weeks after Mum had passed, but there was no other window for the recording. We knew we needed 3 days to get through it. We knew it was going to be hard. So I just went and I did it, and it was really hard. Me now, if I was to be put in that time window, I don't think I would have gotten through it. I did. The poor audio engineer called for more breaks than I did. And I think twice I had to cry enough that I needed to kind of take a step out. But I was still very much caught up in that survival shell where I would just disassociate from everything and get into it. But you can hear it, you can hear that's shattering in there. And there was a time where me and the engineer were crying at the same time, and I was like, have I had a really bad life? Okay, everyone's really sad, and because so many of my friends had done the pre-reads and been like, Amy, how did you heal your parents leaving you when you were 14? I was like, what? What do you mean? I didn't even think that was like a big deal. I just added that for context, for the timeline. And it was Noelle Jacobs, and she was almost crying. She was like, it was so awful. I was like, oh my God, it was so awful. So it was hard, but I got through it because I was still very much like disassociating from myself. Whereas now, if I see a cute dog, I cry. Like, I see someone with a baby, I hear just mob yarning up big and laughing. I'm pretty close to crying all the time now. I don't think I'd get through the recording.
Thank you. Thank you. Both of you play with time in really creative ways. Both books actually move forward and backwards, and it's really a wonderful way of telling stories. And I was wondering, I mean, obviously that is a conscious decision to play with time in that way. And I think, Deb, you might even mention at one point the circularity of time as well. And I just wondered if you'd like to just maybe tell the audience a little bit about that technique for time travel, such as it was.
See, now I've got to make up something to sound like I actually planned to do this. I sat down and I wrote this the way my family live, the way my family tells stories. And honestly, there is about a chunk of 200 words in this book that I have relocated. Everything else is almost word for word. I'm really embarrassed, but I spelt wading incorrectly. That was wrong. I had wadding. So I was really, really upset about that because I love words and I was not being kind to those words when I got them wrong. But that's just the way things happen in my family. My aunt, you know, we would talk today about going and catching a fish and looking for turtles, and then, you know, on the phone, and then 2 or 3 weeks down the track, the phone would ring and I'd pick it up and it'd be, yeah, and you know what? We should have also, did you hear about their mob? No, and so this kind of thing that just flows and is, you know, if we're being poetic and conscious of categorising language, we'd be talking about the poetics. But that's just how story happens in my family, in my community. It seems totally random, but it is so organised and systematic and structured. There are so many laws and rules about all of it. And yeah, again, my very real privilege of just living in this phenomenal family. I had to take my kids to 5 funerals in 1 week. And the way that you cope with all of that, the way that we cope with our country being fracked, is by just this ongoing real strength in having real conversations with people that keep you grounded and keep you sane and keep things in perspective, I think. But yeah, there was no plan. There was no plan.
So many of us don't have a plan.
Other than the divine, you know,
Yeah.
and I know God and she is Blak, so let's be clear about that.
I don't have a plan either, and I wonder if memoir means like living memory. Like it lives the way it does in the book because this is how it lives in me. And, you know, people say, oh, the way you were able to write like a child. Yeah, because I experienced it as a kid. Like I wasn't being clever. And it was really funny when they do the teacher notes, like for your book. And I was going like, oh my gosh, if I got quizzed to own my own book, I would get things wrong because they were talking about like the strategies, the writers. It wasn't a strategy. That's just how it came out. And I was really fortunate that I had supportive editors like Yuki P were great because at the start, we had these conversations like, well, is it chronological or, and I was like, I don't know what we're going to call it. Like, but this is how it is. And I'd send them to Aviva and Aviva was great. And I'd be like, I'm going to send you like the full memory, but please know I'm going to scale the violence back, probably 30%. And then I would like go in and I'd pull things back because I'd be a little bit conscious of the reader. Like I'd be like, oh, like I remember going to Dad's one day and being like, Dad, I don't know how to tell you this, mate, but my teenage years were fucking awful. You're not coming off great. I need you to I cannot make a reader read this. They're going to be so sad. And we sat at his table for like an hour trying to think of any redeeming storying to put in there. And then when he was like, sorry. I got nothing. I was like, okay, it's not me. I'm not being unfair. And so I was just like, it's just going to suck. Like the middle section's just really rough. But that's how I lived it. And even when I tried to employ strategies, because I'd think, oof, you know, that's a chunky mouthful to get through. We'll give him a little sip of water. No one in the family could find water. They were like, sorry, you just had a really awful time. And that's the way it was. So that's the way it went in. And so when I do hear people talking about, you know, the strategies and the way I mucked around with time and that, I'm like, yes, that is, thank you. Like, love that praise. But that's the way it lives in me. That's the way we experienced it. So that's the way it lives in the book.
We were going to have a Q&A, so someone's got a microphone. If anyone in the audience has got some questions, I've still got loads of questions if you run out, but anybody in the audience would like to ask a question of Amy or Deborah?
Hi, I'm curious if you ever considered using the mask of fiction for your memoirs, because it's so scary to put your story out there. So did you ever think, okay, maybe I'll use characters and something different so people don't know this is my actual story?
No, never occurred to me. And I think it goes back to that idea of how ethics looks in my family. It would not have been respectful to my family. And, you know, my grey hair means that I'm not so much involved with social media. I have no sense of how others are impacted by or are affected by or respond to this. And it goes again to the fact that I have no sense of identity as a writer, because I did not sit down to write this. I'm a semiotician. I'm like Amy, I'm a little bit on the spectrum. I am really comfortable to be talking about semiotics and all of that stuff. This was produced merely to illustrate what semiotics looks like from an Aboriginal perspective, a reframing of really important ideas around how languages make sense of the community and how we utilise those things. So, maybe if I'd actually planned to produce this as a book, but yeah, no, I don't think I would have.
Yeah, I think if I was going to do something like that, like I have, and I tease my publisher with this occasionally, like I have an entire children's world that's been growing in my head for like 5 years, and the characters are named, and I have folders saved. Like I have entire worlds that I want to build that are magical and beautiful and fun. Like if I was going to just put out a piece of work that served a different purpose, so entertainment, I wouldn't tell this story. If I put it out as fiction, I always get non-fiction and fiction confused. If I put it out as made up, then I probably could have included more. Like I referenced the fact that I experienced childhood sexual assault and note that it wasn't anyone in my family. But I don't write about the assaults because I haven't dealt with them yet emotionally. Probably could have written it up if I was writing it like fake. Like I know all the storying, I know all the memory, like it's there. I probably could have done that. And I think it just would have resulted in like trauma porn. Like it would have just been a book of like, my actual amount of trauma is like really bad. Like it's even worse than what's in there. And I could have been more honest about like the violence in that adult relationship was so much worse than I put in there. but I scaled it back. Like, I also didn't want to be called to be on every DV panel. Like, I don't want to be pulled into that. Like, that book serves a purpose, and I just needed enough to be in there to bust the binary a little bit. This idea that if you're successful, you have to have come from a supportive system, or you have to have completely have obliterated your relationship with those people. It's too hard a binary. It's too false and not representative of those of us who love people who have been incarcerated, who are people who have been incarcerated. Like, it's so much more complex than that. And I think people are only going to pay attention, sadly, if you pair that storying with, and now I have a PhD, and my husband's Australia's favourite son, Luke McGregor the comic, and, you know, like all these lovely, happy things. You have to be shiny. Like, if I had addiction issues, this perhaps wouldn't hit so hard. Like, you need to be, you know, like the perfect victim, you know what I mean? Like, you've got to be the shiny example. You know, I'm light-skinned, I present very femme, I'm a great mum. I have custody of my kids, I haven't been incarcerated. Like, I'm a shiny example, and it contrasts with that, and that's all gross. But for this to hit, I think it needed to be attached to me. If I just tried to sell it as a story, people would be like, why you want to make us sad?
Do we have any other questions from the audience? There's one over there.
This is mostly for Amy, I think. I'm really aware that when you are having to do media events and talk about your book, there is a high probability of re-traumatising yourself. How are you protecting yourself while you're actually like doing book festivals and interviews where you're talking about this story again?
Yeah, I'm not. And I did a podcast recently. Most media orgs have been really good. Like, they've given me a heads up. They've been like, we would really like to ask you specifically about your mum, and we know your mum has passed away recently. Or, you know, like they'll let me know ahead of time. And I went and I did a podcast recently that was, I thought, more about being an academic, more about like achieving a certain level. And when I got in there, the questions, I wasn't emotionally ready. And like, I feel mad at the podcast person, and I'm not sure how like okay that is. And it's become now, like, I haven't invoiced them. And I mean, it's a tiny little amount of money, but the invoice has become an impossible task. So like, I haven't really, like, I give myself space around things. I know we planned the questions for the book tour. Mm-hmm. We workshopped them, and I worked out ahead of time, particularly as an autistic person, having to remind myself, like, you have permission to say, I appreciate you're curious about that, but there's a reason I didn't give more detail in the book. So I created little scripts, but because it had been over a year since the tour and I went in unprepared, like, I did still get caught off guard, and I'm a bit sad about it, I'm a bit mad at myself. Like, I think that's a really good question, and it's something, when we're talking about ethics and protocols as well, we're talking about how there aren't really, people don't give you like YouTube essays on, are you sharing your family trauma? Do you come from a marginalised and oppressed community? Here are 10 tips to make sure you don't have a breakdown. You know. Yeah.
We're getting very, very close to one more.
Yeah, and I do this out of respect for everyone. I just notice that no one else bothers to introduce themselves when they're asking a question, but I do. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. So I'm Davina Woods, cookie younger woman from the Yalangji language group in far north Queensland. As a Murray, I've been living on Koori country, on Kulin country, since 1990. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is to do with, we talk about in our communities about transgenerational trauma. I think there's also a little bit to do with transgenerational cultural knowledge that we may not have even realised we've picked up. I just wanted to know how you feel about that, because when I went to far north Queensland, we're talking with various people in Mareeba and Kuranda and Mossman Gorge communities that I needed to connect to up there. a woman from Mariba was telling me a dreaming story, and halfway through it she says, yes, and Curiella, the rainbow serpent, he was hearing language, people speaking, but then he realised it wasn't his people because the language was from those white fellas that had come up to dig the ground, the Chinese that were coming up to dig for the gold. And she had brought in the moment of first colonisation when gold was found on the Hodgkinson River. And it just sort of like, even just remembering it now, it gives me goosebumps because she had no problem with bringing that time frame into her version of the dreaming story. So what do you think about the idea of there being transgenerational cultural knowledge passed on, specifically around the issue of time? Thanks.
Deb.
Thank you, Davina, my sister. Not. Yeah, really big question. And again, this is a reflection of where I grew up. We are really traditional. My kids don't call anybody auntie outside of our community because they know that it is being disrespectful to our mum. I struggle to be, when I hear myself being called auntie outside of my community, I love that people are so respectful. But I really struggle with that. The knowledge within my community, as I said before, there are so many laws, you know. I know stuff that I will not ever talk about and I will not ever tell my kids because it's not something that is my business. So my name is Perinjalanga. I'm from the Gurenji Wakaya mob. As a Gurenji person, I'm from Nimarama skin and I'm related to this Murrumbarana songline. And that means that this part here is my business and I look after that. I know this part and this part and this part and I know that part over there too. But I will not ever admit the detail of that. It's against the law.
Thank you. Amy, did you?
Are you doing Cockatoo Woods? Is that you online? Okay, I know you without knowing you. Yeah. Gomer are really particular about auntie and uncle as well. So just so you know, I had permissions to be fair and honest, okay? But yeah, I think it's really important that we are incredibly cautious, particularly when we're putting things to print. One of the questions when we're out on country last year or the year before, we were talking about how wonderful it is that more mob are moving into the space, and not only that, but mainstream are getting an appetite, I'm using that word on purpose, for our stories. However, we have to make sure we're moving cautiously when we're thinking about what we're feeding and asking ourselves, why are we sharing this? What is it adding? And also, is it going to be protected when we put it out there? There's a great book, well, I think it was good. I think it's called Ghost Bird, and it's written by Mob, and it's a young adult fiction book. And she writes in the beginning about how she's intentionally changed the hairy man, the scary figure in the book, because she wanted the energy and the storying, but when she went and she got permissions, it was agreed that she would change it to a creature so that no one can co-opt their storying because that belonged to their community. And I think this comes back to that questioning we were saying around protocols and ethics. We don't have to get permissions for our memoir, but to not get permission wouldn't have made sense for me because it would have hurt me. So yeah, I think that's a really important thing for us to be reflecting on as we move into the space, and also to be asking when we're seeing certain things come up and be storied and be shared, are we even allowed to hear it?
Sadly, that really does bring us to the end. I think I just dropped something. Thanks, Deb. I want to encourage you all to read these two extraordinary books, and I'd even encourage you to listen to them because there's something quite magical.
Cry with me.
Cry. Well, I did indeed, I must say. I also cringed and shook and became angry. I think one of the things we didn't get a chance to touch on, which I think is really important, and that is both the covers of these books are very beautifully done and they're very unique. Deb's is done by her daughter, and Amy's is an amazing photograph of her, and she can talk about that in a little moment. But I also wanted to just mention the titles of these books. Deb's, I think, is such a clever title. We came with this place, not from, with. With is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, and I love that.
You know, that is actually, you know, ethical behaviour again. That's actually a direct quote of something that my then 5-year-old son said. You know, he was, if you haven't read it, he was relating, I was doing the mum thing and growling at him about having taken off his shoes. And I said, you know, you're going to get bindi eyes. He said, Mum, my feet know this place. They're not my feet, I'm borrowing them. My feet, they come with this place.
Beautiful.
They're going to be here for a long time in the future. They've grown here from a long way in the past.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm getting a time sign, but I want to just quickly say Amy's Tell Me Again has that kind of childlike, tell me again, what happened? Tell me again. And it's beautifully done because...
It's short for Tell Me Again About the Night I Was Born.
Yeah, tell me again about the night I was born. But it's something that just resonates through the book from the first, literally the first sentence to the last, tell me again. So I'd like to take this chance to congratulate Amy and Deb on 2 extraordinary memoirs. And I would like to thank you as an audience for your participation today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Best we be gone out to the street where the legions are forming. I heard the call more than ever before. If we just scream at our screens, we will forget what it means. I am flesh, I am blood, I am down in the mud to protect all the things I believe in. I believe in, I believe in us rising above hatred. I believe that love will elevate us. Change has to come. Change has to come. Why must we wait while you tend to your ego? There are some wounds so much deeper than that. There are brothers and sisters whose burdens are stacked so it's breaking their backs. If we just scream at our screens, we will forget what it means. I am flesh, I am blood, I am down in the mud to protect all the things I believe in. I believe in, I believe in us rising above hatred. I believe that love will elevate us. Change has to come. 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 I saw you at the house on the hill. My head was spinning and my body was still. The realization that it's over, the chills I feel. My stomach twists and turns whenever I think about you laying up next to someone like him. I know that it's been over for some months, but I feel I'm still yours. Tell me where did I go wrong? Writing this to let you know I'll do anything but let you go. You're in control. The only way that I'm not strong. Writing this to let you know I'll do anything but let you go. A million times I said sorry, but looking back it's not on me. I try to act like I wasn't hurt, but you see my eyes, I can't hide it. And I tried to leave it unpleasant turn. Every time your name comes up as dirt, I still defend you, but it hurts me, 'cause I still feel like I'm still yours. Tell me where did I go wrong? Writing this to let you know I'll do anything but let you go. You're in control. The only way that I'm not strong. Writing this to let you know I'll do anything but let you go.
Too much green, I don't feel okay. Windows shaking, the walls keep talking. Whole place jump like a don't bouquets. DJ stop, but the bass keeps calling out. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling out. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. Yeah, the bass keeps calling now. Yeah, the bass keeps calling. The bass keeps calling. The bass keeps calling. Bodies on bodies, sweat drop, drop. You know, out west they get hot, hot. Turn the whole place to a hot box. It be non-stop till the cops knock, knock. Keep it tight knit, yeah, I stay close. In the street bugging, so I lay low. Old head should've stayed home. Only here for the pics and the payroll. Too much green, I don't feel okay. Windows shaking, the walls keep talking. Whole place jump like a don't bouquets. DJ stop, but the bass keeps calling out. I'm the Staying up, I'm staying close to you. Wasting nights with you right by my side. Make it up as we go. I don't mind where you want me to be. I love to tell you how I'm still thinking about you. Rehearsing in the shower for the 11th hour. And now it's getting closer, the night is almost over. And baby, I was thinking, I just cannot stop thinking about staying out. I need to settle down. Trying to find lovely eyes all the time. Looking out to find you in the crowd. If I call, would you let me down? I love to tell you how I'm still thinking about you. Rehearsing in the shower for the 11th hour. And now it's getting closer, the night is almost over. And baby, I was thinking, I just cannot stop thinking about
Got home late, no lights were on outside, padlock on the front gate. It's a Monday, and I got bills to pay. Envelope, red stamp that says it's due today. Pay, but I spend all my day on the grind, cause I got no social life outside, and I don't have nobody call the landline, cause I ain't got no more power inside. All you left is an empty hallway, broken pieces of a world we both made. Shot me down like a gun, it ain't any fun, so baby I'm done. Because this house ain't much of a home anymore. Since you've been gone, I've been trying to move on. And now this bed don't feel like it used to before. Gonna pack my bags, put a sign on the door. Gonna let the neighbors know that we don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. Don't live here no more. I'm wanting. You might have let me down, but what goes around comes back again.
Hello, I'm Ari. I'm a proud Nungu and Kukilanji person, and I'm sharing a work I did with Nangamai Mana Jurali, Dream Gather Grow. And the title of this work is called Personless Love. Faceless profiles confess that they find my body desirable. They say how my skin glows. Indeed, it radiates faster than my wit can come to terms with our meet-up arrangement. I'm curious as to where the stranger can lead me through some curvature of my own body. I myself do not know the whereabouts to. See, in personless love, it removes the fear of attachment. because I can't love someone without a heart. But I can love the person they see me to be, for in that spare moment, I am purpose without a journey. Because we've already arrived. They're finished, they're done for the night, until they need the next hit of brief love to sustain themselves. Sustaining by performance, selling a show abandoned by their bedded truths, while masquerading their lies that they never loved this body. Ceasefire now, free, free Palestine, justice for my sister McKaylee Watts Owens. Thank you.
Before we begin, I'd of course like to start off by acknowledging that we're meeting on the lands of the Wurundjeri and Bunurong people, the sovereign custodians and law holders of this land, the holders of language, ceremony, story, history and future of this land. I'm very excited for this panel. I've been excited for a very long time to speak with Auntie Marie and Auntie Tisha, but before we start, and before we watch the very beautiful movie and story together, I'm going to read a poem from Running Water Community Press's collection of poetry, Woman's Talk. This poem, little friend, little grandson, this poem is called Listen by Teresa Penanke Alice. I love the sounds of the ancient world. I like to listen to the deep sound of the old chanting songs. It connects me back to the timeless land, the land that only the spirits walk. It teaches me to listen with my heart. My heart opens and releases my spirit deep into the land. It sings and dances as it goes deep into the land. The knowledge fills my heart. Songs of the land. The songs make me dance with the wind. Thank you. And if we could cut to the movie now.
Kwajaroa. The meaning is running water in the creek. Sometimes when it's big flood, it can be dangerous. It can be full of rage, full of anger. It's also that gentle water that flows in the creek. It's calm, it's cleansed, it just takes all that negativity away. And Kwajaroa is for us is like how we see it. And we use that metaphorically for our poetry.
Yung ari na chena Teresa Alice komje elam orang the panangka yang kusa orang chena la panangka and man panangka and pangada tala yung man because I'm connected to my grandfather That's where I get my skin name from my grandfather. The passion of these words and passion what we're doing is really connecting and showing the love of the land and showing our love to each other. So we're all standing together and sitting together with the land, you know, and connecting ourselves. I love the sound of the ancient world. I like to listen to the deep sound of the old chanting songs. It connects me back to the timeless land, the land that only spirits walk. It teaches me to listen with my heart. My heart opens and releases my spirit deep into the land. It sings and dances as it goes deep into the land. The knowledge fills my heart, songs of the land, the songs that make me dance with the wind.
Ngi chena Walpri mura wapatali nyan nyong kona manga ka kaljaramal ngi chena kana churunga kada ayi la karada tara min malu jara in Walpri nyamada manga ka kaljara ka mi chena kana churunga ka aljara ayaparinya yenda lap lap and tara de chena kana eri chelanak nyora kangen jantora ta ye chen te lama rantara ka takan ta remma mure chena murale chena mur pote chena takan ta aknga chena ngel ta remma yengala kaljalan ta ka tara de chen ma pala apmana perle chemen yan ma pal yang chenga menaga chenga kaljalan ta nanta renama pe pagata renama. The calm within the storm. The calm within the storm is how I see you. Gentle like the wind that dances across the desert plains, beautifully, gracefully, happily. Gentle like the wind, creating the beautiful Willy Willy as it dances through the ancient Arunda land. Gentle like the wind that races across the barren landscape, sweeping the land to its clean. Gentle like the wind that calms the harsh barren land. Gentle like the desert wind, sweet melodies echoes through the trees, shrubs, and grass. Gentle like that wind, that music was written by our Mama Arunda land for all her creation upon her ancient Arunda land. Gentle like the wind that the desert splendor of our flora and fauna blooms. You are the calm within our storm, when the wind blows angrily, aggressively, and uncontrollably. You are the calm within our storm, when the willy willy raging across the barren landscape in a fit of rage. You are our calm within our storm, when the sweet melodies turn into thunder, flashes of lightning, and the sound of the lightning striking angrily. You are the calm within our storm.
Welcome to a Majara country. My name is Tisha Naparula Kara. I have been inspired to write my poetry from my country. This is a place where I brought my children to grow up, and for us to find peace. Something I felt when I woke up in the morning. I walked outside. Everything was wet, drops on the trees, and the smell of the air was fresh. It was nice and cool. It was something I felt in my heart, a relief. A sadness had lifted. My friend, I thought about you. Coming back here makes us feel connected to who we are. Makes my family. I bring my children and I bring my grandchildren, so they know their country too. We have to go back to our country and look after our country and be respectful for who we are.
Hello, my name is Maureen O'Keefe. I come from Alikarang, born and raised there. The poem I've written about is Mum's Lost Song. My mum, she was a composer and dancer for this place called Kolokolo. She was what you call a Yawuli leader. And the reason I've written this poem is that some of her songs has been lost and forgotten. Mother's Lost Song. Mother's song has disappeared, never to be sung again. So who will sing Mother's song? This song is as ancient as the land itself. Mother's song has disappeared like a whisper in the wind. Through sands of time, the song has echoed through 1,000 years. It's to me but a fading memory, but I still hear her singing in the wind. Her singing echoing through this desert. I see her in my dreams, singing to me. She sings of long ago, when the earth was young. This beautiful gifted woman, the singer of songs. She tells about the spirit woman, the giver of this beautiful song. She says she is from the sky where the stars twinkle at night. She dances on the Milky Way, slowly floating down to earth. She gave Mother this song. Who could sing as beautiful as she? So who will sing Mother's song? If I could turn back time just to hear her sing to me. A beautiful song, never to be sung. Mother's song is lost, erased by the winds of changes. Nothing but a whisper in the wind, a faint whisper in the desert. Mother's song carried away into the distance. Maybe the wind will bring a new song. Please whisper these songs to me. I want to hear it. The only singing I hear in the desert is the rustling of the leaves, singing of the birds, the drone of the noisy cicadas, the howling of the dingoes, the hooting of the desert owl, the sound of crickets, the sound of the desert, where Mother's song once echoed. Her singing carried off by the desert wind into the distance. Mother's song has disappeared into the wind. The connection to my mum, to this place, it goes back to my great-great-grandmother about how her songline traveled to this land long ago. And Mum, she was a caretaker. She's the one that holds the cultural knowledge to this land, for the storyline and the song lines, you know, and Mum was the only person who knew the song lines to this land, and nobody else would sing it. If we can try to preserve some of the languages and song lines and culture of this place, it'll be beautiful again.
My name is Desmond Byrne. I'm the son of Trevor Byrne. Trevor Byrne is the son of Frank Byrne.
My name's Stanley Byrne, Valencia Byrne's son, Frank Byrne's grandson, and yeah, I live out on the blocks, out on Twitcher community. I'm Frank Byrne. I was born in the bush on Christmas Creek Station in the Kimberley, in the north of Western Australia, on the 20th of July 1937. This is the story of my life, the story of a boy who was taken away from his mother and his family forever when he was 6 years old. He had no say in it, his family had no say in it, the government had all the say in everything. I still have many memories of my life at Christmas Creek before I was taken away. My name was Godari. I had a wonderful mum, her name was Morty Yulongru. She was a Gunyandi woman from Fitzroy Crossing, and she had some sort of Asian blood in her too. I remember she loved me and I loved her. I remember the feeling of being held by her, feeling close and safe with her. What I was reading was my grandfather's book, Living in Hope, just a story about his life and how he was taken away from his mother and his family, and how he spent half his life looking for his mother. The book just makes me proud, happy. It's a pretty priceless thing.
Thank you, everyone. So my name's Laniuk. I'm a Larakia Kungarakan and Gurindji woman from Darwin, Northern Territory, but I'm currently living here on Wurundjeri lands. Marie and Tisha, you were obviously both introduced in the movie. I was wondering if you'd like to take a moment to introduce yourselves, because you do so much. You're poets, you're creating films. Marie, you just told me that you're a health worker and told me off for chasing painkillers and told me I was dehydrated and need to drink some water. So you're busy, busy women.
Good afternoon, everyone. Did you have Bimba's coffee yet? Good afternoon. I would like to first of all do a shout out to the Running Water Community Press Mob. They're watching live today. A special shout out to a special young lady that I worked with, Rachel. She student doctor that helped me a couple of weeks. Thank you, Rachel. And a special shout out to my mum, Vicky, if you're watching, and also the crew from the roastery up there. So, what everyone? Okay, my name's Marie. I'm Maranda Walpri, and Yes, over to Tisha now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tisha Carter, and I'd like to send a big hello to all my family in Alice Springs. We're so excited about what's happening with running water, and also my grandson's here and my son, all the way from Melbourne too. Thank you.
We met in that coffee roaster last year, the coffee roastery in Alice Springs at the Fanon Summit. And you both, as well as the whole community, hosted us so generously and taught us so much about the work that you do with Running Water Press. The work we learned a lot about the work that Bachelor Institute is doing out there as well. And I think what I'm really impressed by you as individuals and your community, but also what we're seeing in Running Water Press is that you're all doing multiple things at once. And I think what is so special about Running Water Community Press is that it is operating in a way that I've never seen a publisher do before, because it's not just about publishing books, it's also about protecting water, it's also about protecting country. And Running Water Community Press has been doing so much work for water justice out in the desert. Would you like to speak a little bit to that?
The water justice is by Maureen Nanpijunpa O'Keefe, Connor, watching. It's all about saving water on country, and Nanpijunpa has been fighting tirelessly to save that water on that sacred land. The sacred land that she fights about is where the water sits and where the government is going to go there and drain all that water out for some sort of mining thingy, for fracking, or I don't know what the government is going to do with the water. But Maureen Nanpijunpa O'Keefe has been fighting tirelessly to protect that country, to protect that water. Water comes freely from the sky, it falls on the land, and it's there to supply us with that water, to cleanse the land, to nourish the land, to give us life. Water is life. And Maureen Nanpijunpa is fighting tirelessly with the government. So if you need more information about the water justice, please go on the Running Water Community Press website and read about Nanpijunpa's fight for water for justice.
Thank you. And I think what we see in the film, Kwacha Urua, there is water present throughout that film, and there's water present throughout the poetry anthology, and as you say, water is life. And I think as Aboriginal people, we also know that water holds story, it holds history, it holds knowledge. And when we are protecting water, there's a little bit of a difference in understanding between us and the government of why water is important. And I see in the work that Running Water Community Press does, through poetry and through storytelling, it is telling the true value of land and water and culture. How has it been, this journey of Running Water Community Press and sharing those stories and those cultural stories?
Water is important for all of us, for this planet, for everything that's on this planet. Water for us is precious. Water gives us life. Like I said earlier, it nourishes the land, it nourishes our soul, it heals us. Our spirit needs that healing, and we as humans, we are mostly made out of water. So without that kwacha, you get dehydrated and die. You know, if they take all the water out of each area, and they're mining and getting our water and turning that into polluted water, what else are we going to drink? You can't drink toxic water. and still expect to survive. Water is sacred. Water is given free to us. So we should fight for that water, because the next generation and the next future generation is not going to survive. There's no other planet going to provide water. I'm not a scientist, but I got a PhD in common sense.
Tisha, how was the experience of filming? Because I know that there was a little bit of filming done with the Water Justice Project, but I think this is the first thing that I've seen Running Water, the first movie that Running Water Community Press has made. How was that experience?
Well, we was fortunate. Kieran Sator, I don't know if many know him, but
From Garawa?
Yeah, from Garawa. And what happened was he came to Running Waters and he asked us if we would like to do our poetry. So we went to like different locations. Well, I went to my country, and Madara country, and yeah, we went there, and it was really lucky that there was water there at the time. And yeah, so he filmed us there. Then he continued on to go to Ali Quran, and then come back, and he did Marine Mob and Treza. For the experience, it just like everything worked out for us, you know. Maybe it was the ancestors that was with us when we walked, you know. And just like for all of us, like this saving water is so precious. And they're doing a lot of fracking and all that stuff in the Northern Territory. And if they take our water away, what are we going to have? Nothing. Yep.
Thank you. Also, being from the Northern Territory, it is a level of heartbreak and dread that we carry every day that our lands will be destroyed for the greed and profit of the government, that they look at our land and only see money. When we see our family in our land, we see our stories and our ceremony in our land. And I think that Kieran did a really beautiful job of catching that the power and the softness and the, like you said, Marie, that strength, right? Because the water in the creek can be calm and it can be healing, but it can also be rageful and it can be dangerous. And I think that Kieran was able to capture the softness of that land, but that power that's ready to be unleashed. What do you see, Marie, when you watch that video?
First of all, I'd like to shout out to Kieran Sator and Karawa, and to make Poetry on Country possible. That you can actually see us and hear us on country. He captured the beautiness of country. The harshness behind that is, you know, you have to be able to know, if you come from country, you have to know how to survive. The different season, like in different season, you have to know. It's like in the city here, like, you know, you know where to survive your coffee and whatnot. Me and Tisha, we got lost in the city twice. Walking around the block, and it was like, yeah, anyway, that's another story. But capturing that, our desert beauty, the beautiness of our country, it's for your eyes only. And, you know, it's love at first sight when you see the beautiness of our country. It can be cruel. It can be kind to you. It can be cruel to you. It depends on you and how you're feeling and your attitude towards its survival and thinking. So all that captured in that one, and Kieran has done us, you know, proud. And we're looking forward to working with Kieran for more. So watch the space, you know. It's going to happen, and we're going to bring many more. Yeah.
What I also absolutely, we're looking forward to it. What I also really appreciated about that video, and it's a short video, 16 minutes, and so much story and culture and history and families in that very short 15, 16 minutes. But what I really appreciate about the film as well is that multi-generational storytelling. We have stories from old people, we have stories from the present, and then we have the young fellas at the end talking about their grandfather. And that was a book published by Running Water Community Press as well, telling that story and capturing all that history for his grandchildren and future generations. I'm seeing Running Water Community Press do a lot of that work of language and culture and, you know, for a small little publishing house hanging out in Alice Springs, out in the desert, it's doing a lot of work for our people. What are your hopes for Running Water Community Press?
Our hope and dream is we want to grow bigger. We want to plow the way for the next generation. We want to get our children to, we want to mentor them so they can tell their story, write poetry, their creative little stories about themselves. So we're plowing the way for our future, for our children. We strong women, you know, and us women, we know how to multitask, eh? Everybody there, all the women there nodding, yes. We multitask. We have our own personal life. We have families. We have everything that's going around. It's like a tornado or a cyclone. But for us, when we all gather together at Running Water Community Press, you know, that's where we relax and we focus on our words and our writing and what we do and stuff. So, you know, writing is our passion. It's our passion to tell our story, telling the truth-telling story as well as poetry. And
this poem was written by me, and it's called Kwaja. Kwaja means water. Yeah. Kwaja, cool water. A few drops, it ripples out to make a creek, a river. It helps to wet the ground, to relieve the thirst of dry country, of plants, animals, people of the land. I want to make a special announcement. The first thing that I want to say is, let me just hold it for me. Our proof of our existence has been our drawings in the caves, and also the stories of our ancestors have been written in the sand. That is who we are and needs to be told and archived for the identity of Aboriginal peoples of Australia. I'd like to say, before I say that, now I'm going to make the announcement. What Running Waters is represented by Amadra, Walpri, Kadich, Central Aranda, what else? Who did I forget? But yeah, just to say a few. And the directors are Marie, Teresa Ellis, myself, Valencia Burns, Trevor Burns, Maureen O'Keefe. Have I forgot anybody? Yeah, but there's two two men as well. That's John Kavanagh and also Trevor Burns, like I said. The announcement that I want to make is we've been doing voluntary for about 6 years, and we are building an author-owned and run cooperative. We have just formed the first ever cooperative publisher in Australia and the world. Authors owned and run by the publishing. So that's us. Now I'd like to say thank you to Garawa, the team, for partnering with us to create this film series, for the generosity, your care with the process, for including us all the way through, and for the gifts that you shared. Karen, Sator, Ryan, Andrew, Lee Wright, Jamie, Sim, Ramona, the whole family of Garawa. Some of you are here in the audience. Please join us on stage. Is anybody here? Anyone? So which one's Australian? There comes there. Also to the Black and Bright for the commission this work and for offering us this opportunity to bridge the distance between the desert and the city. Thank you, Talia and Jane. Thank you for everything. To the community who supported us and our crowdfund campaign, to all of those who contribute funding, Reading Foundation, to ICTV for the live stream, this to all our remote communities, families, countrymen across the desert. A shout out to everyone watching from my headquarters at Running Waters community in Mbantua, Alice Springs right now. And most of all, thank you to the country, the land, who gives us all life and creation. The stories that we belong to since the beginning of time. This is ultimately for you.
Running Water Community Press is a publishing house of many firsts, is powerful, is innovative, is really bringing the power and care of Aboriginal culture and language and land to publishing. Before we open up for any questions, is there anything else that you would like to say? No? We're going to jump into it? Yeah? All right, let's open it up to the audience. Thanks for joining us on the stage. Does anyone have any questions? Just raise your hand. We've got a roaming mic.
Just a little warning, if you ask a stupid question, you're going to get a stupid answer.
Oh, we got one in. We've got a question up the back there.
I love Alice. I love the Central Desert. The culture, the strength, the women that are coming out of that place and really standing up in difficult times is beautiful. And I think that poetry is just one of the brilliant ways of expressing while also releasing almost a perspective to the world that others might not see. I talk about this all the time to people who haven't been to the territory of why it's so special, why it's so different, and why you will never experience anything like it. But I was kind of hoping that you could more so talk to the point of why running water is so important, why it needed to exist in the first place when, you know, art and culture is a mainstream element of Australia, but why, if you could talk to the element of why it needs to exist, especially for Black women, I think that would be really beautiful.
Running Water Community Press is made up of strong, independent grandmothers. And we, like I said, we're plowing the way. Yes, the art industry is big, but then again, our people was restricted in how to express our stories and truth-telling stories. Now it's this opportunity for us as Running Water Community Press. You know, we have this now to share our stories and truth-telling. And it's our time. It's our time to put pen to the paper to tell that story, because we have a lot of stories to tell and many, many more. So we as powerful grandmothers, individuals, we got together around the campfire and we're telling our story, and we're here now and for the future to lead the way for truth telling.
Tisha, is there anything else you'd like to add to that? Why Running Water Community Press is so important?
Running Water came about like when we did our first poetry. Some of the ladies didn't even know how to write or about poetry, and it inspired us. It took us to another place. We was concerned about, like we all do, about the lifestyle of the children in Alice Springs and how hard it was, you know, still hard. But like trying to encourage young people to write their feelings for the things that are going on, like the suicides, and get it out there, you know. And especially the truth telling, you know, like we only know the white side of things, but how about the black side too? Two sides of the story. Yeah, and a lot of positive things. We sit down, lots of positive things come out in the last like 3 months, and we don't only look at. We're looking at everybody, every type of audience, you know, like I don't know if some of you were here yesterday, but the next thing that we want to promote is getting some of the books done in Braille. And with the audio stuff, hearing impairment and all that, you know. I think everybody's got a right. We forget that side of things, we just go along that track. But there's a lot of people on that way that want to enjoy these things, you know. And I think myself, like that's where we're going to get through to the children. They're on social media, all this stuff, you know. We could do up the apps so they could look at it, see what their families are doing, the history, because one day it's going to be really, really important to them. And hopefully with the archives, we want to archive all our stuff so the future generation can go to the archives and say, oh, this is my family. Because there's a whole generation that don't know where they are. They lost their, you know, but yeah. But Running Waters has got a lot of projects, and one of the projects is Stolen Generation, you know. People don't know about the Stolen Generation. You know, they don't just hear what they see. But we want to tell, like old Frank Burns, his book told the story about him taken away. That's just one. But yeah, that's us at Running Waters. So support us.
If I might add to that, as one of your biggest fans, another important thing that I really see Running Water Community Press doing that I think is sometimes missing is that land and water is always at the centre of everything that the publishing house does. And I think sometimes, you know, we make poetry or make movies and all that sort of stuff, and, you know, culture and language is beautiful, but all of that comes back to the land. And I really appreciate that as a publishing house, as a community, as a family, that you're first and foremost always dedicated to land and to family and culture. And that means a lot, because we have so much protecting to do of our lands. Are there any other questions in the audience? Oh, Jane's hand went straight up.
Hello. My question is for the collective. Have you thought about working in other genres? I mean, your poetry is beautiful and so special, and we're privileged to hear it. But theatre is something that I have a background in. I see lots of possibilities for writing plays and other forms of other genres. Have you considered working or moving towards those other genres?
Anything is possible. He turned that impossible to possible. Anything can happen. Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll do up a contract.
Yes.
Mine's not so much a question, more of like a statement. It was kind of just carrying on from what Tisha was saying and what you were saying, Alali, about anything's possible. I just want to thank you all for your tireless work and everyone behind the scenes at Running Water. You know, these mob have been working tirelessly for literally nothing into like all hours of the night, every single day, Monday to Sunday, relentlessly for years and years. And they've done this with no money. And so if you are in the room today and you are rich, like, what are you mob doing? No, I'm serious though. These mob need money to function and to do these incredible projects. And I just want to say, like, thank you for doing this, but yous mob need to get paid.
Yeah, right, yeah. Thank you, I hear you.
I want to say what that person just said, because that's really important. Hello, Auntie, hello, everyone. And because Running Water are listening, big hello to Olivia and the team, from Esther from Meanjin. I just wanted to point out that Meanjin was just published on Friday, and the first paper in each Meanjin is a piece written by an elder that tells us a story of place. It's the first thing that we encounter when we open it up. And this season's paper is by Auntie Teresa Penanke Alice, now that we publish in full colour, there are also beautiful stills from the film that you have just seen. It's in print, but also online. We don't put the Meanjin paper behind the paywall, so it's there free for everyone to be able to read this beautiful piece. I've just tweeted it if people are still on that platform. I didn't have the chance to meet Auntie Teresa at Fnorn last year, but did meet Auntie Marie, which was fantastic because she's so smart and hilarious. But I really, really recommend reading this essay. It's just beautiful. And then, of course, the chance that we've had to see the film. Thank you all so, so much for all of your work in everything that you do.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more question before we wrap it up. Anyone got a pressing question? Oh, sure. Welcome back.
And I guess it sort of echoes onto what you were just saying, but if it is the last question, ultimately, how can we continue to support running water once we all exit this room? Like, what can we do as individuals to ensure, you know, we might not be able to financially support in any way, but what can we do as individuals when we all leave this room to make sure that the impact that's been felt continues on and it doesn't just get forgotten, you know, in a week from now? What can we do as individuals to make sure that these messages, these poems, but also the employment and the payment of First Nations people in the desert specifically continues?
Audience and everyone, you can just get on our website and browse around there, read about what Running Water Community Press is all about. If you want to donate, please donate. If you want to come and volunteer, absolutely. You come and volunteer and we'll be your personal tour guide and take you to country and we'll host you up, okay? So yeah, go and check out our website and
You've also got a beautiful Instagram. Running Water Community Press is on. It's on the gram. Beautiful photos and keeps everyone up to date with the water protection that's happening as well. We've also got, where's that book, Annie? Annie Tisha, the one you read that poem from. You got it stashed over there. Highly recommend this beautiful collection. I'll take all my notes off so you can see the cover. There we go, a beautiful collection of poetry from women in the desert. And the other one is of the story of Frank Burns as well. What's the title for that one again? Do you remember? Running in Hope? Living in Hope. Living in Hope. Both of which I've purchased here in Melbourne, so they're definitely getting around. Would you like to say anything before we close this event up?
Thank you, audience, for attending this, and we appreciate you being here and to listen to our story. Thank you.
I would like to say a very special thank you to Olivia. I know you're watching. I know you're watching. And don't cry, you sookie baby. But yeah, and all our families that are supporting us in this beautiful and special day for us. Yeah, God bless everybody.
And thank you, Garawa, for all of your work.
Thank you, Garawa.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
Social life outside and I don't have nobody call the landline cause I ain't got no more power inside. All you left is an empty hallway, broken pieces of a world we both made. Shout me down like a gun, it ain't any fun, but baby I'm done. Because this house ain't much of a home anymore. Since you've been gone I've been trying to move on, and now this bed don't feel like it used to before. Gonna pack my bags, put a sign on the door, gonna let the neighbors know that we don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. Don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here no more. We don't live here
sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours. We don't need a castle, we don't need a mansion. If we build a house, the cost of falling on your arms, I'm my protection. We don't need no magic, we already have it. We don't need a dream, no wishful thinking, baby, it's already happening. Come closer. When you need me, I'll be here. Till the sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours forever. And you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, mine, mine. You know I'm yours forever. Classic new edition, mutual obsession. Yeah. I admit it, baby, I got tunnel vision. Looking at you, looking at me like you've never seen something so beautiful. Like I said, it's mutual, so come closer. Come closer when you need me. I'll be here. Till the sun burns out, till the sky falls down, till the choir sings loud. Heaven on earth now, in the next lifetime. When we lock eyes, you know I'm yours forever. And you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, 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 and you'll be mine, mine, mine. You know I'm yours forever. Over the Atlantic, it's 4 a.m. back home. Never got the chance to say it. Stuck on airplane mode. I took a sleeping tablet to try and get some rest. It's not the greatest habit, but I haven't been my best. Now I'm gone. Feels like we're caught in the middle. And I'd be wrong if I said that it hurt just a little. Space between, you got a hold on me like the fasten seatbelt sign. You'd agree, it's all up in the air, but it's turbulent this time. No, I never wanna come down, crash landing in a hard ground. No, I never wanna come down. I look over my shoulder, this kid's kicking my chair, but I don't mind the distraction from wishing you were here. Now I'm gone, 13 hours could feel like a minute, and I don't want this world if you're not living in it. Space between, you got a hold on me like the fasten seatbelt. Take rights, make moves, making these rules, running these lives, trying to take things back. I'm the way we move. I'm the way we move. Maybe I'm just crazy. Taking fights, trying to lay me, making up, trying to rate me, making plans, trying to beat me. I know you just like it what I got. I know you trying to take my honey back. Stop, you know what I got, yeah. You know what I got, yeah. Stop, you know what I got, yeah. You know what I got, yeah. I'm the way we move, I'm the way we move, yeah. I'm the way we groove, I'm the way we move, yeah. I'm the blueprint, I'm the big bitch, I'm the. Hey, what did they say? Made some moves, now we're back for the day. Now we're back for the day. Hey, what did I do? Made some noise, now we want that move. Now we want that move. Hey, what did I say? Made some moves, now we're back for the day. Now we're back for the day. Hey, what did I do? Made some noise, now we want that move. Now we want that move.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can we hear the mics going, please?
Excellent. How are you going, people? Good afternoon. I'd like to open by acknowledging that we are gathered here on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung land, and I'd also like to pay my respects to the broader Kulin Nation mob down in Bunurong Way, St Kilda, and down to Wilson's Prom, I understand. The Wathaurong mob out West Way, so it extends out to places like Yuyangs and Geelong Way. The Tanarong mob, who kind of border, I guess, my land. I'm Yorta Yorta. I'm from a place called Cumragunja on the Murray River near Echuca. But yeah, Tanarong are my neighbours, part of the Kulin Nation. And there's always another one I tend to forget, Wurundjeri, Woiwurrung, Djarjarung, that's the other mob. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge and pay my respects to those people, those custodians, their elders, and their kids too. But my name is Brian Andy. I'm a Yorta Yorta man from Cumragunja, as I said, and I am your moderator for today. Unfortunately, Davey Thompson was billed to moderate today's session, but he's got COVID. It's still swimming around, so I don't see any masks out there, but yeah, just beware. Thoughts with Davey and COVID. And but yeah, nonetheless, we're going to be a great panel, and we're just joined by them. So I'll get each of our panelists to introduce themselves.
My name's Daniel Browning. I'm a writer, former broadcaster, head of Indigenous radio at the ABC, and former presenter of the Art Show, and kind of critic in my spare time.
Thanks, Daniel.
My name's Tristan Harwood. I'm a writer. I teach art at the VCA, do some editing at a number of publications, and my Bob are Nalakan from the Roper Golf.
Hi, my name is Declan Fry. I'm a writer and board member of Melbourne Writers Festival, Australian Book Review. I do practice criticism, but I don't identify as a critic.
Cool. I guess, yeah, like... I guess I'm going to throw to you then, Declan. Like, who can critique black work? That's it.
Yeah. Everyone. That's the first thing to say. You know, there's a cop in your head and that's it. There's no sort of library police. There's no cops who'll say you can or can't critique someone. It's up to you to write from scratch. And, you know, in writing fiction, in writing poetry, in writing criticism, I can never presume to write something based on my identity, because my personal belief is that the writer's job is to question things from first principles. And I was thinking, you know, what is my identity? And when I went through it, all I could decide was my birth date, 23rd of August, I won't say the year. And that was the only thing I thought I can actually conclude about who I am, not even my name, because names are tricky. You have a name in your passport, but, you know, could be legally changed, could be a middle name, could be misspelt, could be different in different countries, the pronunciation. So as a writer, when we're asked who can critique black work, I say, first of all, everyone, and second of all, you know, as a person setting out to write it all. I guess the example would be if I write a character, or even if I critique someone's character in a work of fiction, I can't just say, well, because of my identity, I'm able to say this, that, and the other. I may be able to, but I can't presume that, you know. I need to prove it. I need to put it out there in the writing and open myself up to critique and put out the idea for others to then be in dialogue with, and they'll do their work of criticism alongside that.
I guess just on that, I just wanted to ask, like, how does that, like, in terms of structural privileges that might exist within the critiquing world, how might they play into this notion of accessing, I guess, that realm? Like in published works, we're talking about writing. You know, we come from an oral tradition as Aboriginal people, I guess, but like, you know, critiquing is often considered a published, has a published outcome. How might you kind of factor in, say, structural or systemic privileges or entitlements or history to critiquing black work, or, you know, work more generally?
Yeah, and I really like, it's a great question. And I'm glad you asked it, because I'm not sure if it was the very first, I think it actually was the very first thing that was published kind of in the mainstream, so outside blogs or student newsletters, for me, was a piece in Overland called Capital Rights White. So I thank Overland for commissioning and publishing that. I mean, I pitched it and they published it. Capital Rights White, the title was a play on the idea from a French philosopher who said happiness writes white. Happiness writes white because you can't write happiness. It doesn't show up on the page. So certain things are very difficult to put into words. And capital is something that doesn't show up on the page, but it's part of the materiality of the page and of what gets put out there, as you say. So the structural and material conditions we work with, sometimes they're able to be perceived, sometimes they're invisible, but you're right, you know, that piece in Overland, I published that I think it was partly in conversation with Ellen Van Nieven's Throat poetry collection. And it was a meditation on that idea that it's my opinion that it is a privilege to write because it's a privilege to be literate. It's a privilege to be able to speak at all. And therefore, to have the privilege of literacy and the privilege of being published, you have a responsibility to use that carefully and to put something out there that's meaningful and to open up space for others, if it's possible, to always be never taking it for granted.
Daniel, I might ask the same question of you, but and just following on from what Declan has had to say, like we're at the back having a bit of a yarn, but just in terms of, I guess, that space making, and I guess that privilege, to use Declan's word, like how do you view that? Is it like something that you're very mindful of?
I want to answer something else, and that is the overall premise. Who can critique black work? I would say everybody, and they frequently do. Like, the idea that there isn't criticism is racist, because we don't do anything, we don't get out of bed without being criticised. And that's by our own mob. Like, inbuilt sense of the self-critic. So everything I write, I've laboured about. I thought, can I say that? You know, I think we just live in such a kind of structured way as blackfellas. I'm not speaking to Declan's experience, I'm speaking to my own. The criticism is already there. And so you're kind of always almost writing against the self-critic to try and say something. But I don't say anything that I can't prove, and I don't say anything that I don't think. I think the biggest danger is criticism that isn't genuine. Criticism that parades itself as criticism but isn't. Criticism that hides what it is. And to name yourself as a critic is not a shame. I don't do it regularly. It's one of many things that I claim to be. So there's no shame in this setting to describe myself that way. But there hasn't been a market, if you want to put it like that, in crude terms, for black criticism until very recently. There was no interest in black work. There was no interest, particularly in black people talking about black work.
Interested, I might get you to answer that question. Who can critique black work? And
Yeah, I mean, similar to Daniel and Declan, like, I think everyone can critique black work, and sort of following from Daniel, I think historically there has been a lot of critical, and I'm speaking from like art and art history here, mob have always engaged in criticism, as kind of Daniel's implying, and you see it all the time amongst ourselves, like in various ways. And also just like if you go out into a community gallery, people are speaking about the work, they're discussing the work. I'm thinking about Nyapa Nyapa Yunupingu, and when she was doing these abstract seeming like bark paintings that are figurative, like hunting stories, there was all this discourse in Yolngu about that work, and only some of it is published, and Daniel was saying this in the green room as well, and so there's all that, and we have that. We already have that. We also have a structuring absence in art history and at the kind of high levels of discourse on art, and that black criticism that is unpublished is part of that structuring absence. Another part of that is the fact that the premier art historians who have defined Aboriginal art to the world have often been white. And so there's two parts to this question for me. One is a political question about our representation and our voice in art criticism. And I'm kind of both Declan and Daniel. Like, sometimes I like to be a critic, sometimes I don't want to be, like, whatever, just the mood changes. So one is this political question about representation, and the other is a philosophical question about the status and the knowability of black art. And they're not mutually exclusive. The representation question enriches how we understand black art, and sometimes it's really great to draw on, thinking about elements in the Western tradition and like how that is inflected in our work, like whether it's just the fact that it's a painting on canvas, or it's sitting in a gallery, and like drawing that in is really useful. But I think, for me, the issue lies more in not who writes about the work, but sometimes where there has been a lack of mentoring for blackfellas by art historians who have made a career of like defining our work.
I'd kind of just say that, look, some of the best black criticism, well, all the best black criticism is unpublished. You will never read it. It all happens in the gallery, it all happens out the back, it all happens hush-hush, or it happens at a community level. When someone does something, someone makes a piece of work that represents a community or a people or a group or a small number of people who are identifiable in a bad way, that person will find out about it. Ask any maker. And that's how it should be. Problem is, you've already made the work and you've already presented it. So the white criticism of black work is just one. It's just one aspect of it, and it's probably the most. It's the kind of least hurtful. We can be very kind of tough on each other, and hypercritical.
I mean, I guess, like, in terms of, say, white critics looking at black work, I mean, one of the things that I guess the black critics, as part of Year-in-Boy 2017, I went through it with Jane, the festival director, and it was under the artistic direction of Jacob Bohm. But one of the things that kind of came up for the need for black critics was to, I guess, be more robust with the criticism, I guess, in that published outcome. But do you think that, just following on from what you were saying?
Absolutely,
there,
I mean, absolutely.
Is there a sensitivity with white people approaching our work?
Yeah, I think they can't say stuff, but they have been saying stuff for a very long time, and they will say it anyway. Whether it's published or not is another thing. Yes, we have to be more robust. We also have to. There has to be a critical mass of people, of black critics, and there has to be some kind of proof for white publishers that black criticism is beneficial, sells magazines, newspapers, whatever. So the market dictates whether we exist or not, right? In many ways, that's what it has become. But when we started, we had a specialist issue of the art magazine Art Link, and I was approached to guest editor it. And that was in 2009, so 15 years ago. And when we did it, we decided that we'd have all black writers writing about black art, and sometimes first-time writers writing about art. So Romaine Morton was in it, Jared Thomas, people who'd never written art criticism. And it wasn't terribly critical, but it was a kind of watershed moment. And I realised the issue was called Black on Black. And I realised that what I knew was that we had an insight into the work that would make it readable, that could make it readable in new ways, that would push its story in a different direction and would enlarge its meaning, which is the purpose of criticism, and also make the work better. Criticism is nothing if it's vitriol or abuse or it's mean. It has to be constructive. Otherwise, what purpose is there? Why do you do it? It has to be constructive. And I do it because I want the work to be better.
Yeah, I must agree. Like whenever I sit down and write something that's sort of a response to a Blak work, particularly, I want it to be enriched. I want it to be kind of to be celebrated in that sense. Do Declan and Tristan, is that an approach you take with your writings and when you put things into words?
Yeah, so I guess when because I write a lot about Indigenous art, but I also write about work from white fellas, from various people of various different positions. And like I don't qualify the label critic with Indigenous critic, but there is a certain disposition that I have towards any kind of work which is informed by my own kinship responsibilities and my own ancestral responsibilities. And so when I'm in discussion with an artwork, yeah, there is a sense of who do I have responsibility to, and so I'm approaching all work with that lens. There's a heightened care for me when it is art by blackfellas, because that is what I'm invested in and interested in myself. Yeah, I guess in short, that's the answer for me.
And what about you, Declan? I mean, are you kind of conscious of who's made the work, I guess, and whether you want to celebrate it in that sense or, yeah, kind of enrich it?
Yeah, you're definitely conscious of who's made the work. And I mean, I think when I say everyone can criticise, and as Daniel said, Tristan said, everyone does criticise. We're all, I'm not going to say everyone's a critic because that's a cliche, but so you didn't hear it from me, but I've heard it said that everyone's a critic, and it's true. I think that means that there are things that people say like, can't review your friends. And I would say, why not? You know, of course I review my friends. I review my enemies. I don't have any, but if they are ever there, I've reviewed them. And I review anyone. I don't ever want to think that someone's identity would get in the way of an honest, not even an honest, you know, I should actually say that I don't think criticism has to be anything. It doesn't have to be good or bad, positive or negative, honest or dishonest. Like, that's something that works itself out once it's out in the world and we don't have control of it. So for me, I'll review anyone or anything, and I'll bring as many things as I can into that conversation. So I guess one recent example was I wrote about the philosopher and theorist Mackenzie Walk and her latest book, which is a memoir, and I reviewed that in the monthly. And at the end of reviewing Mackenzie Walk's book, so she's Australian based in New York since 2000 or so, I said something about like, as long as you keep going, they can never catch up with you. And the idea is you've got to keep making it up every time, you know, like, I think Bono said that after, you know, Rattle and Hum, when he was kind of tired of being Mr. Righteous critic of everything that was ill with the world. He said, let's go and dream it all up again and give them Actual and Baby and Zeropa, and then they peaked and steady decline since then. Again, I've heard it said, didn't hear it from me. But I do feel that there is that sense of having to dream it up every time and go in. Of course, you know the person, either personally, or if you don't know them personally, you know them because you've read their work. So you know what they've put out there, and you know something about, you know, as someone who writes fiction, I think when we write fiction, for example, or, you know, visual art, I imagine really anything that can be called art, we're putting out some of the most honest and hopefully vulnerable parts of ourselves. So a critic has a very close relationship. And I've been criticised for being maybe a bit of a psychoanalyst in my approach to criticism. I put the writer on the couch and say, tell me more. And I do that because they have told me a lot. Like, they've offered something vulnerable. So it's not a misstep for a critic to be vulnerable in return and to continue a difficult conversation. I guess in conclusion, I would say, you know, here there's always that question of what can settlers do, what can black fellas do? We're all going to do what we like because we're here and we are together on this continent. And the reason I published the Mackenzie Walk piece in Schwartz Media is because I made a decision. You know, Schwartz Media have been criticised. I write for The Age, Sydney Morning Herald. I write for the ABC. Now, all of these organisations have been criticised, in particular lately, for the coverage of what's happening in Palestine.
Or the non-coverage.
Or the non-coverage, you're right. So basically, you know, there is something unspeakable, you know. We put these words, you know, genocide, ethnic cleansing, it's unspeakable. What is happening? The point is that here, coverage or non-coverage, I made a decision to publish with all of these organisations, and this is me, you know, always thinking about what am I doing in terms of where I'm publishing and what I'm publishing. Mackenzie Walk's work, I was very happy to have an avenue to publish that in. And I don't think Schwartz Media is necessarily any better or worse than any other organisation. And I don't feel that it's my job as someone who's out there writing and publishing to practice a kind of hypocrisy in which I say, well, something happened which is terrible and I can't continue. If that happens, I won't continue. But at the moment, I would like to continue. And, you know, when we talk about communal criticism, something that spoke to me is the fact that, you know, Melissa Lukashenko was awarded for her most recent novel, Eating Glassy, at the Stella. I believe it was, sorry, Victorian Premier's Literary Award. Apologise, Victorian Premier's Literary Award. Stella, I think it's just a long list, so I shouldn't preempt anything. I don't know anything. But the Victorian Premier's Literary Award, and Melissa spoke about Palestine. Melissa also publishes in Schwartz Media, as do many settlers, as do many writers not based on this continent, as do many black fellas. Now, why is it that you can do both? Well, because you can, and because people make decisions. Why is it that we tear one another down as new, young authors? I don't agree with, you know, criticism can be anything, and it can actually be non-constructive.
That was just an example of criticism. You named Melissa. Why? Why did you do that publicly when she's not here to defend herself?
Sorry?
Why did you name Melissa Lukashenko in the way that you just did when she's not here to defend herself?
Because I agree with her action. I agree with her making a decision to speak up on Palestine, and I agree with her right to publish in Schwartz Media if she chooses to, as she does, as I do. What I don't agree with personally, and this is speaking only as myself, Declan Fryer, when we criticise people who are on the same level or below us, we perceive them as having less power. So much of Australian publishing and any publishing runs upon power plays, lobbying for identity, for power. And in the meantime, we cut one another down. It's called, you know, crabs in a bucket, you know, and many other terms. So I just want to say to any writers who want to be published, you know, because I face criticism for things I've said. And young writers say, well, how can I work in this industry? Well, I'm doing it. Daniel's doing it. Brian, Tristan, everyone, many people in this audience are doing it. Don't be afraid of that.
In fact, don't actually go for that job if you can't handle the criticism. Like, if you work in public and you put things into the public, if you create artwork, you are basically laying a challenge, you're setting a challenge, you're saying, here is something, I give you this, in order for it to be judged, appraised, you know, its merit discussed. If you don't have the ability to withstand an attack, you sit down and you shut up. Every day you have to be armed for an attack. You have to be prepared to defend what you say. And that's the joy and the agony of criticism. It's a joy and agony of being in public. It's a joy and agony of writing, of painting. Everything that you put out into the public is going to be critiqued. You have to expect it.
There's also the risk of being praised, and that can be really embarrassing. So you got to be armed for like getting a lot of praise and overrating. Like that's all that can happen. You got to be careful.
Can I just add something on Schwartz Media? And I've published with them as well, and I do respect the decision to use the platform of Schwartz Media and perhaps be able to crowd out that space, whatever. I don't know. I've done it before, publishing with Schwartz Media. But at a certain point, there was a level of contamination, which, for me, I became aware of through another publication that I work for, Meme Review, when we did publish it wasn't a particularly good piece of criticism, but the critic made, I wouldn't say particularly strong, but fairly accurate statements, appropriate Palestinian statements in regard to a show that was on. And so in response to this piece of writing that we published in the Meme Review, there was advertising that Schwartz Media had planned for a print edition in Memo that was pulled from the magazine because of the fact that we published pro-Palestinian criticism, or criticism of Israel. That's probably an easier way to say it. And for me, personally, that was the point where I came to terms with the fact that I mean, if I was to write a piece and it made sense to say something in Schwartz Media, I couldn't, in good faith, believe that what I was writing was anything meaningful, knowing what I knew. So while I respect using the platform, and in art, like, we are so fucking implicated all the time, like, whether it's funding from Zionist, from orgs that also fund the Zionist Federation, or for black fellas in particular, with our concerns for land rights in this country, how deeply we are in bed or indebted to, entwined with mining in the arts as well. So we're always all complicit, and that for me was, that turn of events was why I withdrew from publishing in Schwartz Media.
You know, I don't think we should lose sight of what we're actually discussing here. And there is a toxicity in the air that is choking and making it difficult to talk about anything without ensnaring this particular issue. I understand it is deeply, you know, possessing and upsetting and causing enormous pain and distress in the world. But we're here to talk about critiquing black work. And what happens is, in this environment, is even we get pushed out. And can I just say, like, I want this conversation to be about that, not about Schwartz Media or their non-coverage of things that are real and the rest of the Australian media's involvement in that. This is about black work. And it exists on its own. It's okay to talk about black things.
I was going to ask, I guess it's something, maybe it's a little bit sort of Schwartz Media-ish, but just post-Voice Australia, I mean, does it give more impetus to critiquing black work?
What the referendum did I mean, aside from, you know, annihilating what any residual faith I had in the Australian body politic, it made me more kind of anxious for a range of voices and a multiplicity of perspectives. What happened during the referendum was, from a media perspective, this false portrayal of an argument of sides of the argument which we were 50-50. So we were 50% of airtime to no and 50 to yes. Now it's a referendum. It's not like an election. At the ABC, we don't have to account for how much coverage we give a particular case in a referendum. When it's logical, right? You know, there's no media, there was no actual campaign for no in 1967. because it was illogical. So this whole idea of balance and this false imputation, this false editorial independence, this false balance, was what really kind of shocked me, that journalism could become that it could just be this thing that you do, it's just like 50-50. No, what about when the argument, the counter-argument is nonsensical, or just don't spend so much time thinking about it? What it did was, you know, the whole argument was skewed and turned into something it wasn't, and our understanding of what we were being asked to do at the referendum was lost. It became just about, you know, the most Machiavellian thing that an Australian politician or any politician has ever said, and that was, if you don't know, vote no. Basically an insult directed at every one of you, saying that if you don't know, don't bother to find out. Don't educate yourselves. Don't understand what you're doing when you cast a vote. Is that not the nadir, the darkest moment of democracy? I mean, that's what I lost faith with a lot of things. And it's not because the referendum proposal was particularly something I could support. It was actually something I characterised as, this is a vote about my reason for being. Do I have a right to exist in this country? In 7 years, 2 votes, 2 national votes, on my rights, my additional rights, my extra rights, as a queer man, to marry the person I choose, who's the same sex, and my right to have some kind of, you know, committee enshrined in the Constitution, you know, just determining how legislation might be drafted to accommodate us. 7 years, twice in 7 years, I'm over. I'm done with Australia if I'm still feeling like I have to argue my right to exist.
I hear you on that, sir, as a fellow queer man. But I mean, I guess post Voice, has that kind of given you any impetus to?
I mean, post Voice, and I mean, really echoing a lot of what Daniel has already said, and I mean, have had my doubts about the referendum and the way that was put up, obviously, but what Daniel said around the right to exist as either like maybe like a political entity in this country, and the way that resounds through, I guess, when I'm reading criticism now, and it isn't someone who's particularly informed about the work, they're not Indigenous, yet they're echoing usually some very well-travelled axiom about the work, or taking it somewhere completely foreign to what it is. That just feels like that no again and again, and tied up in the media coverage that was happening, that the Australia was running leading up to the referendum, was the scandalising of Aboriginal art centres. So I won't go into it in detail. I'm sure most people know here, where APY painters were essentially had their rights to exist as artists stripped away from them. And it's not about the uninformed argument about artist assistants. Like, we all know, if you're a journalist, you know that artists use artist assistants of all backgrounds, but it was like that artist's right to make a decision to exist as an Aboriginal artist being refused her in that moment, and that, yeah, it's just sad.
I mean,
yeah.
that stuff wasn't even criticism.
Yeah.
That was news reportage. That was like exclusives. That was, you know, that kind of journalism. I wonder how much money it cost The Australian to stake Greg Birrup out in outback South Australia for 3 months. I mean, if that's what he was doing, I mean, this is the reporter who, it was almost daily coverage of this issue. And what was circulating underneath all that was all these false notions of what Aboriginal art is. That it's you're mainlining some god, some spiritual creator being every time you sit down at a canvas. And you could, in fact, those articles couldn't work. They weren't logical unless you believed in a false notion of Aboriginal art. You could not understand them. They just recycled the worst and oldest tropes about us as people and about our art. If you look at what happened, the calculation that was being made by the executives at News Corporation was that you know, and Sally Scales, who's the essentially the manager of APYCC, chair rather, sorry. Thank you. There was for me a barefaced attempt to destroy her reputation, and she was a very powerful proponent of the voice and the Uluru Statement from the Heart. So by extension, the shit was gonna stink, and it has very little to do with Sally, in a sense that they're out to get someone else, and blackfellas are just like the collateral damage. The artists are the collateral damage. They're not really being accused of anything. It's an attempt to get someone else. And my concern is always with who gets lost, who gets hurt in that transaction, whose careers are ruined, and even perhaps the category of Aboriginal art being diminished. The whole category of Aboriginal art, whatever we mean when we say those two words together, is implicated. And that is wrong. You know, the one thing I saw in that video, if any of you will remember, the one that was published online by The Australian, the secret video, where it would appear that a white woman is instructing an artist how to represent her chukapa. A bit more over here, a bit more over there. Bigger here, bigger chukapa here. What that revealed to me, and what made me sick, is the idea that the only thing we have left to sell to Australia is that which we hold sacred. The idea that someone should be in their old age making artwork to augment what little they get in communities where, a loaf of bread is $10. That's sickening. Nothing in the Australian about that, about the lack of choice and the deprivation of right to live like everyone else. That's what really I saw in that video, and how tired she was. She wanted someone to help with the painting, because she's doing like 5 a day, or whatever it is. And I just would never want to think of my grandmother in that position, funding my community and its infrastructure because it's so remote.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Michelangelo had artisans, didn't he?
He did,
yeah.
Plenty. Absolutely. A whole school. They had schools.
But yeah, I guess I just want to bang on about the Australian too. It's sort of just work in that art world. It's sort of the Walker case and how the inquiries brought out that a reporter from the Australian, so they're not just relegated to those upper echelons of the publishing industry, but the reporter kind of on the ground said, or text the police officer, if you need a hand with an article in the Australian, just let us know. So yeah, it's all those levels. I guess thinking about the future. I guess just in terms of what you'd like to see I'll ask you, Declan, first, but just what do you want to see in the future when it comes to, you know, more black voices in print, when it comes to looking at black work? Or I know we're kind of pretty much on the level of everyone should critique black work, but just...
Oh, with reason. You know what? You know, Joe Bloggs from down the road has got no particular, you know, qualification to talk about anything. Critiquing black work. Come on, like it's not just anybody.
Succession planning. Then I'm just thinking about what do you want to see, Declan, in the future when it comes to succession planning with, you know, critics on black work.
Yeah, Brian, I appreciate you asking because I'm in charge of succession planning, so I appreciate, like, here's the go, here's what's going to happen. Look, I do want to speak to, first of all, we're practicing at the future. I've been, you know, I've laughed, I've cried, I've enjoyed so many people. I would love to name names, but I won't because, you know, it's about everyone who's contributed to this festival and what we're doing. So first of all, we're all up here doing it, and everyone in the audience is doing it too. You know, I do think Joe Bloggs has a right to critique because I'm not in charge of Joe Bloggs. I'm not in charge of succession planning.
But do you want to read his stuff?
No.
That's what
I'm
I'm
in charge
saying.
of that. I'm in charge of, well, that's how I police people, by not reading them, right? Like, the worst thing you can do to an author is refuse to read them. There are worse things, but, you know, within reason. I want to speak quickly to that referendum too, but I'll keep it positive, right? Because, well, you can't be positive, but you can be positive because you can learn from your mistakes. So what happened was, yeah, I think all of us saw within communities critique, discussion. When I name Schwartz Media, it doesn't matter if it's Schwartz Media. I also name ABC, Guardian. I go on. I haven't written for The Australian, but, you know, it's not about a name or a person. It's about democracy and how democracy is a process. Everyone is invited to vote, but the reality is that blackfellas are a minority in a colonised continent. And, you know, the reason I mention Israel is not because it's topical, although it is, and, you know, that's why activists are working hard. It's because there's an argument about indigeneity over there too. Who is black? Who is indigenous? Well, since modernity, you know, there's been some terrible ideas about who is indigenous. The fact is that people are together. Israel and Palestine are together, and Palestine needs to be free, and Israel should be, ideally, and I have no place to speak on this is as a bystander, you know, a democracy with full rights for everyone from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. In Australia, we all have rights, but it's a process because we are a minority, and the referendum was not in black control and never can be. You know, we have a constitution, we have parliaments, we have these things that deny land rights, that deny black sovereignty. And that's not a matter of feeling guilt or saying, why was I, you know, we're past the Great Australian Silence, Henry Reynolds discussions. We're past the idea of why weren't we told? Stanner, yeah, and Henry Reynolds. So Stanner is also a good example. Yes, Great Australian Silence is Stanner. Why weren't we told was Henry Reynolds?
No, it was Stanner. Everyone knows it was Stanner.
I apologise.
The cult of forgetfulness was Stanner. We've been talking about this for 50, 60, 70 years.
Yeah. So it's that idea of those were the discussions for settlers to have as people who have control of institutions on this continent. Now, there is less silence, there is more telling, and it's up to, you know, I guess I bring it back to that thing about I'm a young writer, and I think it's been, you know, mentioned by all of us implicitly or explicitly that although I don't think that criticism should be this or that or any prescription, it is loving, and it's loving no matter how it's done. and it can still be criticised itself. But the love comes from saying that we were readers, and now as writers we're trying to bring people into a conversation. And I would like to bring people in. I don't want to cancel anything. It's not something I can achieve. No one can achieve that. It's a vanity to actually believe that, you know, on some level, a psychological vanity and a misunderstanding of, I think, what writing can be. Yes, we can cancel things, we can critique negatively, but we can also, you know, as a critic, I just try to be someone who adds and someone who's not, you know, to invoke. You know, there's an idea they call sort of paranoid reading, and the queer theorist Sedgwick, who talked about paranoid reading, which is where you read something and you say, I know they're out to get me. I know that bad things are happening, but I'll simply reiterate the point without changing the situation and without taking the struggle further. Or I'll be cynical. You know, I'll think, who's out to get me? I'm not interested in that because it's not in my control. It's not in our control as writers. We put our stuff out there to be read and therefore criticised. So, you know, we're doing it and we're having this conversation, and I think the only thing, honestly, if I could change anything, and I say this as Declan Fry and as a board member of Melbourne Writers Festival, and I've said this to my fellow board members, I would love to change the whole format of festivals. We can't have a discussion because this kind of Q&A Dick Cavett style, I do think that's finished, you know. We can, as I say, laugh, cry, enjoy it. I've enjoyed the festival, I've loved it. But I would love to see us going back and, you know, dreaming it up all over again and thinking, what can we do where we can kind of open this up and open up the audience like Black communities do, like we do with our families, our friends, our loved ones. Just kind of have, you know, a genuine heart-to-heart and not have such a hierarchy maybe where it is a bit Q&A and it can fall into patterns. Yeah, I'd like to see that change.
Did you want to say something, Daniel?
No, we'll go right ahead, board member of the Melbourne Writers Festival. I mean, how are you going to... I think we have to kind of accept the form that we're in. And like, this form's okay. Like, I'm sure Jane will hear if audiences have really hated us up here and you down there. I think at some point, we've either earned the right to speak, and I think have earned the right to be heard. And yeah, I've been saying things for a long time, but I feel like I'm only just being heard. And I'm only just actually saying what I think. After, you know, 30 years as a journalist, giving voice to others and articulating what I think they think, I'm actually now just saying, I think this, I think. And so I'm quite happy with this kind of bardic relationship between me and you. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it's particularly broken. And if it was, you wouldn't be here.
Just on things maybe being perceived as broken, I kind of was going to mention it in the opening remarks, but just I kind of realised that we're all a panel of men and there's no women.
I know,
on
it
our
sucks.
panel. Apparently that's it's an anomaly to have this here.
Apparently most literary panels are women, so they're
Yeah.
overrepresented. That's what...
But just...
That's not me, that's what I heard.
But just, I guess, yeah, like, I wish, you know...
I love that it's all black men, though. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I just wish that, you know, Celeste Little was up here with us, or just I think who else is out there. Melissa doesn't do critiquing, does she?
Well, actually, she's won a Walkley for long-form journalism. So
Yeah.
there's a critic there.
But
any black woman, there's a critic.
Yeah, true. But I guess it's funny because in your foreword, in Daniel's book, if you haven't read it, I encourage you to do so. In the foreword, she kind of says, the first line is something about, I'm not a black critic. Yeah, but like I
She
admire
even
those
says,
who
I don't
do.
know much about art, but I know what I like, which is the old adage.
Yeah.
Look, I think, you know, that's basically, I mean, Margot Butler and you know, under instruction from me, invited Melissa to write the preface and forward, and she did a beautiful job. But it's just like there's things in there that I think you know, I didn't want someone to congratulate me, and I didn't want someone to praise me. I wanted someone who I knew would be hard, and I'm really lucky. I've had 4 hard black fellas read my work and appraise its value and critique it. And some of that's on the record and some of it's not. So I always put my work out to those people who I think might know whether I'm hitting the mark or not. And I like farming that decision out, and just because I don't know. It's like you're trying to judge whether you're being critical or whether you're just being a bastard. So, you know, she had a look at it and really had some nice things to say. Tony Birch also reviewed the book, and what's his name for the Australian Book Review, Philip Morrissey from the University of Melbourne. So I've had 3 blackfellas all publish their view about this book, and it's just okay. It's okay. You know, there's no spears in my back, so I'm all right. If it's just okay, I'm perfectly happy with that.
I just think, yeah, it's a beautiful example of your work in, I guess, radio journalism and just how that transcends. I think of old traditions and that trajectory of, you know, talking to each other, telling a story. You do it with radio, you did it beautifully. It's now transcribed in a book on many occasions, and it just still works. So I think it's wonderful. If you haven't got the book, it's around here somewhere close to the subject. Daniel Brunny, it's beautiful. Tristan, do you want to maybe say something to close up? Or?
I mean, maybe we can keep celebrating Daniel for a second. So, I mean, in terms of thinking about that and
Tristan was one of the judges.
Yes, yes. Already helped award a prize for the book. But no, in thinking about Daniel's book and across the media that he's worked in, having something sit that's now under his name, that's like his work, that's not dispersed over like various different platforms, and it can be hard to identify like a central thesis when the work is so dispersed, but having it in a book enables you to do so. And yeah, and some of these, you know, other media that we've mentioned, like, to me, I think having for the future a black-led publication that invites people in, so we have authority, that is sitting, I know we've got some, I do, but like that's focused on criticism, and like people can have their work there and build their work in one place. I'd like to see what that would look like.
I think there's like a specialist issue of some magazine about black criticism. And it's also reminding people of that point, that some people like to see blackfellas have a bar fight. There's actual value in it. It's like a spectator sport. It really is. It's like people in remote towns on a Friday night, the white fellas will go there and they will spectate.
Oh, it's not just remote towns.
I know.
I'm just like from Prince of Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. They love seeing blackfellas fight in public.
Like the old fig tree there.
And that's not particularly edifying. What I want to have is a deep conversation about things that are really important. And in the work, there are in the artwork that I tend to review, and I generally only review work that I like, because I don't want to. My mum said, don't say anything. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything. I know it's really trite and kind of what a mother would say. But I kind of live by it. If I can't say something nice, I won't say it. But nice is a way you can define that however you like. But I try to find the value in something when I write about the artwork. And I also try to find the things that may not be obvious. Like what's not in the painting? What's not in that work? What's not in that film? There should be. The cultural context, you know? And particularly for an international audience, that's completely missing.
Yeah, I guess there's this movement that sort of came from First Nations Canada, with Yolandi Bell in the theatre, I guess, realm, where she wanted to, she created a piece called Bug. I'm not sure whether people are aware of it, but it just spawned this, I guess, this desire to have Black or First Nations critics or people of colour respond to her work. The work is very much about trauma and about the First Nations experience of trauma, colonisation within that kind of community. And her rationale behind calling for First Nations critics was to, I guess, bring that lens of sensitivity or empathy to the work that a colonist might not have. Do you see merit in that, or?
Can I just say, look, in relation to visual art, sorry Declan, in relation to visual art, the criticism that has been, the published criticism about Aboriginal art has tended to focus on the things that are least important, and that is the formal elements, composition, you know, line, colour, etc., etc. The things that are bubbling away underneath that are much more interesting. I trained at art school, I know about all that shit, but it's just not interesting. It's not going to speak to another Black person. I want to enlarge the work so much that other Black fellows look at it, and, you know, white people too. I want it to be valid for everybody. And there's some things that are just so secreted in the work that they do sometimes. It just adds something. It deepens a conversation around culture. I mean, we're all up here. We're all contributing to culture, right? Every one of us is contributing to culture. That's what the whole thing is about that we're engaged in. And I just want to make sure that that conversation starts out with just some truth, some honesty, and some context.
I like what Daniel says about enlarging and adding, because, you know, the reason at the outset I didn't say I'm a critic is because partly, although I am a critic, of course, I practice criticism, I don't identify with that label in the sense that, first of all, it's just not how I feel, and moreover, I think that criticism is something we do all the time. It's not a discrete thing.
Not in this country, it's not. I mean, it doesn't have there's no critical mass.
And you know, so with talking about the format of the Q&A, you know, Daniel has the chance to speak, Tristan, me, Brian, and that's important. It's about bringing people in to speak, and it's not either or. So we can always speak in a variety of ways and just be adding. So I guess for me, like, you know, the thing that you've helped me to think about in this session, I mean, everyone has helped me to think about this session, is that there's a lot of either or conversation, you know, if not me, them, if not them, me. And I think that if something, I don't think things are either or. However, sometimes there is something irresolvable. There can be an either or where you can't square the circle. And honestly, if you can't square a circle, then I would say get some new shapes.
I think, yeah, we might wrap it up. It's about time. So could you please join me in thanking Declan Fry, Tristan Howard, and Daniel Brown.
Dippy, you and Patchalinia, singing his name throughout the riverina. Kayala Nathu Yoku Yunato Baku. I think by Army telling us he can see ya. Dippy, you and Patchalinia. Home to the Nuno, the continuing dream. I am Bawel, Wanyu Wala Rada, Camilla Roy, Mudawari, Bakanji, Wakamara, the Barabinya. Dippy, you and Patchalinia, singing his name throughout the riverina. I see the Kookaburra and Malayan, dinner wine. I know that then Lions howl and choke. The entire East Coast from Cairns all the way down to Bigger. Listen to a different thinker, cause somebody trying to give you the bigger picture. And take what I learned to understand that the lessons in the rivers in the land, our spirit teacher.
Chasing not feeling you and me, it's alright. The same idea keeping me intertwined. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. I'm sick of dreaming, you and me satellite. The same idea looking in that eye. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. I don't need a reason, let go. I'm just trying to let you know all that I need and all that I want is you here in this moment. Oh, gonna go catch the night. We're overheating, you and me, we collide. The same idea, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. No intervening, you and me redefined. The bass is beating, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. We don't need a reason, let go. I'm just trying to let you know all that I need and all that I want is you here in this moment. Oh, catch the night. We're overheating, we collide. The same idea, we don't have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. We're overheating, we collide. Same idea, we don't even have to try. We're in and out of, we're in and out of time. Gonna go catch the night. Frozen hands demanding more of me than
Turn test. Mic 2 test.
This soul I knew, she hurt herself in ways you couldn't imagine. She wasn't shy, she was very outspoken and open. Always starstruck, divine vessel and dreams that would provoke them. There's something oh so lovely about her. There's something oh so lovely about her. And when she walked, she left a bittersweet
Hi, my name's Moira. I'm a Yoda Yoda and Boonwurrung transsexual writer and poet and artist. I'm your yarn bomber for this session. I'm going to write you a poem, even. I'm going to read you a poem called Entwined Roots. It's a poem I first read at the Blak Palestinian Solidarity Rally. Sorry, a bit tongue-twisted. And yeah, then you get to have your amazing panel right after. Entwined Roots. Freedom is when gum tree grows old, tall and proud, or when an olive tree ripens with hope, thick branches sheltering us from the worst of the heat and the rain. Freedom is our brothers, sons, husbands and fathers, vibrant and laughing, the sound more beautiful than any harp or choir. Freedom is water, fresh, clean, running. Freedom is food in my belly and somewhere to call home. Freedom is when a sky is just a sky and a rock just a rock. Freedom is two arms linked as I stand shoulder to shoulder, pledge my solidarity alongside you, our chests synchronized as we breathe in together, free, alive, and sovereign, from tomorrow until forever. Thank you.
Today we'll take you on a captivating world of First Nation plays where gritty, funny, poignant and narrative take centre stage. These plays, enriched with strong characters and dynamic dialogues, showcase the power of the monologues at various script junctures, be it the opening gambit, the turning point, or the poignant denouement.
One shining example is 37, a powerhouse production named after Adam Goode's football number, unveiling the physical and psychological challenges faced by a football team under the Friday night lights. It explores themes of community, identity, the cost of victory and the significance of a goal. Fresh off its opening at MTC, get an exclusive sneak peek into this compelling story.
The lineup also features the award-winning The Visitors. Crafted by festival director Jane Harrison, this play offers a unique perspective on the arrival of the First Fleet in 1788, told from the Aboriginal viewpoint.
Anita Heiss's Titters, recently staged at the Sydney Festival, takes centre stage, bringing her beloved novel to life. This exploration of the lives of 5 women, bound by decades-long friendship, unravels secrets, complexities, and unexpected twists over a fateful weekend.
So join us on a journey through these powerful and thought-provoking plays that redefine the landscapes of First Nation storytelling.
So all up, we will share monologues from the following playwrights: Cody Bedford, Anita Heiss, Nathan Maynard, Curly Saunders, Jane Harrison, Nakia Louie, Ursula Jovich, Alana Valentine, Andrea James, Daniel Riley, Amy Soul and Richard Franklin.
Certain plays delve into weighty subjects, so brace yourselves accordingly. The monologues. Enjoy.
So first up we have Rainbow's End by Jane Harrison. Rainbow's End is set in the 1950s and tells the story of 3 generations of Aboriginal women living on the flats, a flood-prone area on the edge of town in regional Victoria. The play captures their struggles to put food on the table, get a roof over their head, and secure a good job for the youngest, Dolly. In this scene, towards the end of the play, Dolly's mother Gladys, who has only just learnt to read, bravely gets up in a public meeting to deliver a petition protesting her community's living conditions. Your Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. We demand suitable housing for the Aboriginal people. Yes, we got Rumbalara, and I'll be the first to admit the idea sounded good, but have you seen it? Concrete, no doors inside, so we don't need privacy like regular folk, is that it? We want decent houses. Mrs. Windsor, would you live at Rumballara? Then why is it good enough for us? Why do we have to prove we can live like white fellas before we get the same opportunities? And to boot, we're treated like a bunch of cheeky kids. We're second-class citizens in our own country. Well, no, we're not even citizens. And this is the 50s. We demand the right to control our destiny. Now, how exactly did Papa Dear word it? We demand the right to make our own decisions and not be at the whim of the government, at the mercy of protection boards, or at the vagary of landlords and property owners. We demand proper schooling, and not just for us, the white people too. They need to be educated about us and our ways, and opportunities. We want jobs in town for our sons and daughters. We want them to go to universities. Yes, not just high schools, but universities. And why not? They say we can't learn, but we can. We can do anything we set our minds to, eh? We, the undersigned, demand to be the equal of anyone, and we'll fight for that right, and keep fighting until we are treated right, by our neighbours and employers, by the Shire, or by the Crown, by Mr. Menzies, and if it's not him, the next Prime Minister, or the one after that. Lastly, and this isn't in the petition, but maybe it should be, I don't want my mother served last at the butcher's. And I want townsfolk to say, hello, lovely day, and not cross the road to avoid us like we're lepers. Well, we can all get along, can't we?
Play 37. Play 37. Playwright Nathan Maynard. Are you lot actually happy with that win? I hope not, because that shit isn't going to get us far into the finals. What? Because we finished the season on top of the ladder, you think that means something? What are you smiling at, Apples? That was piss weak. That was piss weak effort. I've seen more hard at Wiggle concerts. Those derelicts finished second last in the ladder and we beat them by a lousy 8 points. Piss weak. We should have chewed those poor bastards up and shut them out tomorrow morning. You're here celebrating and I'm thinking, Christ, we're a mile off from where we should be, and you'd swear none of you know what our game plan is. It's like I'm spricking to a brick wall. The home and away season is finished. How can you not understand our structures? I'm flabbergasted at a complete freaking loss.
We do know the structures.
If you know them, why do I have to yell at your thick skulls every freaking weekend about structures, Junior? Who thinks their side on the spot is safe? Someone put your hands up. How dare you? Because if you do, I'll shove it up your own ass. That's if it'll fit. Because obviously your head is already so big and it's already up there. It's got me stuffed. Why? Because you haven't achieved anything yet. Not one bloody thing. Nothing. I saw one sign of heart out there today. One. Jamer, stand up, boy. A physique like a roomy woo dog. But this fella has more heart than all of you put together. Your captain is getting beat up by the opposition, and what do you lot do? You pull up a chair, grab some popcorn, and watched. But not Jamer. He went when it was his turn. Jamer put his body on the line for his team when it was his turn. Aside from Jamer, no one else put that body on the line here today when it was their turn, aside from Jamer. He knew it was his turn and he went. Nothing else mattered to him. Not his hair, Apples, not his safety, Dazza, not his best and fairest votes, Woodsy. Nothing mattered aside from the defence of his captain, his mate, his fellow soldier. Actually, Jamer, put your hand up, son, because your position in the side is safe. But the rest of you soft bastards better show me something at training this week, otherwise you'll be running water for the semi-final, not playing in the thing. This week, on top of our normal Tuesday and Thursday nights training, we'll train Wednesday nights too. Anyone have a problem with this? Now shower up and let's meet in the club rooms and forget about the horror show out there today.
Yes, General. So this next one is Cursed by Cody Bedford. Everything is complicated and a little crazy in Bernadette's family, but it makes for great comic material, because if you didn't laugh... With lashing of religious guilt, siblings coming out, and a white nan on her deathbed, Curse takes on themes of intergenerational mental illness. What do you inherit from your family, and what can you avoid inheriting with the right interventions and intentions? I'll be reading 2 scenes. In this first scene, Bernadette provides a glimpse into her complex family dynamic. I know what you'll say. Blame my childhood. Isn't that what they say? That's the prime time for fast-tracking fuck-ups? But I can tell you right now, it wasn't my childhood. I mean, sure, my earliest memory is of visiting my mother in a mental institution, but yeah, I can say with confidence that my childhood was completely normal. Aside from the mental institution bit, there are many adult reasons why a person can be depressed. A mortgage stress, for example. I don't have a mortgage, but if I had one, particularly here in Sydney, oh, I'd be very depressed. And I don't have any prospects of buying a house because both my parents live in public housing and I have no equity to borrow. Well, it's a relief, really. So I guess my point is that I'm not depressed about mortgages, and I really don't know why I had a breakdown at Louisa's Hawaiian-themed 30th birthday in Surrey Hills. It just came upon me. We could be talking about anything, all the pressures of modern day life, climate change, politics, Catholics. Well, I'm not Catholic, but I was raised as Catholic and I went to Catholic school. I wasn't molested or anything. Oh, sorry, it's just that when you tell someone that you went to Catholic school, you have to assure them that you weren't touched. And then if you were, then it's a bit of a conversation stopper. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, there is something wrong with that. Shit. Sorry, is this what I'm supposed to talk about in these sessions? Catholics, the non-touch variety of Catholics? Why Catholics? Well, my nan was as devout as they came and she raised us. And I'm talking rosary every night with my brother, sister, and praying for people, praying for alcoholics, heathens, racists, and great Aunt Mildred who ticked all 3 boxes. But come to think of it, I don't think being a Catholic made me depressed, and it wasn't my childhood, and then gave us a loving, sane, safe, somewhat Catholic, the non-touched, a childhood, a good country living. Where did I grow up? Oh, not here. Geraldton in the Midwest of Western Australia? Yeah, nobody's heard of it. But it is famous for the Batavia massacre, rape and pillaging. I miss it. No, not the massacre, rape and pillaging. I just miss the place. It may be a little more conservative, but it's simple. People over here in the East complicate shit. Even racism is complicated. You have institutional racism, lateral violence. Sometimes I just miss the WA simplicity of being called a black cunt. Simplicity is good for me, and life here hasn't been simple. And in this second scene, Dawn, Bernadette's mad mother, sends out prayers to those who are important to her while giving thanks for a meal of apricot chicken. Dear Lord and Nan, thank you for this meal of apricot chicken kindly given to us from Carol from number 10. I pray for the poor kids, especially the ones addicted to ice. I pray for Sebastian, gracing the stages of Paris with his opera singing. I pray for Marie and my grandchildren. Oh, let them be doctors and mechanics one day. I pray for Aunt Mildred, who's in deep mourning for her sister, and Uncle Vern for his back. I pray for Izzy, who has been run out of town. Best son-in-law that I'll never have. And Lord, I pray for my daughter Bernadette, who has left us in our time of need. And then you ought to know that she's mum. Amen. Well, shall we eat?
Playwright Richard Franklin play Walking into the Bigness. This autobiographical play touches on the moments in the incredible life of Richard Franklin, from his relationship with his mother, his time in the army, on fishing boats, and his role investigating Aboriginal deaths in custody. In this scene, teenage Richard has left Broome with his mother, and they are hiking their way across country. We're about 3,000 k's in, me and Mum. Yeah, I gone back home. Now I'm outside of a town on the Nullarbor somewhere, hungry, walking. Been up to Broome for my sister's wedding. I hitchhiked to Perth, slept under a tree at the Kalgoorlie turnoff. We'd lost our house in Portland, but most of the family's in Canberra, so we're heading there now. Things hadn't turned out, so we'd left Broome with no money. Not a Zach, not a brass razoo. I am the man. I am 15. It's 1979. We walk and walk and walk. Man, here the land seems to go on forever, and I've lost everything. Got nothing. Can't even get a feed. No money, no blankets, and I'm not sure why, but I had this canvas bag full of my songs, poems, stories, and so I just walk into the bigness. Mum's watching, and I pull it all out and I throw it as hard as I can. From nowhere, a willy-willy comes and picks it up mid-flight and grabs it all and whizzes it around. Mum yells, "No!" and runs into the willy-willy. Her hair's flinging about, whipped up, down to the side. She's yelling and snatching it all back from the wind. It's like she was challenging nature itself. And she snatched the stuff, the songs, the poems, and the rest. I am breathless watching. The willy-willy passes off into the distance, a whirl of dust, fearless in its journey. Mum stands there, tears falling, hair everywhere, handfuls of my writings. Without a word, I take them from her and I stuff them back into my bag. Don't know what else to do with them. Decide that I gotta keep on writing though. Gotta get out of here first and find myself another job. In this scene, Jack is applying for a role with the Aboriginal Legal Service, and he points out the burdens of his role. It's the mid-80s. Crocodile Dundee 2. The one with Ernie Dingo is a black fella. And I won't take the dole. No way. Chaos juggling work, feeding the family, people coming and going. Get a job interview. So I go down to the dole office and say, "Can I borrow some money? I don't want a dole check. I just want some money for petrol. I'll pay it back." Get the money and get the job. Aboriginal Legal Service. You have to pay a third of your own petrol, a third of your own phone bill, and you're on call 24/7 for the whole state. But they pay you, $200 and something a week. Then an investigator field officer. Get appointed to a royal commission into black deaths in custody. 1988. Tall ships, bicentenary, fireworks, and it's probably the worst job I've ever done in my life. For a long time, I was the only Indigenous employee for some 2.5 states. The first wage they offered me was $18,000 per annum. The second was $28,000. I received no training. My role is to locate witnesses, take statements from both black and white people, and to talk to the other interest parties of the Commission's proceedings. And sometimes you wear a suit because it's a voice game now, and who's got the most power? And they're all scared, cops and screws of a royal commission. So you walk down a hallway, and there's these 3 and 4 governors. There's all these guards all around you, and you stop, and you adjust your suit. You start walking again, and you show them you've got the power. And you get into that room with that woman, and you throw them all out, and you're holding her in your arms, and she's crying. There's 50 stitches in her throat, another 50 or so in each arm, and all the time you've got no power to get her out. And the clear fluid from her body leaks down into your suit, and you drive home and you have to have a shower with your suit on because the fluid has stuck the suit to your body. 99 deaths investigated, 60 in police custody. I work in a huge mob of them, 7 in detail. 3 were elders, 1 had a young family, 3 were stolen generation, 1 was an adolescent, and 1 they beat so hard his heart was laying on his spine.
Black Showgirls by Nakia Louie. Identity politics get a satirical workout in Black Showgirls, where wannabe black fella Ginny travels to Bris Vegas to audition for Black Showgirls, the world's best cultural and sexually authentic dance review. Meeting up with Molly, a young Aboriginal girl who has claimed her Irish heritage. In this scene, Molly spells out her reasons for turning her black back on her Aboriginal heritage. Ginny, being a black showgirl means you're Aboriginal, and being Aboriginal in this country isn't a good thing. You should know that. I hated always being followed around stores by security, and not being able to get a taxi, or my Uber rating being low, even though I was always quiet and polite and never slammed the door. Not getting approved for rentals, or getting pulled over by police even when I was just standing. Always nervous when anything to do with Aboriginal people was brought up in case it was racist. And not being able to watch morning TV just in case there was a panel on Aboriginal dysfunction. Are people always thinking I got free stuff or special treatment just because I was Aboriginal? My family constantly suffering and dying from chronic health issues. Kids being stolen. Living in constant fear. Never feeling safe. Generation after generation of having no worth as a person in this country. Aboriginal people die 8 years before non-Aboriginal people, and I didn't just want to live longer, I wanted to live. I live a life where I wasn't defined first and foremost by my race. And no one ever saw a linter. They just saw an Aboriginal woman. And one day when I was looking at a missing poster, I realised that white women get to be seen as individuals. When white women go missing or get murdered, they get called by their names and get their own posters, alone. And black women, it's always Aboriginal first, even if anyone notices, or they just wait until enough of us die and then there's a march or a hashtag and then nothing. And when white women are angry, oh, it's a reckoning. They get books and speaking tours. And when I was angry, I was a problem to be destroyed or worse, ignored. And I was so angry. So angry I couldn't just be the person I wanted to be. That being Aboriginal determined my value in every aspect of my life and I had no say in it. None at all. So being white? Wow. It seemed incredible. So when I discovered I was white, it was like this weight lifted off of my shoulders. I decided I wasn't going to suffer anymore. I was going to embrace my heritage, take my privilege, and be white.
Playwright, Daniel Riley, Amy Soul, Ursula Jovich. Play Tracker. In Tracker, a powerful story is told of Alec Tracker, Riley, who serves in the New South Wales Police Force for 40 years, using his deep cultural knowledge in leading high-profile searches for missing people and becoming a legend in the force. Alec balanced life as a Wurundjeri man and as a tracker in a colonial system that worked against Aboriginal people. In this scene, Alec describes his connection to place. Been here over 50 years now. Me and Ethel. Raised the kids here. It's a big reserve, 18 acres. 4 families here. Around 33 people at the moment. The Taylors, the Burns family over there. In the old teacher's cottage, it's me and Ethel. And over through that scrub is the cars. Been here since the beginning. Some of the folks have moved on, Dubbo, Sydney. Things change. I'm not moving to Dubbo. I am most happy out here. I get my water from the rivers, always have. I like the exercise, keeps me fit. Got the kerosene lamps, the ice box. We hunt our own food, help each other out. Watch each other's kids, we know each other, and every family here. We've grown old together. Our celebrations and ceremonies, it's all wrapped up in this place. And now they want us to move along, move on to bigger and better. Got this watch after 40 years service, no pension, just a watch, a timepiece, but it cannot measure 40 years. You can't measure the sum of my life. And what about the time before Gabba Gibba? This was my home. It still is. It's been our land for a long time. You know that, and I know that. This country is not mine to give or yours to take, but it's where I belong. It's where my children belong, and their children, and their children's children. We are imbued with a spirit from the root up. I sit outside your circle not because you won't let me in it, but being in that circle means to give up the old ways, to give up my deep connection. We will never do that. We belong here.
Titters by Anita Heiss. Titters tell the story of 5 women and their enduring friendship from their time growing up in Mudgee to their present lives in Brisbane. They meet regularly to discuss black literature at their book clubs. Each of the women is dealing with their own issues, trying to get pregnant, becoming unexpectedly pregnant, dating, battling an alcohol dependency, battling loneliness after a divorce. But they have each other's back, mostly. In this scene, Ellen, the black celebrant, delivers the eulogy for her aunt back in Mudgee. Auntie Molly and Uncle Ron were married for almost 50 years. She was the love of his life. He tells me that a cup of tea on the veranda and morning walks along the Cudgegong River at Lawson Park is all they needed. The quiet times together were more important than the big trips to the city. They had all the romance they needed right here in Mudgee, with each other. From the day Aunt put that wedding ring on his hand, Uncle has never taken it off. They'll have to pry it from my cold dead hands, he used to say. But Auntie Molly didn't like Uncle quoting Charlton Heston, even as a joke. Still, she always laughed at his jokes. That unconditional love kind of laugh you give because the person in front of you fills your heart completely. Auntie Molly was sunshine and rainbows and the sound of singing nightingales rolled into one. And she was Uncle Ron's Koori Rose.
Playwright Jane Harrison, play The Visitors. This play tells of the arrival of the First Fleet in 1788, but entirely from the perspective of 7 elders on the shore of Warrane, who must decide whether to send the strangers on 11 tall ships away or allow them to land. In this scene, at the end of the play, Gordon, on whose country the First Fleet are poised to land, must overcome his hatred of the strangers and his fear of what they represent. He decides he must finish what his own father began 18 years before, which is to deliver a welcome to country. This is my country, my father's country. I know its patterns, its seasons, its soils, the textures of them, the colors, the particular shade of green of the grass the padagrang nibbles after a fire has swept through. At dusk, when the padagrang is most hungry and most likely to be speared. I know its secret springs where thirst can be quenched even in the driest season. I know my country's smell. The exact scent of leaf litter where bulbs of chocolate lily hide under moss, though it is not my job to collect them, and where the hardest flint can be found for tools, for trading. Its rivers are my blood, its rocky outcrops my bones, its winds are my breath as my lungs fill and empty. It is me. When I welcome others, I honor my country. We ask this and this only. While you walk on this country, that you care for the land, and that you look after the children of this land. This is my country and my son's country. In honor of my father, I welcome you to country.
Yanagai Yanagai by Andrea James. Manara is a black woman thrown from the skies into the dreaming so that she may heal her land, the mighty river Dungala and her people. In the present day, the Yorta Yorta people are in court, fighting for a right to their land. Yanagai Yanagai is a war cry, the first recorded Yorta Yorta words spoken to the white men who went onto their land uninvited. Since its premiere in Melbourne in 2003, Yanagai Yanagai has been performed in France, the UK, the US and the Philippines. Now, in a revised edition, Andrea James's Yanagai Yanagai is a celebration of Yorta Yorta stories and song. In this scene, Manara addresses the nameless white men at the courtroom where the Yorta Yorta have sought native title only to be denied. As long as this river flows, the lake fills and floods, the red gums sway and grow, we are here. For as long as the eagle flies and the long-necked turtle swims, we are here. Like every grain of sand on our river's shores, we are here. Like the line that connects me to my traditions, we are here. Like every leaf on every branch, on every tree on this land, we are here, we are here, we are here. And I am not your judgment. I am not your Exhibit A. I am not your servant. I am Yorta Yorta. And we are Yorta Yorta. And we are here.
Play Going Home. Playwright Curly Saunders. Jedda's mum Luina was raised off country as a state ward in a children's home after being forcibly removed from her family. Jeddah has inherited the disconnection and displacement many First Nation peoples experience as a result. His sister, Aki, is a queer solo mum-to-be who is trying to encourage him to go back to home and reconnect to country and community. In this monologue, Jeddah sits with the complexities of being raised off country, being a dad, and his hesitancy to confront the intergenerational traumas which are present in his day-to-day life in the city. Hey, it takes a clever spirit to sing up loved ones. Our son can do it, little Monty. Yeah, he'd be there, smiling and laughing at the ancestors in the corner, Warren, all our white friends. Hey man, who's your kid talking to? Alani and I tried to convince him he's not possessed. He's always conspiring with the old people. He can sing in Nanemi. She was his first word. He made me realize I can see them too, can hear them too. But I try not to let that be known. I feel like magic I shouldn't be touching with these hands. You know, I've only been back for sorry business once with Mum and Dad. only ever gone home to grieve. I never learned to dance with my cousins and the old fellas. Can't utter a word in Nan's language. When they ask me at work about Yidiki and ceremonies, I don't know what to say. I can play, sure, but those ancient songlines aren't awakening me. I'm always the joker in the centre, making the long lunch breaks shorter for the apprentice, see? I don't want little cuz being called what they name me. I'm tired of calling it out in white fragility. I hide away up here in the city where I can handle the racist slurs, where kids on their P's call me the N-word, and I'll be trying not to throw my large taro milk tea, no sugar ice at them. Same city where people hide their purses when I walk by, as if our land wasn't enough. They got to keep their clutch close too. Same city where they assume I'm unemployed when I have a day off with my baby boy. I've been toying with Aki's invite to go home. But how do I tell her I got too much work on? That Alani needs me, and I can't bear to go to a place where I'm from but I'm not known. Can't go showing up unannounced. I don't think they'd even recognize me. Family down there. But I got family here to worry about. Want to get life set up for Monty. In all honesty, here, there, I'm not sure where I belong. Hey, I hear you crying, my boy. Hey, I'm coming, little one.
Barbara and the Camp Dogs by Ursula Jovic and Alana Valentine. Wild and unpredictable, Barbara and her sister Renee front a pub band and rock out everything from mournful ballads to rock to punk-inspired tunes. But their mother is dying back home, and they need to return to country and face their demons before it's too late. In this scene, Barbara, in the aftermath of her mother's passing, seeks out her long-lost brother, Joseph. I get on the bike and I drive, and dust flying at me, getting in my eyes, nose and ears. It's a straight line from Catherine and Bullman. Well, one road in, one road out. I'm speeding down this dirt road, and I can feel the tyres lift every time I hit a patch of soft dirt. I can't slow down. I can't because it doesn't matter and I don't care. My feet stay firm on the accelerator. The sun is in my eyes, and I remember Mum sitting on the bed with a halo of light around her. I can't see now because the tears won't stop. I pull over and I've made it to Flying Fox Creek. The creek is shallow and clear. I can see the white sand and the flecks of gold and brown pebbles. The massive paperbark trees stand guard lining the bank, giving shade. And I remember him, Joseph, my little brother, and I see him, his crooked teeth showing through his big smile, and Renee is there too, and me. And I'm making this makeshift canoe out of paper bark and sticks, and they're arguing over who gets to ride it down the river first. I remember this day. I say, "Oh, make it bigger so you can both go on it first. Just stop fighting." And they jump on me, hugging me. And now they're arguing again. "She's my sister." "No, she's my sister." I'd been telling myself that it was going to be really hard to find him, and where would I start to look? But I go there and it's easy. I ask these snotty-nosed kids at the tuck shop, and they know who he is. They point me to where he's living. It's too easy. Shamefully easy. I've told myself that he's so far away, and it turns out that he was just there, and all it took was for me to make the move. And that's when I realised how bad I fucked up with Mum, you know? Because even though she's gone, she's still teaching me. She's still showing me that the way that to live is to put your arm out and not wait for the other person to put theirs out first. You offer the love, and that's how you get it back. And now she's gone, and I'm too late. I'm too late. And that's me, you know. That's me. I always work it out when everyone around me has just had a fuck enough of trying to reach for me and coming up with a handful of nothing. Because that's all I'll be. That's all I am. That's all I'll always be. Just a handful of nothing worth anything. And I'm too late for Mum to know that I know that she tried. I know she loved me. But maybe she's looking down, and maybe if I reach my hand out to Joseph, maybe she'll know that I finally worked it out. And then I'm there. I'm standing right in front of him.
Big names, no blankets. Playwright Andrea James. Big Name No Blankets is a rock and roll play celebrating the impactful journey of the Australian music icons, Rumpy Band. Named after their second album, the show features hits in Lurja, Warlpiri, Gamaj, Yolngu, Martha languages, highlighting their historical significance as the first rock band to sing in Aboriginal languages. Rumpy Band's anthems like My Island Home and Black Fella, White Fella conveyed truths about relationships in colonised lands, uniting Australians through infectious music that amplified black voices and stories. In this final scene, Sammy Butcher, a band member, reflects on the journey and where the band members are today. Sammy sits outside in a porch at Papanya. That was it. The head of our spear. Go on now. He always joked on stage. I love you, my people. I love singing. I'm going to sing forever. You can bury me with this microphone. And that's what I did. I put that microphone on his chest and put him down into the earth on his island home. Just like that. No more song. Us Rumpies, we were young, we were true, and we were looking for a hit. We just play music. Show each other the way, we laugh, sit around the fire, listen to the wind, let the country talk to us. You know, it wasn't just singing. And we were fired up too. We had things to say. We could see what was happening. And we weren't big nothing. It wasn't about the fame. It was about responsibility to our people, to our Jokopa. Give the young ones something to look up to. Smiling, healing, full of hope. People and country. Doesn't matter if you come from top end or down south or from the desert. Other countries, we're all connected to our stories. Look. But can music really change the world? Did the oils tour bring land rights to our people? Not really. Did our sit-down money song bring us more jobs? No, we just got that intervention in army. But we showed you our world, what mattered to us. And me and George and Neil and my younger brothers, Gordon and Brian, we made magic. We call that one Ilpinji. And Australia, for a little while, you listen. You listen to our voices and you dance with us. We did good. It's just me now. We lost our two younger brothers, Brian and Gordon. They buried side by side at Papanya Cemetery. But that music never dies, eh? That music lives forever. It lives in our children and our children's children. That's it. Thank you.
reckoning. Let the games begin.
So do what you wanna do. We playing games and not a side to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of a clown.
I really like how you is. Girl, you funny as shit. I mean, I know me some jokes, but girl, you taking the piss. Hey, I just wanna get lit. I cannot roll you a cig. My wallet empty as shit, so I can't buy you no drink. So you call me a prick. I'll take that on the chin. I said I knew me some jokes. Now we both laughing again. We ain't no lovers or friends, but I love that we met. And after all of the ends, I'll never see her again.
So do what you wanna do. We playing games and not a slave to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of a clown. So say what you want off the record.
Don't you bite your tongue.
Throw all the shame out the window.
'Cause what's said is done.
Memories change, I know it feels.
Don't you play the
If I call out your name, will it echo?
Sleazy, steezy, cool. I don't write love songs, baby. These feelings drive me crazy. I feel my heart betray me. Tell me now, please, can you save me? I don't write love songs, baby. These feelings drive me crazy. I feel my heart betray me. Tell me now, please, can you save me?
We playing games and not a slave to you. So follow me with your head in the clouds. I just smile through the tears of a clown.
I'm sleazy, steezy, cool. I'm sleazy, steezy, cool.
Sing up in my rib till my song is done. Sing through my tears till my song is done. It's been through all of the years till my song still history repeats till my song is done. My feet gonna carry me around, but it's my songs that carry me on the road. Till my song is done, do and without. Till my song is done, late nights out. Till my song is done, till I get home to my kids. Till my song is done. This is sovereign land. This country's voice still aches, and I'll sing for just yes and no's, and I keep singing for the mothers